या तो हेडक्वार्टर से मतलब हमारे गोयल सर को रिक्वेस्ट कर लीजिए, वो शेयर करें, या मुंबई से कराइए। उसका थोड़ा
इससे ज्यादा कहीं को हो जाएगी फिर से वापस आने लगी आवाज।
मंत्री
हो गया सर टेस्टिंग सर?
हाँ सर, आप एक बार कर लें,
मैं को करता हूँ आपको फोन।
कर लीजिए सर।
हेलो
शरण जी।
हेलो।
हाँ जी
सर, यह पोडियम से माइक की आवाज सही आ रही है ना आप लोग को?
देखो बताएं क्या है, आपसे मुझे आवाज में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आपसे आपकी तरफ से बहुत अच्छी आ रही है। लेकिन जो ये होटल वाली साइट है वहां से प्रॉब्लम है, वहां पर जो मिक्सर में गलत फीडिंग की गई है, वो कनेक्टिविटी वहां गलत है। वो जो ऑडियो मिक्सर है वो ऑडियो मिक्सर वाला बंदा ठीक करेगा उसको कि किसी का गेन कम करना है और किसी का नॉर्मल भी, तो वहां एडजस्टमेंट की गलती है।
सर हम तो यहाँ से कर ही नहीं रहे हमारे सर, क्या
तो सर वो तो मुंबई से ठीक होगा ना, मतलब?
हाँ, वो मुंबई वाली साइड से ठीक होगा। मुंबई में उसने ठीक नहीं, कनेक्टिविटी ठीक नहीं है। जो फीड लिए है उसके जो एम्पलीफायर है उसका थोड़ा सा गेन कम करना है और स्पीकर की डायरेक्शन थोड़ा सा चेंज करना है। वो डायरेक्ट हिट टू माइक हो रहा है।
सर हम थोड़ी बोल पाएंगे, वो तो एंकर बोल।
चलिए मैं पता करूंगा।
मेरे पास फोन पर है, मेरे साथ फोन पर है, मैंने उनको बोलने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन कौन कर पाएगा नहीं कर पाएगा वो तो मैं नहीं बोल सकता। मैंने हमको बोल दिया है।
मतलब आपको दिल्ली मिनिस्टर ऑफिस से
आप बोलो थोड़ा सा गेन कम और स्पीकर की डायरेक्शन थोड़े से टूवर्ड्स ऑडियंस की तरफ को करो।
ठीक है,
इतना करो, उसका फर्क पड़ेगा। और मैं इसे ब्राउज नहीं कर रहा था, नहीं तो मैं कॉन्फ़िगरेशन भी चेंज कर लेता, तो मदद चेक कर लेता।
आपको अपनी तो ठीक है ना,
अपनी तो ठीक है।
क्या नाम राहुल? ये पोडियम हटा के छेड़ लगा
हमको ठीक
अभी हमने माइक ऑन किया, अपना चेक कर लीजिए हमारा वॉइस ठीक आ रहा है। हेलो हेलो टेस्टिंग माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो,
बेसिकली हम लोग ये ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि इसी के थ्रू हो जो हो।
हाँ तो
इसकी क्लैरिटी और इसकी वो तो बाहर की चीज ज्यादा।
हेलो टेस्टिंग माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो हेलो
सर, आप ठीक हैं, आपका कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। मुंबई की लोकल की प्रॉब्लम है, आपकी तरफ से प्रॉब्लम नहीं है।
उसको भी सोल्व करा लीजिए सर।
उसकी लोकल की प्रॉब्लम है, वो लोकल जो उसने मिक्सर लगाया हुआ है ना, ऑडियो मिक्सर, वो उसका गेन एडजस्ट करेगा, वो ठीक हो जाएगा। जब तक वो नहीं कर पाएगा इको फील होती रहेगी।
हेलो टेस्टिंग माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो हेलो
उसी पे
वो सेट करनी पड़ी थी ना मैडम आपको।
हेलो टेस्टिंग माइक टेस्टिंग।
ये लगा देना तब तक और चार्ज हो जाएगा।
थोड़ा सा चार्ज हो जाएगा, इसको लगा दीजिए।
जब तक चार्ज
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
हेलो हेलो, कम करने को कहा। हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्कार, आदाब, सत श्री अकाल, वणक्कम, खमा घणी, केम छो, कशकाय, वंदे मातरम to all the dignitaries and participants who are participating today in the second and the concluding day of regional conference on e-governance jointly organized by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, DARPG, Government of India, and General Administration Department, Administrative Reforms, and O&M, Government of Maharashtra. मैं निधि सुजलाम सुफलाम महाराष्ट्र राज्य की इस भव्य राजधानी, देश की वित्तीय, आर्थिक और वाणिज्यिक राजधानी मुंबई में आप सबका तहे दिल से इस्तकबाल करती हूं, अभिनंदन करती हूं, स्वागत करती हूं। Yesterday we had some really engaging, enthralling, enlightening, enriching, enigmatic sessions on e-governance, be it the session on startups by Srivatsa Krishna sir or the session by Chokhalingam sir on the best practices of Government of Maharashtra, or a very inspiring inaugural address of Honorable CM of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Ji Shinde sir, for providing accessible, affordable and accountable government through digital initiative. To carry on the vision and vigor of yesterday, I now invite Shri Swadhina Kshatriya sir, the former Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, who has a rich experience of administration, to chair the first session of today's conference on the theme of digital institutions, digital secretariats. I also invite Srimati Sujata Sonik ma'am, Additional Chief Secretary AR and O&M, Government of Maharashtra, who is an IAS officer of 1987 batch and who has painstakingly taken efforts, enormous efforts to organize this 2 days conference. Ma'am will be speaking on secretariat upgradation in Maharashtra. Next, I invite Srimati Rachna Srivastav, Deputy Director General, NIC, who will throw light on e-office initiatives. Next in line is Sri Parthasarthi Bhaskar Sir, Deputy Secretary DARPG, to give insights on CSMOP, Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedures 2022. Now I request Honorable Swadhina Kshatriya sir to take over from here and start the first inaugural session. Thank you, sir. May we have a huge round of applause for the first session of today.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you very much, Nidhi, for that introduction. And I welcome all of you today morning. Zara volume वाढवा कोण आहे तिकडे? Volume वाढव जरा. I welcome all of you today for the second day. And I was telling in the morning to Srinivas and to Sujata that I'm so happy with the speed at which this conference has been organized. It was a chance visit to Srinivas about 1.5 months ago in Delhi when we were started preparing the manual of good governance. And I thought that if good governance and e-governance, which are so intrinsically linked to each other, is to be brought in focus, a kind of a regional conference in Mumbai, sharing of experiences would be the best way to put the focus on good governance. And I'm grateful to both of them, to Government of India and to Government of Maharashtra, for having organized this conference. And we have learnt a lot. The committee members are here, the Honorable Chairman has also come. And I'm sure all of you are gaining a lot. What I found since yesterday is the speed at which e-governance and digital transformation is taking place. Hardly had I woken up from the unleashed of technology that I saw yesterday. In the morning, I read a brilliant article by Dr. Krishna, who had to go back yesterday. And I'm sure many of you may have read in the morning. And his argument is that ChatGPT is likely to be used for governance purposes. Now, this is a new challenge. So I was telling Bakshi and I was telling some other members also that I am worried about the manual that we are writing may become outdated very fast. Look at the changes that are taking place. And how do we keep pace? So his argument is that a recent demo has shown how ChatGPT can help a farmer navigate websites, fill a form, and get a service. And it translates from local language into English. And further, that citizen services can be delivered using blockchain and artificial intelligence. Yesterday, we had a presentation from my young colleague Karthikeyan of how he has used artificial intelligence to monitor the quality and the progress of roads. So this is the kind of change that is coming up. So we have a big challenge. Let me hear from the panelists. What roadmap are they suggesting for bringing about a digital secretariat? Because our impression of secretariat is full of files, meetings all the time. Problem of institutional memory. Because in the earlier times, we had people in offices who had tremendous encyclopedia kind of a memory. But now we have a law, a legislation in Maharashtra whereby it is mandated that transfers will have to be done on a regular basis. So you land up in a department as a secretary and you ask as a housing secretary, what is a TDR? In which direction can it flow? What is an FSI? What are the rules? They all say, sir, I have come from agriculture, I have come from education, I have come from social justice. So we need to have now a digital secretariat to meet these challenges. We have a very short span of time available today because we are going to have the Honorable Deputy CM gracing the conference. So I invite, first of all, we'll have Additional Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, Sujata Sonik, who has, along with Srinivas, put good governance and e-governance on a fast track. And I'm very happy that the revised version of the Manual of Office Procedures combining e-governance and what the Government of India has been able to do in a new version of our Manual of Office Procedures. And I would request, also we'll be followed by Srimati Rachna Srivastava. I read that we have requested Rachna Srivastava to help us in introducing the e-office version of 7.0, and we are looking forward to that. And I also look forward to a presentation on the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedures by my friend Parthasarathy Bhaskar. Each one of them, I'll say, will have approximately about 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, warm welcome to everyone for this first session. I will once again welcome everyone, respected chair, respected members of the Good Governance Committee, Secretary DARPG, all my colleague secretaries, dear participants. There are several senior secretaries from different states. Indeed, it's a pleasure for us to be here together, and also other colleagues who have joined from startups and other organizations. A very warm welcome to you once again. So I must first of all say that, we are taking baby steps when it comes to moving towards e-governance. Successive secretaries before me, and if I look at my incumbency board, almost all officers, my seniors have handled this responsibility in the past, and they have all made efforts to introduce digital governance and e-governance in Maharashtra. I can say that from the time I joined service, this initiative is underway. And it is thanks to the push that we received, the impetus, I should say, we received from the DRPG department and personally from Srinivasji, that we have come this far. So hopefully we will go the whole way. And as you all heard yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister in fact announced that by 1st of April we will all start working on a digital platform. So now I have hope that we will be able to achieve this goal. So before I say more, I have a very short video to show that gives you a sense of how things are in Mantralaya, which is our secretariat. It's a very old building, it's more than 70 years old, and it is really the seat of government. And I will just show us a small video, what little baby steps we have taken to free up very expensive real estate for use. The last cabinet we had was a full cabinet, and we did not have space even for our ministers' offices. Such was the condition. And archiving of files is a very big challenge I think all of us face. And so I feel very happy that we are moving towards digital archiving, which will definitely help us to solve our problems in the coming months. Hopefully it is months and not years. So, yeah, you can start. So this is our Mantralaya building, iconic building in Nariman Point. Myself, I have been there now for 10 years. So many of my colleagues have spent longer time in this building. Please start. Yeah. So as you can see, I said in my presentation also yesterday that every year we are adding about 1,200 cupboards to our building. So structurally, how much load we are bringing onto the building, that is also a little worrisome. And on the left-hand side, you can see how even after renovation, after the fire that took place in Mantralaya, we underwent a massive upliftment, and we have a pretty decent building now. But you can see on the left-hand side how many cupboards are loaded over there. And we have, on the right side, you can see that we have tried to free up this space and we have done a lot of weeding of these files. I think we moved out about 10 to 11 trucks of material out after weeding. It's a painstaking job and nobody wants to really do it. And I'm sure that this might be resonating with other states as well. We also renovated our lobby, the main lobby, and now we have a fairly decent entrance to the building. In fact, several entrances are there, but this is the main lobby. We also renovated our auditorium. This is called the Parishad Sabhagrah. It has a decent capacity of about 150 people, and we have recently renovated. Now we use it for interactions with our officers. In fact, Kshatriya sir, in his role as the IIPA chair of Maharashtra, we organize talks here, and some of these talks have been in the recent past very well received. So we talk to our own cadre officers here, both state services and all India services. Again, you can see on the left hand side, how the lifts and how the area around the lift was so congested. Although that has been opened up, and more and more space has been created. Cabins have also been improved, and more ventilation and light has been introduced into these small cabins, and we now have actually a centralized air conditioning system which is working well in both the buildings. We have actually 3 buildings of Mantralaya: the main building, the second building, and then there is a new administrative building. And here you can see how office spaces, you see on the left, people are sitting in a room which is blocked off by cupboards. So there is no light, no ventilation, and obviously nobody will want to stay the whole 8 hours in that little space that he has or she has been given. So we have opened it all out, removed the cupboards, and created modular style of offices where people can sit more comfortably. There is good amount of light and air movement inside. This, I think, all of us would have at some point of time seen in our journey, that, files are put and then sometimes we never open that cupboard again. So this is the way record was lying in Mantralaya. With the help of our other colleagues in GAD, they were very, very helpful. Because GAD is a big department and there are 8 secretaries there, and at least 2 ACSs are there. So all together we worked. And also with the help of PWD, because they helped us to create these racks and give us the manpower to actually do the shifting. And they also took out the extra material once we had started doing the weeding. So all this has been done. But actually this record room that you see on the right hand side, that also needs to be taken care of. We have run out of space now. We don't have more space to even archive it properly. And digital display of air quality, weather indicators. We have tried to put some little greenery in the area we have, because most of the area is concretized. There is shortage of parking, so we don't have much space for greenery. But we try our best to put a little bit of relief in our building. More importantly, I would like to mention here, sir, for your knowledge as well, that we recently took out a circular in which we put the responsibility on each desk, that a desk has to keep a record of the number of files that they are having in their custody, and also maintain a record of the file, where it has gone, where it is currently located. And the custodian of the files of a particular desk is the desk officer. And we have also insisted that whenever a file is moving, it should be through digital signature. This is to avoid missing files and loss of important files, which we have faced in the past. And this circular has really helped to bring back some semblance of order, which was not there earlier. And part of the reason why all these things are happening today, if I may just share my own thoughts here, is that so much of new work has been added. There are so many new schemes, so many new dashboards, and so many new indicators that the staff find it very difficult to manage the information flow. And when we did the training in the month of December, we did about 6 trainings. Madam, you'll be happy to know, after your last visit to Mumbai, we introduced training for our officers in Mantralaya. The attendance was very good, and the officers showed keen interest to move towards a digital platform, because they also realize now that they are unable to handle the flow of paper through their office. Every time the Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister are in Mantralaya, we have about 5,000 to 7,000 visitors, and we receive about 3,000 to 5,000 letters. So if they come thrice in a week, you can just imagine the flow of paper. And now our staff has realized that they are not able to handle this flow of paper, and 15 days is not enough time to take action on those requests. So they have very much accepted to do e-Tapal using e-Office, and we now are starting the process of transition to 7.0. My colleague Secretary IT has started that process, and I'm sure that, and we have issued a circular where we have said that all these letters that are received from the applicants have to be digitized, and therefore action has to be done on an e-file. So this is just a short description of the efforts we are making. We still have miles to go, and hopefully with the support of everybody and the momentum that we are getting with this regional conference on e-governance, hopefully things will move on a faster pace. So sir, I will stop here, because in the next session there will be another film on how e-office is being introduced and used in Mantralaya. So I will not now take more time and hand over to Mrs. Srivastava. So I invite you, madam, to please come to the podium. Thank you very much.
I was asking Madam Rachna as to whether e-office 7.0 has been introduced in Government of India. She says yes, in all ministries. So हमने पूछा, when is it going to come to Maharashtra Secretariat? She promises me that by April it's going to come. There'll be a migration which will be required. So we are looking forward. That's the speed I want. And it's a challenge for these 2-3 people of the manual committee, because whatever we were thinking, आप तो action में करके बता रही हैं. One of our first deliberations was that the manual of office procedures need to be updated. They are already ready before we complete our report. We said that e-office needs to be ushered into Mantralaya. They are already ready, not only 6, but they are moving towards 7.0. So give us some more good news of how you are going to convert our secretariat into a digital secretariat. Please.
Presentation, as I have only 10 minutes before I start. So thank you, sir. The distinguished the speakers on the dais and august gathering in the audience, I feel honored to have come and deliver this session on e-office. And I take care of e-office implementation, its development and its roadmap for government in the country. And I feel happy to say that e-office has been implemented in nearly 700 plus organizations of the government, 28 secretariats, around 300 districts, and all central ministries and department. And in central ministries and department, out of 84, there are around 8 or 9 now pending to be converted into version 7. So why the need for version 7? As you know that the e-office was initiated way back in 2009, but it dates back to 2004 when it was known as file tracking system. So there was nothing electronic at that time. The physical files were moving and we were only tracking the movement so that at least where the file is known. And in 2009, the first version of e-office was brought. But that was 9 technology, and augmenting it with the change requests and the feedback, it became extremely difficult to maintain in that technology. So we started in 2017 in the tools and technologies relevant at that time. However, the rollout happened in the middle of Corona. So the largest implementation of e-office version 7 happened in 2020, June 15th, it was inaugurated for 50,000 users of Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. That was 50,000 users all trained on OVC, and they went live on 15th of June 2020. And it was during this period only we realized the full potential of e-office with two technologies. The one was the digital signature technology and the e-sign, plus the inter-instance transfer of files, which means that if two organizations are on e-office, then they could share the file. So when lockdown was announced on 23rd March 2020, government did not stop. They worked from their respective homes using web VPN technology. So they were not on internet because e-office is restricted on intranet only. It's not available on internet. So web VPN gave them the facility to work from their home, and inter-instance file movement. They don't have to transfer the physical file from one organization to another. They could straight away do on e-office platform. With e-sign technology, web VPN technology, they could work on e-office, straight away transferring files. And it was during this period, the growth of e-office was unprecedented. People started using it. They did not have to touch the papers. So coupled with fear of corona, e-office saw unprecedented growth. So let me straight away take you to the presentation. I know many of you are already using. Still, for the unversed, I will quickly run through the presentation. Next, please. Yeah. So we know that in government, as madam you said, we generate humongous amount of papers, and it becomes extremely difficult to manage those papers. When we all know, when we have 2 children, we can always manage, but when they are 10, we don't care wherever they run, play around. So with lots of paper and files, to manage them, to archive them properly, it is important that we have some system to support. Next, please. So the challenges are all known to us. You mentioned about fire, you mentioned about the loss of files, searching, the storage. It's, I mean, how do you keep all these papers safely for times in future is important. Next, please. Thank you. So next, please. Next. Yeah. So it's based on the Central Secretariat Manual of e-office procedures from the RPG, and we know it enhances efficiency, transparency. It promotes less paper office with greater collaboration and knowledge sharing, and it is a single product. So it's easier for me as a developer to maintain the code. So fast tracking the government's decision making. Next. Yeah. So basically what it shows is that e-file is the important star package of the application, but there is one more product which can be used a lot. As you mentioned, lot of papers, the knowledge in an organization, how it stays with one person, why it should be with one person. So you can use knowledge management system to create knowledge, to make that knowledge available to everybody, to search from that knowledge. That is our KMS. And work from anywhere portal actually helps you onboard all the departmental application to the single window portal. That is work from anywhere portal. Next, please. Yeah. So it's a slide which is very, generic. That initially, if you could see that in a file, you are writing noting the first file in the first box by hand. Then you are using typically typewriters to type the first note. After that, you again will start writing with hand. But then comes the word processor. So you could save your note to be used again and again in future. And lastly, it is the e-office. So you can see that in the first 3 boxes, a person is taking the file on a motorbike to another building. Whereas in case of the last box, the files are not at all moved. They are just transferred between systems. Next, please. So basically, it's a workflow-based system, diarization of inward receipt or a letter. You create files, notings, and drafts for approval, inter-instance and intra-instance department movements of files and the papers, digital signing, searching of files, closing of files, and then it interfaces with the external systems. Many of the departments have their internal applications for their domains. So those domains can come to e-office for approval in files. So they may have a system for procurement of something, etc., or maybe sending people on scholarships or studies abroad. So they can do all that in their internal system, but when they have to come and take approval on files, the system interfaces with the external applications. Next, please. So I'm skipping this. It's just that when an office gets a paper, they scan the paper, they browse and diarize it in the system. When I say browse and diarize, they need to give important information about the paper, what paper has come, from whom it has come, which department, which officer, and a number is generated. That number is important because that's the number on which you can track. Then if you need to move that paper in the workflow in your organization, just move the paper. But let's say at some point in time you decide to take action on that paper, you may insert it in a file. You create a file and then you start writing notings, digitally signing, and then moving in the system. At some point in time when the decisions are arrived at, you can generate a letter and send it to the original letter sender. So that's the entire workflow of a paper which has come to an office to a paper which has gone out of office, and in between the decisions recorded in the file. Next, please. Yeah. So you can see that's how an electronic file looks like. Next, please. Yeah. So I just take a minute on this new version of e-file. As I mentioned that 2009 was the first version of e-office. But since then, a lot of technological changes, it was important for us to migrate to come out on the latest tools and technologies. And as 2004 FTS-based systems, all data was brought into the 2009 system of electronic files. And subsequently till all versions which have come. So we needed to clean this data. We needed to clean the underlying structures. So the new version of e-office version 7 is on latest tools and technologies. It has redesigned the user experience and the user interface, and many processes have been introduced. So as we have arranged some trainings, as you want to go live from 1st of April, Madam, I request for me to move Maharashtra Secretariat onto version 7. Kindly provision me the required infrastructure, because that's the only challenge. The day you give me the infrastructure, I will require 3 to 4 days of downtime, depending upon the size of your documents and your database. I will migrate you. And the fact of the matter is that the way you use e-office older version, you still will be able to use it in version 7. But trainings we will parallelly conduct. But a file is coming into my inbox, I read it and I forward it in the system is what, I mean, fish to water, right? But we'll conduct. So just only one request, kindly give that infrastructure to me as soon as possible so that I can make you live before 1st of April. You may launch it after that time, but that infrastructure is a precondition for me to migrate. So these are some of the features of the new version. Next, please. Yeah, these are the screenshots. Many people said that the old version of e-office had only 2 windows. So if you write on the left window, on the right side, you can see either your notings previous or the correspondence or the draft. So we decided to break the system into 4 halves. You can see in the top left corner, the old notings. In the bottom left corner, you can write your current noting. And the right side, the top quadrant, you can see the correspondence list, and the bottom right corner, the correspondence. So you have all the 4. You can increase any of these quadrants to full length and do whatever you want to do. So some kind of changes in the GUI, and moreover, in the previous version, you could work on one file at a time. But you don't work like that in your desk environment. You can have multiple files open on your desk and work with them. So in the latest version, you can have multiple tabs for files. You can go to any tab. So some of the improvement. Next, please. Yeah. So it's an inbox. Next, please. I mean, these are some of the visuals. I will leave the slides with the group here. They can be shared. It's localized, so you can have your Maharashtrian e-office. You need to give me the labels. Right now, you are seeing the English labels. Government of Karnataka has given its vocabulary. So there's this Kannada e-office. So we can help converting the Maharashtra Secretariat e-office to Marathi e-office, but I need that language, the menu commands, and we can very quickly do this. Next, please. You can still type your noting in Marathi. So entering your noting comments in your own language was anyway earlier also available. But yeah, I'm talking of the e-office application itself. Next, please. You can sign multiply. Sometimes minutes of meetings are required to be signed by the committee. So multiple people can sign on the draft in the latest version. Next, please. Bilingual language, English, Hindi. So architecture you can script. Kindly. Next, please. As I mentioned about the knowledge management system, the easiest example which could come to my mind, if you have a circular coming out of an office, what were you doing? You were sending the circulars to each and every officer. But now you can put it on the notice board and it's available for everybody to see it right there. And you can create the documents, share the documents, give rights to people to whom they can broadcast. They can create their own groups in which they can share the knowledge or with the entire office, etc. Next, please. These are the features of the KMS. Next, please. This is the work from anywhere portal. If you look at it, it has the widgets in between where you can have calendar, your social media handles. On the left side is the e-file. Why should I go to e-office if I have no files? So this will show an alert. If whatever new files I have received, I can see it in the e-file widget. And I will go into e-office only if I need to go. They are all the, single sign-on enabled. So you don't have to log in into e-office or work from anywhere portal again and again. Only one time you log in into either of these applications and you can straight away go into the other one. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So as I mentioned that e-office is integrated by means of API with external systems. So, I think 2-3 years back, the government ministries and departments were requesting dependency to be shown on their dashboards. So we created rich set of APIs from e-office and the individual ministries' dashboards and their portals, they were getting information from e-office. So that was the read information. Similarly, from their external system, one can push into e-office and then take approvals. Now, I am just closing, sir. Next. Next. Yeah. The enhancements which we are doing is ease of working in e-sign. Right now, you have to type the entire Aadhaar for doing digital signatures using e-sign technology. But with the new version which is about to be rolled out, you just have to do only create an Aadhaar pin. Only register it once. After that, you don't have to type your Aadhaar again and again. Just give the pin, followed by an OTP, and the system will sign. So that is the next enhancement. Next, please. This is audit management system. Once we came on e-office, how will audit of files will happen? So this is another system which has been developed and is in the process of being rolled out. Next, please. Yeah. So this is the record management system. How do you archive your files? So we had physical archival system already as part of e-office, but we are now talking of electronic files and their archival. Next, please. Yeah, I kindly skip through. Next. Yeah, outcomes are already known. Next, please. Next, click. The values didn't come. Sorry, that last slide had the figures of its implementation across the country. As I mentioned, 700 plus organizations are onboarded on e-office, all central ministries, department, and around 300 central government organizations, and rest are the state government installations. Thank you very much. I hope I overshot my time. Percentage in terms of, if you are asking, 28 secretariats of the Yeah. So rest of the state governments, sir, they are on different processes, different stages of onboarding on e-office. So sometimes they take it and then there is no, there is a lull period, but then they again get up. So when I say 28 secretariat, in the full-fledged e-office is running. So that is the secretariat.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Sorry, I overshot my time.
I feel bad that you have had to cut it short. Now we can have Bhaskar. But I must mention you, ma'am, that your NIC team in Mumbai is fantastic. We have had series of presentations from them, and they taught us many new things. I very proudly told them we are having digital signatures and everything and storing it in DigiLocker. They said, "Sir, it's outdated. Now you got to move to a blockchain." So thanks for updating us. And now I invite Mr. Bhaskar that within about 10 to 15 minutes, you may please make a presentation.
Yep, I'll thank you to the chair. Thank you to Additional Chief Secretary, ma'am, for hosting us wonderfully for the last 2 years. We're very thankful. I must thank Secretary DRPG for giving me this opportunity. A rider before I give this presentation is, I'm giving a presentation on the CSMOP 2022. It's been entirely authored by Secretary DRPG himself. So any follow-up questions, you can please give Secretary DRPG. So can I have the PPT, please? While we wait for the PPT, you could recall a discussion with the Additional Secretary. Yeah, next. Keep clicking. Next. Next. Yeah, so you recall a discussion with the Additional Secretary DARPG had yesterday about e-governance in government. Does the regulation come first or the procedure come first? So I think DARPG has come up with this book which keeps updating every couple of years. I've left a couple of copies with the DARPG table there. If anyone is interested, they can take the couple of copies there. I'll go very quickly about the CSMOP, the need for a CSMOP. It comes with quite a lot of history attached, and the most significant reforms in Government of India over the last couple of years have been incorporated in the CSMOP 2022. I'll mention a few slides about that. And finally, I think Additional Chief Secretary ma'am mentioned about the record retention and the file weeding procedures. They've been fairly outlined quite granularly in the CSMOP. I'm sure Madam's CSMOP also will incorporate things like that. Next, please. So as I said, this is the book. It provides guidelines and instructions for the conduct of official business in Government of India. It covers organization powers, functions of Central Secretariat, and procedures for the preparation, circulation, and disposal. So the basic principle is efficiency to a large extent depends on following adequate processes. And we cannot follow adequate processes unless we have an established manual in place. Hence the CSMOP, which is constantly updated. Next. So these are the considerations which every bureaucrat has to look at. You look at speed, transparency, and quality, but you balance all of these with propriety. So that again is the fundamental building block of any decision making. Next. So why do we need a CSMOP? It's pretty self-explanatory. You need a uniform approach. You need awareness among cutting-edge levels, not just at the highest level or the middle management level. And you need institutional memory, right? And you need that your procedures are put on paper. So you are broad-basing your scope of decentralization. So all the departmental instructions, you have RBI coming out with master circulars once in every couple of years. So you don't need to hunt behind each individual circular. DOPT does that, DARPG does that in this book. This is an established practice of good governance. Next. Next. So a little bit about the CSMOP. It has, as I said, a lot of colonial history also attached. It owes its origins to the administration of Lord Curzon, who wanted to emphasize on the need for a permanent record which needs to be preserved, you know, for department to have a memory. File notings were kept separately from the correspondence portion, and flag file system was adopted way back in 1899. So these secretariat instructions with Lord Curzon's memorandum in 1899 paved the way for the first CSMOP in Central Secretariat, which was way back in 1955. This manual I'm carrying right now is the 16th edition of the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure. Next. So the the innovative thing about this manual is, as Madam Rachna Srivastava said, e-office also owes its existence to the Central Secretariat e-office manual of procedure. So with this book, it combines the e-office manual of office procedure and the general office manual office of procedure. And you can see, I've just given you a small screenshot there. So you can see the item in blue is wherever we are talking about e-office, how to handle the files in e-office. You can see the other items is all talking about general files. The items in blue are where we are talking about e-office. So in a concise book of 200 pages, you are covering e-office procedures and general office procedures. That is the idea. So all the procedures laid in earlier manuals have kind of been dovetailed with this new office, e-office applications. Next, please. So I'll just go through very, very quickly about a few features which we look at in the CSMOP. You look at management of incoming papers, darks and receipts. You look at one of the fundamental sine qua non of a digital secretariat is a digital CRU where you digitize papers. So how do you digitize papers? What is the appropriate scanning quality? Everything is actually mentioned in the CSMOP, right? And what are the responsibilities of a dealing officer, of a section officer? You also have what are the responsibilities of the personal staff to the minister, the PS, things like that. Next, please. You have file management systems. We don't just look at physical files now. In Government of India, the number of e-files are almost 3 or 4 times the number of physical files. So we're looking at how do you manage e-files, and we're also looking at how do you get rid of e-files. So we've issued instructions in that, even in e-files. So we look at referencing, docketing, linking, transferring, you name it, it is all there in the CSMOP. Next, please. So, one important part of this book is we have incorporated most of the administrative reforms undertaken by DERPG in 2020 and 2021. So as you can see, one of the most significant reforms in DERPG has been inclusion of 4 aspects of increasing in efficiency in decision making. The 4 aspects of delayering, delegation, desk officer system, and digitization all find place in the CSMOP. I'll not go into details of what constitute these 4 Ds. But next is, Government of India over the past couple of years has gone into disposal of pending matters. We have the special campaign 1.0, which was held in 2021. Recently, we finished the special campaign 2.0 from October 1 to October 31st, where we had record number of files being weeded out, record number of amount of money being generated as revenue. So all that also finds place in the CSMOP. As I keep coming back, it gives a procedure to the reforms which we are undertaking in Government of India. So we also have, once we're looking at record retention schedules, you also have to ask, what about historical records? I'm sure Government of Maharashtra also has a lot of historical records. We just cannot weed them out. So what do you do with them? So you have an accession procedure in the Civil Service Manual of Office Procedure where in Government of India, we go to the National Archives of India and we categorize records into category A, B, and C, depending on the historical importance and the value they give. So the CSMOP also outlines all of these. Next, please. So regarding decision making, transaction of business rules, what files need to be moved to the cabinet, what require interministerial consultations, how is a standard process sheet to be documented, how do you make noting. All these again are separately chapterized in the CSMOP. Next, please. So again, you have guidelines on drafting communications forms and channels. How do you, for example, there are extracts on what do you do if you receive oral instructions? How do you make oral instructions on file? Whose approval do you take? What about interdepartmental communications? Under what head can interdepartmental communications go? How do you communicate with attached and subordinate officers? What is the proper procedure to publish an official memorandum in the Gazette of India? All this again is also mentioned in the CSMOP. Next. So as DDG NIC was saying, the knowledge and record management system of NIC, the backbone for that is again the CSMOP. So how to make a note for a successor, list of important documents you need and what documents need to be retained. We have an illustrative list of records which we say that you need to maintain for permanent retention. So every department are encouraged to look at the CSMOP and make their own illustrative list. Obviously, they have to go for the record retention register in collaboration with NAI, which NAI has to vet that. But this is again gives you a very, very broad view on what records to keep, what not to keep. Next, please. So the CSMOP Chapter 16 also prepares guidelines for inspecting each department. As you can see, there are a series of questionnaires, there are a series of documents, there are a series of VIP cases. How do you monitor VIP cases, the registers to be maintained? In e-office, obviously, you don't need to have a separate register for VIP references. The moment you diarize a receipt, you can immediately say whether it's a VIP reference or a normal reference. And within the VIP reference, you can whether say it's a parliamentary reference or not parliamentary reference. So this part has become much, much easier with e-office, obviously. Next, please. So, as I said, you also need some legalese on how do you treat classified papers, confidential ID notes, PMO ID notes. What is the procedure from which level can a ID note be generated? Like from a deputy secretary level, I cannot initiate a note to the Prime Minister's office. It has to go from at least joint secretary level. So things like that are again documented in the CSMOP. Next, please. So, as I mentioned, this is the one of the most marquee reforms undertaken by the DERPG. This is delayering, which reducing the channel of submissions to less than 4 in Government of India, delegation of financial powers, desk officer system, and digitization. All DARP has issued multiple circulars for this. In fact, it has issued one consolidated circular for all of these. But all of these, again, independently find a place in the CSMOP. Next, please. So, the CSMOP also nudges departments to, adopt incremental reforms. We are advising to make available on the website the channel of submission. We advise to make, who's who. You see, most departments in Government of India, you open the channel of submission, you see that for different subjects, you see how many layers they go through. So I actually can go to Department of Health and say for drug regulation, how many layers of the decision being made on. So it's very transparent. So that is the basis of that is the instructions given by DERPG and the CSMOP. So as you can look at the last instruction, you say each ministry shall identify that work can be handled in a more effective and efficient manner by optimal use of a desk officer system. This is again an initiative which DERPG under Secretary has done, is we are pushing ministries to adopt a desk officer system. A desk officer system basically is a more functional role given to an undersecretary level officer so that he can report directly to the joint secretary. He can cut through the layers of, and he doesn't need to go to the channel of submission, the traditional channel of submission. Next, please. So these are a couple of activities we have done post the CSMOP. For example, so it has not been reflected in the CSMOP. As and when the CSMOP will be updated, this will probably reflect. I'm just mentioning it to give you an idea of that reform is a continuous process. We had mandated all ministries to discontinue interdepartmental reference in physical form. This mandate has come from the Cabinet Secretary directly. We have given an office memorandum on how to handle e-records. Right? We have given a detailed schedule for migration to e-office till March 2023. All offices in Government of India will be under e-office. We have given a self-assessment form, which is a periodic form to all ministries in Government of India to understand how they are doing when it comes to delegation, delayering, and implementation of desk officer system. We recently convened the National Experience Sharing Workshop on 23rd December under the chairmanship of Cabinet Secretary, which specifically looked at the initiative for increasing efficiency. Next, please. So other points in CSMOP you can look at is the knowledge management dashboard in e-office. As I said, the backbone is the CSMOP. So the idea is to consolidate all instructions on a given subject in one particular file. So I don't need to go running around all files. So ideally, this should be done in future iterations of the e-office. DRPG is working towards that. Next, please. This is about the record retention schedule. As I mentioned that you can't really destroy records easily in Government of India. You have to look at Appendix 9 to the GFR rules. You have to look at the Public Record Act and the Public Record rules. So you have a broad framework of categorization of records into A, B, and C depending on the historical nature of the records. And based on that, we have to observe the record retention procedures as you have in Chapter 10 of CSMOP. So all this is, I know it's a little granular, but you can probably have a look at the book there and you'll understand it much better. Next, please. So what about e-files, right? How do you know? Right now, NIC has not yet started a procedure for getting rid of e-files. We only have closed e-files, and we'll come to this later. Next, please. VIP referencing and tagging I already mentioned. Next. I'll wind up. Disposal of pending matters I already mentioned. It's already included in the CSMOP. Next, please. So just a last word on this. We envisage a digital secretariat, and it paves the way for future digital reforms. We're looking at e-office analytics, increasing VPN usage, and more digitization of the CRUs. So we've also, DRPG is in the process of releasing a monthly report on central secretariat reforms. So in the sense that we are monitoring the existing initiatives we have already undertaken on a monthly basis to find out if any department is falling behind. All this as, are part of the silent transformation in Government of India under the maximum governance and minimum government. Next, please. So this is the release of this book. It was released on the 5th August. As you can see, Secretary and Minister of State had released this in 5th August. So I just kept that there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhaskar. Well, friends, I'm happy to inform you that Sujata ma'am tells me that the Manual of Office Procedures for the state of Maharashtra is almost ready, will be launched very soon. And Srinivas, she says that we are going to beat you because the aapki to 2022 ki hai, we are going to have a manual 2023. And and she was telling Rachna quietly, I'll tell you that please give us the procedure for weeding out electronic files also, and I'm going to incorporate it in my manual. So there is a challenge to update. So thank you very much. And I was very fascinated by the terminology used that now you can do files anytime, anywhere. This is revolutionary ideas for a person like me. In Government of India, of course, many years ago, I don't remember the 9 years that I was there. Not a single Saturday, Sunday was at home. It was always in office because the files were too many. And the files were not only sensitive in a ministry like Home Affairs, but they were also very fat. And they used to be huge. So when you read it, I wish you could have given us that solution there. Read it anywhere at any time. I was also asking Sujata, we have our winter session of legislature in Nagpur. So what happens to the files? She says all the files are physically carried. Not all, but almost all of them, many of the files are carried physically. So I hope the digital Mantralaya or digital secretariat will enable us to have the winter session without physical movement of the files being carried from here. So I thank Bhaskar, and I must thank the DARPG for the excellent manual, because we have studied it a lot. A whole team led by the Additional Chief Secretary and Young, they have all studied the manual, and we have borrowed extensively from your manual. So thank you very much. Now I ask, I know Mr. Srinivas would like to make some comments, and then we will have it open for house, and you can ask your clarifications and suggestions, because there's still some time for the arrival of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. Yes, Mr. Srinivas.
I think this is one of the most important sessions that we've had, and as you would have noticed, all the members of the Good Governance Committee are here, we would urge that a 21st century secretariat cannot operate on a 1963 manual. So a new manual of office procedure is absolutely imperative, and it needs to incorporate the e-office procedures into it. And it took us a whole lot of time to rewrite this. In fact, when I first started it in 2018, I was told it's a futile exercise you are entering into because almost 500 pages to be merged and reworked. But we could do it. And in 2018, the Central Secretariat had 4 lakh files. Today, we have 37 lakh e-files. So that is the transformation that we have. 88% of our ministries are on e-office in a ministry's functioning. The second object which the Chief Minister yesterday announced was delayering. How do you bring a secretariat down to 4 levels? So we monitor analytics on e-office as to how many levels a file is passing. And we publish data on a monthly basis that these are the departments in which files are passing through 4 levels, and these are the ones which are not fully delayered, partially delayered, not at all delayered. So in addition to writing a manual of office procedure, it needs to be backed by a monthly report disseminating information on how the Secretariat is performing. And we would also urge that when we launched the campaign, the special campaign 2.0, yesterday we showed you that we earned 370 crores from office scrap disposal. That was laptops, desktops, photocopiers, and also old almirahs and furniture that was sold. And we could free up 90 lakh square feet of space. That was the kind of space that we freed up. We would suggest that that kind of a campaign should be conducted in the Maharashtra Secretariat. It will make a huge difference. As regards shifting of files, sir, I must point it out that I went to Srinagar 5 days after Article 370 was abrogated. And one of the requests the Chief Secretary had was that he had to travel 280 truckloads of files from Jammu to Srinagar as part of Darbar movement. 280 truckloads. Today, not a single truck moves because e-office operates in both Jammu and Srinagar. And both secretariats can function. So it is not in distant future, at least in the next 2 months, you can get both Nagpur and Bombay fully operational once your e-office goes. But it requires dissemination, as I said, a secretariat reform booklet. Your manual of office procedure is ready. Your manual of good governance, we hope, can be ready in the next 1 month. And e-office is almost rolling. So most of the things that we had can be taken forward. Thank you.
I must inform that Srinivas, the Honorable Deputy CM, is about to arrive. He's from Nagpur and he'll be very happy to know that it will be possible for us to hold the winter session at Nagpur without physically carrying all the files over there. And this will be a great, I would say, step in the direction of a digital secretariat. Anyone has any other? Yes, please. Very quickly and very briefly.
Sir, it's not a question, just a clarification either from Mr. Parthasarthi or you. Is there a resistance from departments in 2 areas? One is departmental inquiries, where a lot of oral evidences are to be recorded. So whether the departmental inquiries papers are also moved on the e-office basis, that is one. Second is processing of tenders, not the e-tender, processing of tender files, which are very thick normally. Whether you have resistance from various departments in this.
The big files, sir, the big tenders we noticed was with DRDO, Ministry of Defense and DRDO. DRDO has gone fully online. So they are now shifting even 10,000 pages of files from field formations to the headquarters. So Satish Reddy, as Secretary DRDO, said he will operationalize and handle large tenders on e-office. As regards departmental proceedings, the CVC is not fully online yet. The CVC handles it. DOPT is at around 30% on e-office so far. So they are partially moved. Confidential matters, they are still not yet on e-office.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Swadhin Kshatriya, sir. Sujata Sonik ma'am has gone to receive Honorable DCM, sir. Thank you, Rachna ma'am, for such an insightful session.
I'll continue. Don't
Yes.
hang. Otherwise, they will disperse like an unlawful assembly.
You're not
please,
supposed
please,
to
thank
disperse.
you very much.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who wanted to ask us. Please ask a question.
Good morning. I'm Abhijit Agrawal from Madhya Pradesh Cadre. Ma'am, my question was regarding e-office, because now a lot of old archive records are being digitized. So rather than putting them rightly on the e-office, can we discuss, or are you developing some suite where a record room, a digital record room can be created where a file on the request can be migrated to e-office? Otherwise, we all land up putting everything on the e-office.
Yeah. So the electronic file record which we are developing, the closed files can be sent on to the archival primarily for two reasons. One, that you reduce the load of files on the active systems. So the closed files can be sent on to the archival system from where they can be brought whenever they are required.
No, I'm talking about, say, I have 5 crore pages and there are, say, 5 lakh files which are already there in the record room. You want to digitize them.
That's your call. I mean, if they are to be closed and which category do they belong, you categorize them and then bring it into the system. But when you bring it into the system and you are not bringing them in your office, it's as good as putting them in the file system on any computer.
No,
So
I'm
that
saying,
is
can there
out.
be like a record room, which is like an e-office kind of a thing, and the file can be ported through API to your e-office whenever?
Exactly. That is what I am trying to state, that you bring it in e-office and then close it and send it to the archival room.
Okay.
So it is not in the active system,
Right.
but system will list that such a file is sent into the record room.
Okay. Yeah.
That recording is there. There will be a record in the system that such a file exists.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Otherwise, I'll request Mr. Parag Jain, our Principal Secretary, that ma'am made a request that for migration to the e-office 7 version, there will be a need for infrastructure, without which I didn't understand much about it. But will you highlight or will you enlighten us how you are going to provide the infrastructure for migration? What exactly, ma'am, is the infrastructure you require?
Sir, we have already shared that the new version of e-office works on the new technologies and new database for storing the files, MongoDB. Earlier it was in the file system. So it's a new technology and I need the servers and storage. So at present, whatever is given to us is required to be augmented by increasing the number of machines as well as the existing machines to be augmented with their capacities. That's what I need. So first I migrate them in their data center, wherever it is. After that, once they have been migrated to version 7, then they can tell me which data center. Maybe they are in the process of changing. So I migrate them first by their augmentation of the systems.
Thank you. I think we have both the Principal Secretary IT, Parag is here, and so also the Managing Director of Maha IT, Madam Jayashree Bhoj is also there. I'm sure you have taken a note of the request made by Madam Rachna Srivastava.
So we have
would you
already
like to respond,
Sir,
Parag?
I just want to say that we have already approved this in PIC last week. So all their request as far as NIC is concerned and migration from existing to e-office 7.0 is already approved.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Ajit Jain, our member of the committee.
What role do you think Public Record Act 1993 in case of Government of India has in the management of old record as well as e-records? And is your ministry in charge of the implementation of the act?
The Public Records Act 1993 is one of the seminal publications for management of Secretariat office records. What it monitors is how are records of historical value transferred from a department to the National Archives of India. In the state, the State Public Records Act determine how a record is transferred from the State Secretariat to the State Archives. So what are the records that are transferred? There is an A category record which is maintained for 25 years of historical value, which is not only for preservation but also to be microfilm. B category record, which is to be kept for permanent record and transferred after 25 years, but not microfilm. Then you have C category records, which are about 95% of your record, which need to be weeded out. So the record retention schedule is part of the Manual of Office Procedure. The Public Record Act mandates how a record would be transferred. So the CSMOP, working in unison with the Public Record Act, ensures that the Secretariat records are kept for modern India's history and archived for posterity. So it's important to know which of the departments are carrying historical records. For example, I'm sure Revenue Department would be carrying a lot of historical records. Police Department would be having a huge number of historical records. And whether these records have been transferred to state archives, kept for scholars, is something that you can look at. You can call these departments for a discussion. But C category records are what need to be weeded. And when we weeded out our record last October, we found 67 lakh files had to be weeded out. 67 lakh C category files in 1 year had accumulated in the Central Secretariat. So if you carry out an exercise now, Maharashtra Secretariat would be carrying at least 100 lakh files that will need weeding out. It is my broad assumption from the pictures that ACS GAD showed. So you may like to take stock as to how many C category files are there.
Yeah, my specific query, Mr. Srinivas, was that number of cases records are lost for whatever reasons, due to some disaster or whatever. Now, this is the only act which provides for some kind of a penal action for loss of records. So, and that is the reason why I'm asking this question.
Yeah. Yes.
So, is that is it being used in Government of India in case the record is lost, even if it is a C category record, but of importance? So, do you invoke that act for that purpose?
Yes, we do invoke it. In case a record is destroyed, then there is punitive action against the record officer, designated record officer of the department. It's also important that the designated record officer is adequately trained to ensure that he understands what is a C category record and what is a B category record. Otherwise, often what happens is that B category records tend to be destroyed in a weeding exercise. So there is a school of archival studies in Government of India which trains record officers. We had trained 3,200 record officers of Government of India in the school of archival studies, so that record maintenance is a very skill-based exercise, and it needs to be properly carried out. Otherwise, you can have a situation where records which need to be kept for posterity can actually be weeded out. And a lot of caution is required in what record will be weeded out. That's why the CSMOP prescribes registers which are for permanent record and registers which are of temporary record. For example, and we've had multiple queries in the weeding exercise from various departments as to how records will be weeded out. Will service books be weeded out? We have digitized records. Should they be weeded out? So a lot of clarifications were given, particularly to MHA records, to MEA records. In the Ministry of External Affairs, they set up subcommittees comprising of 3 former foreign secretaries. Chandrasekhar Das Gupta led one of the subcommittees, and they transferred 39,000 files of historical value to National Archives. So it is a granular exercise which requires senior level participation in it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Suresh Kumar, chairman of our committee, is there, sir. I wanted to mention to you, you have always been saying that addressing public grievances is one of the biggest challenges and part of the digital secretariat. Yesterday, sir, you missed a presentation for analyzing public grievances using artificial intelligence. There was a brilliant presentation by Professor Srivastava. I don't know whether he's here. He was from the IIT Kanpur. So that will be very useful for us to analyze. And you always say that we must categorize public grievances, try to find generic answers to that. So that system, so I'll request, sir, they are doing it for the Department of Administrative Reforms for Mr. Srinivas, that when the artificial intelligence is ready, how to please share it with us. And today, I went a step forward. Mr. Krishna, who was chairing a session yesterday, he says artificial intelligence will able to predict what public grievances are going to come to you. फिर हमारे लिए क्या काम रह गया सर? अगर सारा कुछ everything is going to be done by artificial intelligence, but he's very keen and he thinks one of the weakest links in our good governance and public administration is that adequate attention is not paid to public grievances. We are not in a position to handle so many grievances. So would you like to ask your question?
No, it's...
So बैठ के पूछिए आप. Please sit down.
No, it's not about public grievance, but from my personal experience, a few issues. See, my laptop is far more clogged than the Mantralaya and there are hundreds and hundreds of files which I've been trying and to sort out, not been able to do. So I keep them under different pen drive. And after some time, suddenly you find that pen drive is corrupted and the whole file is lost. So that is one issue, that over a period of time, if there is any negligence, whether the record is likely to be corrupted. My second experience, because I've done a lot of reports which I write in Word, and I find that different offices and the printer where I go, they all use different versions of Word. So you find that the moment you transfer file A from there, it doesn't work. When you go to get the report printed, it doesn't work. It comes out, the paging doesn't this thing. So whether the different versions in different offices across can affect the working.
Sir, one is the security features of e-office. What our understanding after discussions with NIC is that the system is secure, and every department has a cyber security officer who is responsible for security management protocols. So there are specific orders on this, and my last review with Rachnaji was about a month back, and we felt that e-office 7.0 is quite a strong and secure system. The second one is with regard to consistency between e-office 5.6 to 6.0 to 7.0. We find that file movement so far is consistent. There is no major change. On CPgrams, sir, this, as I said, Secretariat reforms is one report we bring. CPgrams is one report that we bring. I think a nuanced CPgram report would make a huge change.
Yeah, just add to the query that was made.
Sir, the query you raised regarding different versions of Microsoft Word, yes, sir. And it's a problem when you take, you create your document in one version and you go to another system with another version. So the only savior probably is a common format, which is PDF. So each version of Word gives you an option to save your document as a PDF document, and PDF formats are same across all the versions. This is one, sir.
I'm interested in section, particular section. Now, I requested one of our person there, so he did the Word copy of the manual. So from that Word copy, I have taken out the chapters and paras which I am interested in. So PDF is not really also useful for, so you do need Word document for this thing.
It won't. Only from the report perspective, yes, but from the editing perspective, no, sir.
Just a quick response. I'm Abhishek Singh, sir. I am CEO of the National E-Governance Division and Digital India Corporation and Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Just a question to the response to the question which was raised with regard to organizing files on the laptop. And as you said, that a lot of clutter comes in today. So there are AI tools which will ensure that even if you are saving all your files in the downloads folder, it will organize it based on the subject and keep it in separate folders, date-wise, indexed and properly for searching them. So those tools are very useful. The second thing that you asked with regard to like what happens when pen drives and all get corrupted when we save files and we would want to use it for a later date. We all know that we had 5.5 inch floppy disk, then we came to 3.5 inch, and then we have now these pen drives. So now the future is that we need to save all our documents on the cloud, and if you have documents on the cloud, any cloud environment, then it's accessible anywhere and anytime, and the cloud service provider ensures that the hard disk doesn't get corrupted. So the era of holding it on disk is also gone. And as for printing documents in different Word formats, what Rachana ji said is one way. The other option is also to, like even in a PDF, if you want a particular section, you can print only that part of the PDF document. And PDF also, okay, and you can also search intuitively in a PDF. So that also allows that. And Word is also working on a system, the new Office 365 that has come in, is working on to ensure that the formatting and the page width and all is aligned with the printer configurations. So in some time, that problem also will be resolved in Word.
Thank you. I think we need to take a small break. There is a film from the message from the Honorable Minister, which we have to test it. So will you do the testing? And we have also the arrival now, I think, of the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister.
I'll request Jayashree Bhuj ma'am to please give a memento to Honorable Kshatriya sir as a token of our appreciation. I'll also request Rachana ma'am to please take it. Please. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are likely to have arrival of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Devendraji Fadnavis sir anytime. महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सम्माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस सर का आगमन हो चुका है। मैं DARPG गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और जनरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र के बिहाफ पर सर का तहे दिल से स्वागत करती हूं, अभिनंदन करती हूं। I heartily welcome you, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis sir, on behalf of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, and General Administration Department, Government of Maharashtra, in this plenary session of Regional Conference on E-Governance. I would now request Shri V. Srinivas sir to present. I would now request Shri V. Srinivas sir, Secretary DARPG, to present a book of selected poems composed by Bharat Ratna former Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji on behalf of Government of India. also the I request Srimati Jayashree Bhoj ma'am, DGIPR, to present a bouquet on behalf of Government of Maharashtra to Honorable DCM sir. I request ACS Srimati Sujata Sonik ma'am to present a memento to Honorable DCM sir as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, sirs and ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र जी मोदी सर का कहना है कि IT plus IT will pave the path for IT. वो कहना चाहते हैं कि IT अर्थात इंडियन टैलेंट थ्रू स्किल इंडिया मिशन, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी थ्रू डिजिटल इंडिया मिशन will pave the way for IT, that is India of tomorrow. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन में जो विभाग दिन रात देश में डिजिटल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स के लिए प्रयत्नरत है, उस विभाग की तरफ से मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी श्री अमरनाथ जी को, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी DARPG, टू स्टार्ट द प्लेनरी सेशन विद अ वेलकम एड्रेस.
Honorable Minister of State for Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, who is gracing the occasion virtually, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Maharashtra, other distinguished participants on the dais, and those who are joining us online, as well as the distinguished participants in this hall. Good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all in this valedictory session of two-day eGovernance Regional Conference. As we all are aware that Honorable Prime Minister has been focusing on citizen-centric governance, and e-governance is a part of that exercise. How do we reach out to all the departments so that they can learn what is going on in the regional e-governance initiative, and we can learn from each other. We in the Department of Administrative Reforms are interacting with various state governments, various ministries, and district level officers. Lot of initiatives are being taken in the country and tremendous progress is being made. So it was apt that we organize this conference so that there is a learning from each other, and the initiative which have been taken can be scaled up quickly in all the states and even up to the district level. Maharashtra is one of the states which have taken pioneer initiatives, and we were witness to some of these initiatives yesterday. Whether it was migration tracker or e-registration, these initiatives are making a lot of impact on the lives of the citizens, making the life of the citizens easier, and as Honorable PM focuses, ease of living. Sir, we have done a lot of exercise yesterday, and there were large number of presentations which were made yesterday. And as we can come to the conclusion of this two-day conference, I'm sure all of us have learnt a lot. With these words, I once again welcome you to all on this valedictory session. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय के नेतृत्व में हमारे देश में 130 करोड़ आधार उपभोक्ता है, 118 करोड़ मोबाइल धारक हैं, 80 करोड़ इंटरनेट ग्राहक हैं और 43 करोड़ जनधन के खाते हैं. इस व्यापक जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल ट्रिनिटी के साथ ई गवर्नेंस के जरिए गुड गवर्नेंस देने की व्यापक आधारशिला रखी जा चुकी है. इसी विषय में गुड गवर्नेंस और ई गवर्नेंस पर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के इनिशिएटिव से आप सबको रूबरू करने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी श्री वी श्रीनिवास सर, सेक्रेटरी DARPG को, कि वो सहभागियों के साथ अपने विचार साझा करें। ओवर टू यू सर।
Respected Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Personal, Public Grievances and Pensions, respected Shri Devendra Fadnavis Ji, Deputy Chief Minister of the Government of Maharashtra, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, Additional Secretary, DRPG, Joint Secretary, DRPG, Shri Sanjay Kumar Ji, Shri S.S. Kshatriya Ji, former Chief Secretaries of Maharashtra, distinguished delegates. The regional conference at Mumbai is a milestone event. An advanced state like Government of Maharashtra has collaborated with the DRPG with special focus on e-governance reform. We are grateful for the support received from the Government of Maharashtra in curating this conference. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Jiten Singh Ji and Shri Devendra Fadnavis Ji for gracing this regional conference today. In November 2022, at Katra, the National E-Governance Conference, Dr. Jiten Singh Ji had encouraged ministries to pursue e-governance reforms to fulfill the government's objective of maximum governance, minimum government. Following extensive deliberations at Katra, the roadmap for digitally transformed institutions and digitally empowered citizens was identified. This included achieving saturation of mandatory e-services across states and central ministries, enhancing the number of e-services offered by ministries and states, strengthening the state portals and service portals in terms of accessibility, content availability, ease of use, security and privacy, status and request tracking, wider dissemination and replication of the national award-winning nominations, and adoption of e-office across state secretariats, attached offices, subordinate offices, with comprehensive revamp of the manual of office procedures. In the two-day conference at Mumbai, outstanding e-governance practices which were conferred the National E-Governance Awards have been presented. The regional conference also witnessed strong participation from startups, academics, and administrators. 30 states and union territories have nominated officials to participate in the two-day conference, and we have benefited from listening to over 42 speakers. Government of Maharashtra has presented the outstanding practices of state governments in 2 sessions. From 2018, when I joined DRPG, I've been part of 14 regional conferences which were held in different state capitals. The concept and themes of the regional conferences, as also the conference participation, has increased, with academics, startups, state civil service officers joining the conference deliberations. I am grateful for the leadership and guidance given by Dr. Jiten Singh Ji, who had enabled the creation of the vision and roadmap for DRPG's regional conferences by taking them to all states and UTs of India to enable widespread dissemination and knowledge sharing. The benefits of the two-day conference at Mumbai have been significant and will have a number of positive spin-offs both for the Government of Maharashtra and for the participating states in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivas sir. Now I request NIC team of Government of Maharashtra to showcase the film on innovations in Government of Maharashtra.
यायची पहिल्यांदा, म्हणजे मॅन्युअली जेव्हा पत्र यायची तेव्हा आम्हाला त्या पत्रावर नंबर टाकावा लागायचा, त्याच्यानंतर त्याचं डिस्ट्रीब्युशन करावं लागायचं शाखांचं. त्यानंतर ते कोणत्या ऑथॉरिटीकडून आलेले आहेत ते टाकतो आणि त्याच्यानंतर ते जनरेट करून ते संबंधित ब्रांचला त्या अधिकाऱ्याच्या नावावर ते सेंड केलं जातं. त्याचा फायदा असा झाला आहे की ते पत्र त्याच दिनांकाला त्याच दिवशी ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने सेंड केलं जातं.
त्यामुळे ही ई ऑफिस प्रणाली आहे ती बरीच फायदेशीर आहे आणि वेळ वाचतो. त्यामुळे
मॅन्युअली फाईल आता प्रत्यक्ष फाईलला पेपर लावून आणि ते काम करावं लागत होतं. आता ई ऑफिस प्रणालीमध्ये ऑनलाईन रिसीट मिळत असल्याने ज्या रिसीटवर कार्यवाही करावायची आहे त्या रिसीट लगेच त्याच्यावर कार्यवाही करता येते.
टपाल शाखेतून टपाल किंवा एखादं पत्र आलं तर त्याच्यावर कार्यवाही करणं हे मेन काम आहे. सो ते काम करत असताना त्या संबंधित नस्ती तयार करणं किंवा त्याचे पेजिंग करणं, संबंधित शासन निर्णय किंवा परिपत्रक बनवणं, नस्तीला लावणं, ही सगळी प्रोसेस करावी लागते. सो ई ऑफिस सुरू झाल्यापासून ह्या प्रोसेसला लागणारा वेळ आहे तो बऱ्यापैकी कमी झालेला आहे.
आता आपल्याकडे ई ऑफिस झाल्यामुळं बेनिफिट हा आहे की आपण प्रत्यक्षात फाईल जी आपण इथं पाहतो ती दुसरं कोणीही पाहू शकत नाही, म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये गोपनीयता आहे.
तसेच ई ऑफिसमुळे झिरो पेंडन्सी ठेवता येणं शक्य आहे. पैशाची नक्कीच बचत होत आहे. माहिती अधिकार, न्यायालयीन प्रकरण, लोकायुक्त प्रकरण, तातडीच्या प्रकरणावर त्वरित कार्यवाही होऊन ई ऑफिस हे निश्चितच फायद्याचं आहे.
जलद गतीने प्रत्येक फाईलचा निपटारा होतो
आणि त्याच्यामुळे बराच वेळ वाचतो आणि कार्यवाही अतिशय शीघ्र गतीने करता येते.
याचबरोबर दुसरं ई ऑफिसमुळे बेनिफिट झालं की जर पूर्वीची फाईल असेल आणि आपल्याला ते पाहायचं असेल तर आपण ते स्क्रोल नाही करून किंवा क्लिक करून आपण ते पाहू शकतो. म्हणजे आपली फाईल फक्त आपणच पाहू शकतो.
ऑफिस प्रणाली त्यांनी या ठिकाणी नव्याने आणली आणि त्याचा आम्हाला खूप फायदा झालेला आहे. माझ्या ज्या फाईली आहेत आज जर बघितलं माझ्याकडे फक्त एकच फाईल पेंडिंग आहे, जी मला ऑफलाईन असताना जी फाईल हाताळताना कमीत कमी 15 ते 20 मिनिटं लागत होते, ती फाईल मला हाताळताना आता फक्त 7 ते 8 मिनिटांमध्ये ती पूर्ण करू शकतो.
म्हणजे फिजिकली फाईल घेऊन जाणं तिथं आपल्याला लागत नाही.
कार्यवाही करावी लागते तेव्हा मी घरून सुद्धा आवश्यक असेल तर त्याच्यावरती कार्यवाही करू शकतो आणि ते प्रकरण निकाली लावू शकतो.
आपल्याला सर्वप्रथम म्हणजे कॉन्फिडेन्शियलिटी आलेली आहे, इझी टू ॲसेस आहे आणि जिथे कुठे आम्ही समजा प्रवासात असू किंवा आमच्या घरी असू तेव्हा लॅपटॉपच्या मदतीने आम्ही त्या फाईल्स तेव्हाच्या तेव्हा काढून आपल्याला झिरो पेंडन्सी ही आपण कार्यरत आपण अचूक केलेली आहे.
याच्यामध्ये अतिशय गतिमानशीलता येईल, प्रकरण तात्काळ त्याचा निपटारा फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर होईल अशी माझी खात्री आहे.
समजा आपल्याला एखादा पॉईंट जर ती फाईल जर घाईघाईत वाचल्या गेली असेल तर आपल्याला ती परत पुलबॅक करता येते आणि त्याच्यामध्ये आपण करेक्शन करू शकतो.
मीरा भाईंदर वसई विरार पोलीस आयुक्तालय यांनी महाराष्ट्र पोलीस दलामध्ये ई ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा प्रथम वापर सुरू केला असून जिल्हा घटकांमध्ये ई ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा वापर करणारे पुणे ग्रामीण पोलीस दल हे पहिले घटक कार्यालय आहे. पोलीस अधीक्षक पुणे ग्रामीण कार्यालयात प्रशासकीय कामकाज गतिमान आणि पेपरलेस करण्याच्या दृष्टीनं जानेवारी 2022 पासून ई ऑफिस या कार्यप्रणालीचा प्रायोगिक तत्वावर वापर सुरू करण्यात आला. राष्ट्रीय माहिती केंद्र भारत सरकार यांनी ई ऑफिस ही कार्यप्रणाली विकसित केलेली असून ती भारत सरकार आणि इतर राज्य सरकारे यांच्या शासकीय व प्रशासकीय कार्यालयात चालणाऱ्या कामकाजाच्या अनुषंगानं बनवण्यात आलेली आहे. या प्रणालीद्वारे आपण पत्रांची देवाणघेवाण करू शकता, तसंच कार्यालयीन नस्ती अर्थात फाईल या आपल्या वरिष्ठ अधिकाऱ्यांना पाठवता येऊ शकेल. कार्यालयीन कामकाज हे 2 प्रकारात केलं जातं. एक, टपाल रिसीट, ज्यामध्ये पत्रांची देवाणघेवाण केली जाते. 2, नस्ती.
Thank you so much, NIC. Now, I heartily welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh Sir, Honorable Minister of State, Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, who is joining us through a video conference. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Sir, are we connected with you? Namaskar, sir.
Yes, yes,
sir, I now request you to please release the e-journal of Maximum Governance, Minimum Government on Special Campaign 2.0 Special Edition. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Singh, sir, once again to inaugurate the Coffee Table Book on Good Governance Week 2022.
Coffee table है क्या? So it's a soft book.
Thank you so much, sir. अब मैं अपार हर्ष और करतल ध्वनि के बीच आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी सुजलाम सुफलाम महाराष्ट्र राज्य के सम्माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री लोकप्रिय नेता श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस सर को कि वो आए और इस द्विदिवसीय रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के प्लेनरी सेशन में अपना की नोट एड्रेस दें.
इस द्विदिवसीय रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन ई गवर्नेंस, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आज दूसरे दिन हमारे बीच उपस्थित केंद्र सरकार के राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय जितेंद्र सिंह जी, श्री सुरेश कुमार जी, श्री स्वाधीन क्षत्रिय जी, श्री वी श्रीनिवास जी, श्री अमरनाथ जी, श्रीमती सुजाता सोनिक, श्री NBS राजपूत जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित 30 राज्यों से आए हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स, हमारे महाराष्ट्र सरकार के अधिकारी, पूर्व अधिकारी और उपस्थित सभी बहनों और भाइयों, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छी पहल इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हो रही है. आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार जब से देश में आई तब से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लगातार ये प्रयास किया कि हम लोग गुड गवर्नेंस दें, और गुड गवर्नेंस की जो की है, चाबी है, वो ई गवर्नेंस में है. टेक्नोलॉजी जो होती है ये लेवलर होती है. टेक्नोलॉजी ये रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं करती कि व्यक्ति स्त्री है या पुरुष है, ये किस जाति का है, किस समाज का है, पैसे वाला है या गरीब है. टेक्नोलॉजी एक ऐसा टूल है कि जो सभी को एक पटल पर लाकर और सभी के साथ एक व्यवहार करते हुए वो डिलीवरी सिस्टम तैयार करती है. और हमारे देश में अगर हम हिस्टोरिकली देखें तो दो चीजों का हम लोगों को बहुत नुकसान हुआ है. एक, जो हमारे गवर्नेंस में रिजिडिटी है, जो हमने बहुत भारी ऐसी प्रोसेसेस तैयार की है, और दूसरा हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम, जिस डिलीवरी सिस्टम में बहुत ज्यादा लीकेजेस हिस्टोरिकली तैयार हुए हैं. आज हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने इन दोनों चीजों को एक प्रकार से पाटने की कोशिश की है. आज जिस प्रकार के गवर्नेंस इनिशिएटिव प्रधानमंत्री जी लगातार ला रहे हैं, और केवल ई ऑफिस नहीं तो हर तरह के ई इनिशिएटिव्स के कारण एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी आ रही है, एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी आ रही है, एक एफिशिएंसी आ रही है. और अकाउंटेबिलिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एफिशिएंसी ये गवर्नेंस के, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि बहुत महत्व के पिलर्स है. आज जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल, इस ट्रिनिटी ने देश के डिलीवरी सिस्टम को बदला है. वैसे तो हमारे देश में गरीबी हटाओ का नारा हमने लगातार दिया, सारी सरकारों ने दिया. गरीबों के लिए स्कीम्स
कई सरकारों ने तैयार की, किंतु ये सारी स्कीम्स में ट्रांसपेरेंसी का अभाव था, डिलीवरी सिस्टम एफिशिएंट नहीं थी, इसलिए देश के गरीबों तक ये स्कीम्स नहीं पहुंच पाई। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक ऐसी ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम तैयार की कि जिस सिस्टम के चलते आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, चाहे वो डीबीटी के माध्यम से हो या ई गवर्नेंस के माध्यम से हो, हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम के लीकेजेस धीरे धीरे दूर हुए और आज चीजें सीधा लोगों तक पहुंचती है। जिसके लिए चीज बनती है, जिसके लिए प्रोग्राम, जिसके लिए स्कीम बनती है, उस तक वो पहुंचती है। और इस ई गवर्नेंस का एक और फैसेट अगर हम लोग देखें तो इसमें संवाद, ये भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज है। जब तक हम लोग स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ संवाद नहीं करेंगे, तब तक स्कीम्स ये हमेशा ऑफिस स्कीम्स रहेगी, ऑन पेपर स्कीम्स रहेगी, लेकिन उसका डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन नहीं हो पाएगा। और एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए लाया, आज देश में जब भी कोई स्कीम अनाउंस होती है तो प्रधानमंत्री जी किसी एक राज्य में जाकर वहां डायरेक्ट इंटरेक्शन करते हैं और उस समय सारे राज्यों के साथ वो डिजिटली इंटरनेट के माध्यम से इंटरेक्ट करते हैं और उसके साथ साथ हमारे यहां पर जो सीएफसीज है उसके माध्यम से कॉमन आदमी से भी वो इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। तो आज एक स्कीम जब रोल आउट होती है तो उसी दिन 3 से 4 करोड़ स्टेक होल्डर से सीधा संवाद ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का होता है। और मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि दैट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस, क्योंकि जिसके लिए चीज बनी है उसको ही पता नहीं है तो वो चीज कभी उस तक पहुंच नहीं सकती। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो एक ई संवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमारे प्रशासन में लाया है, इसके कारण सीधे जब प्रधानमंत्री जी कॉमन मैन से बात करते हैं तो उसका अवेयरनेस भी बढ़ता है और अकाउंटेबिलिटी स्कीम की बढ़ती है और ओनरशिप भी बढ़ती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एक परिवर्तन आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, इसके कारण हमारी डिलीवरी सिस्टम भी इंप्रूव हुई है और हमारा गवर्नेंस भी इंप्रूव हुआ है। ये बात भी सही है कि हमको और बहुत आगे जाना है। आज हम लोग देखते हैं कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोग डेटा क्रिएट करते हैं। मैं एक बहुत बड़े बिजनेसमैन से एक समय बात कर रहा था और मैंने उनको कहा कि आप ये जो अलग अलग डेटा प्लान्स लॉन्च करते हो और आप इतना सस्ता देते हो, आप मुफ्त में डेटा देते हो, हाउ डू यू सस्टेन, व्हाट इज योर बिजनेस प्लान? तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि देखिए देवेंद्र जी, डेटा इज न्यू ऑयल। मैं डेटा की ऐसी रिपोजिटरी तैयार कर रहा हूं, मुझे डेटा में अब मैं लोगों से लूंगा तो 100 रुपया, 200 रुपया, 300 रुपया मिलेगा, पर मेरा डेटा जो कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं और उसकी जो रिपोजिटरी मैं तैयार कर रहा हूं, उसके कारण उस एक व्यक्ति ने इस्तेमाल किए हुए डेटा के भरोसे मैं लाखों रुपए कमा सकता हूं। और आज अगर हम विचार करें तो बिगेस्ट डेटा कंज्यूमर्स और बिगेस्ट डेटा क्रिएटर्स कौन है? वी इन द गवर्नमेंट, हम लोग हैं। हम लोग सबसे ज्यादा डेटा क्रिएट करते हैं, हम लोग सबसे ज्यादा डेटा कंज्यूम करते हैं। और आज आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि ये जो डेटा हम लोग तैयार करते हैं, जो कंज्यूम करते हैं, ये सारा डेटा जो हमारा है, इस डेटा को एनालिटिक्स के माध्यम से या फिर आजकल जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के टूल्स हमारे पास उपलब्ध है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हुए वी कैन मेक इट पार्ट ऑफ आवर गवर्नेंस। आज हम लोग देखते हैं कि डेटा ड्रिवन पॉलिसी ये बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर सफल होती है, क्योंकि डेटा ड्रिवन पॉलिसी में हमारे पास पैटर्न्स होते हैं, हमारे पास बिहेवियर्स होते हैं, ये सारी चीजें हमारे पास होती है। इसलिए धीरे धीरे हम लोगों को उसकी ओर माइग्रेट होना पड़ेगा। जिस समय मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तो एक बात हमेशा आती थी, क्या हो गया, सर्वर डाउन है, क्या हो गया, सर्वर ब्लॉक हो गया। कोई भी बड़ी स्कीम, और हम तो इतनी बड़ी कंट्री है, एक स्कीम रोल आउट कर दी तो एक समय हजारों करोड़ों लोग उसको लॉग इन करते और फिर ये सारे प्रॉब्लम आते थे। तो उस समय मैंने पहली बार ये कहा कि व्हाई डोंट वी माइग्रेट टू पब्लिक क्लाउड। हम लोग 250 करोड़ रुपए हर साल खर्चा करते हैं, हमारी सर्वर स्पेस बढ़ाते हैं। तो आज जब डेटा सॉवरेंटी है, ऐसे समय पब्लिक क्लाउड पर, जहां पर मिरर इमेजिंग भी हमारे यहां होती है, डेटा सॉवरेंटी, एवरीथिंग इज, ऑल टाइप ऑफ डेटा इज इन आवर कंट्री, ऐसे समय पब्लिक क्लाउड पर क्यों ना जाए। और आज जिस प्रकार के फायरवॉल्स या जिस प्रकार की चीजें ये पब्लिक क्लाउड में तैयार होती है, जिस प्रकार की अकाउंटेबिलिटी उनकी है, उतनी शायद हम लोग जो सर्वर यूज करें उसके नहीं है, दे कैन बी ब्रीच्ड। और उस समय हमने निर्णय किया, और निर्णय करके वी वर द फर्स्ट स्टेट टू माइग्रेट टू पब्लिक क्लाउड। हमको कभी भी उसके बाद ये प्रश्न हमारे सामने नहीं आया कि सर्वर स्पेस है कि नहीं, ये डाउन हो रहा है, ये अड़चन हो रही है, नथिंग हैपेंड। और साल के 250 करोड़ रुपए हम लोग बचा रहे हैं, और बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोग आज उसका इस्तेमाल करते हुए हमारे नए नए इनिशिएटिव्स ला रहे हैं। तो हम लोगों को ये विचार करना होगा कि आने वाले दिनों में हमारा डेटा, ये हम लोग किस प्रकार से उसका इस्तेमाल करें, किस प्रकार से इस डेटा को हम लोग एक रिपोजिटरी के रूप में स्टोर करें, ये सारी चीजों की ओर आने वाले दिनों में हमको जाना होगा। आज हम लोग देखते हैं इतने अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव्स अलग अलग राज्यों में हो रहे। अभी ई गवर्नेंस की यह बात हुई, ये बात सही है, ई ऑफिस हम लोग भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं। पहले यह होता था कि चूंकि लोगों को ये पता नहीं होता था कि उन्होंने जो निवेदन मुख्यमंत्री को दिया है वो कहां गया है, तो हर बार एक नया निवेदन वो लेकर आते थे और हर बार उस पर मुख्यमंत्री लिख देता था और वो वहीं जाकर अटकता था। आज ये परिस्थिति नहीं है। वो जब निवेदन लेकर आता है और अगली बार वापस आता है तो हम 1 मिनट में ढूंढकर उसको बताते हैं कि भैया आपको वापस निवेदन देने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, आपका निवेदन कहां पहुंचा है, उस पर क्या कार्रवाई हुई है। तो इससे एक अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी आई है और हमारा काम भी कम हो रहा है। पिछले समय क्षत्रिय जी जानते हैं, हम लोगों ने आपले सरकार पोर्टल शुरू किया और इस आपले सरकार पोर्टल पे हम लोगों ने कहा कि जो भी आपका ग्रीवांस होगा आप इसको अपलोड कीजिए। उसको आप मोबाइल के थ्रू कर सकते हो, आप उसको आपके पीसी के थ्रू कर सकते हो, किसी भी माध्यम से आप कर सकते हो। और उसमें एक एसओपी हमने तैयार की कि कितने दिनों में उसको सॉल्व किया जाना चाहिए, अगर नहीं होता है तो वो कैसे एस्केलेट होगा। और उसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि इतने बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों के प्रश्न सॉल्व हुए। एक तो उसमें ऐसा उदाहरण है कि एक महिला को उसके लैंड एक्विजिशन के पैसे 30 साल बाद मिले, आफ्टर 30 इयर्स। और महिला की हालत ऐसी थी कि झाड़ के नीचे रहती थी, शी हैड नथिंग। और 30 सालों बाद उसको सीधे 17 लाख रुपए मिले, उसकी जिंदगी बदल गई। तो ये जो पावर आज हमारे ये सारे जो हम लोग इंटरफेसेस तैयार करते हैं, इन इंटरफेसेस के जो पावर है ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और सबसे बड़ी महत्व की बात यह है कि आज हम लोग माने न माने पर हमारी सिस्टम को करप्शन ने कहीं ना कहीं खराब किया है और कई लेवल्स पर वो होता है। और अगर इन करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस से हम लोगों को बाहर निकालना है तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी ये एक ऐसा टूल है कि जो इस करप्शन को समाप्त करता है। कई बार हम लोगों ने देखा है, हम 1 विंडो सिस्टम करते हैं, सिंगल विंडो। वो बोलने के लिए सिंगल विंडो होती है, लेकिन सिंगल विंडो से अंदर जाने के बाद इतने दरवाजे होते हैं और हर दरवाजे पर कोई ना कोई पहरेदार बैठा होता है जो दरवाजा खोलने के लिए कोई ना कोई बात हमसे कहता है। इस प्रकार की चीजें करके फायदा नहीं होगा। अगर हम सिंगल विंडो की बात करते हैं तो एंड टू एंड हम लोगों को प्रोसेसेस मेंशन करनी पड़ेगी, डिजिटाइजेशन करना पड़ेगा, और बैकएंड प्रोसेसेस जब तक हम तैयार नहीं करते, वहां पर जब तक हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार नहीं करते, तब तक इस प्रकार के केवल आप अपलोड कर दीजिए, वो सिंगल विंडो है, और उसके बाद फिर आपको हर टेबल पे जाना है, इस प्रकार का गवर्नेंस काम में नहीं आएगा। हम लोगों को गवर्नेंस की प्रोसेसेस ये सारी डिफाइन करनी पड़ेगी, उसके लिए बैकएंड की तैयारियां करनी पड़ेगी, और जब ये तैयारियां करके हम लोग गवर्नेंस में जाएंगे तो मेरा विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से आज लोगों को तकलीफ होती है वो तकलीफ बंद होगी। आज मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि डिजिटल गवर्नेंस ने जिस प्रकार की ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाई है, जिस प्रकार की अकाउंटेबिलिटी लाई है, उसके कारण आज हमारा देश बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। और देखिए, मुझे याद है कि जिस समय हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र में लोन वेवर किया था, और उस समय हम लोगों ने तय किया कि 100% इसको डिजिटली करेंगे, तो काफी हमारे विपक्ष के लोगों ने भी हंगामा मचाया कि किसान कहां से अपलोड करेगा और कहां इंटरनेट है और कहां कनेक्टिविटी है। लेकिन मात्र 2 महीनों में 1 करोड़ किसानों ने 100% डिजिटली अपने जो क्लेम्स थे वो अपलोड किए, और एंड टू एंड डिजिटली हम उसको कर पाए। उसके बाद देश के अंदर जितने लोन वेवर या इस प्रकार के जितने अलग अलग राज्यों ने स्कीम्स की, वो सारी 100% डिजिटल इंटरफेस पर की। इसका करने का कारण क्या था? तो आप लोगों को याद होगा कि 2009-10 में इसी प्रकार से एक केंद्र सरकार ने लोन वेवर पूरे देश में किया था, और उस लोन वेवर का जब सीएजी का ऑडिट हुआ तो ऐसे ध्यान में आया कि करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए इन एलिजिबल लोगों ने ले लिए। लोगों ने अपने खेती किसानी के लोन के साथ साथ अपने कार के लोन्स भी उसमें से वापस कर दिए। 17-17, 20-20 लाख रुपए, 25-25 लाख रुपए के लोन लोगों ने उसके माध्यम से समाप्त कर दिए। कई लोगों ने तो लोन लिए ही नहीं थे, लेकिन लोन दिखाकर वेवर कर लिया। ऐसी कई चीजें सीएजी के रिपोर्ट में आई। ये क्यों हुआ? बिकॉज देयर वाज नो डिजिटल गवर्नेंस। और हमारे यहां आज हम लोग आज भी साइलोज में काम करते हैं। हमारे यहां इतना डेटा तैयार होता है, वो डेटा एक दूसरे से बात नहीं करता, तो मैन्युअली डेटा तो बात कर ही नहीं सकता। डिजिटल डेटा को फिर भी एक दूसरे से बात करने के इंटरफेसेस तैयार हो सकते हैं, पर मैन्युअल डेटा को तो वो परिस्थिति नहीं थी। इसलिए उस समय करीब 70,000 करोड़ रुपया हम लोगों ने देश में खर्चा किया, लेकिन जिसमें से करीब 20 से 25,000 करोड़ रुपया ये हमारे करप्ट प्रैक्टिसेस के कारण या करप्ट डिलीवरी सिस्टम ने उसको गलत लोगों तक पहुंचाया। इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि आज ये सारी सिस्टम्स को हम ई सिस्टम में जब परिवर्तित करते हैं तो उसके कारण देश का जो पैसा है वो जिन तक पहुंचना चाहिए उन तक पहुंचता है। देश के विकास में इसकी एक बड़ी भागीदारी होती है, और इसी के कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हम सबकी प्रतिबद्धता इस ई गवर्नेंस के प्रति जो है ये बहुत मजबूत होनी चाहिए। महाराष्ट्र की ओर से मैं ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि देश के अलग अलग राज्यों ने जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की है उनको महाराष्ट्र अपनाएगा, और अपनी खुद की जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है वो भी हम लोग अलग अलग राज्यों से शेयर करेंगे। हमारा जो गुड गवर्नेंस का सेल है, जिसमें बहुत मंच पर बैठे हुए और बाकी भी सारे बहुत एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोग हैं, इन्होंने बहुत प्रयास करके और गुड गवर्नेंस ई गवर्नेंस में बहुत अच्छा कार्य किया है। सारे नए मैनुअल्स हम लोग तैयार कर रहे हैं, जिसके बाद मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि विल बी एबल टू टेक द ई गवर्नेंस टू नेक्स्ट लेवल। और महाराष्ट्र तो वैसे भी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि डिजिटाइजेशन के बारे में या डिजिटल गवर्नेंस के बारे में बहुत आगे है, और ऐसे समय हम लोग उसको नंबर 1 पर लाना चाहते हैं। इसलिए जो केंद्र सरकार ने भी अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं, उन सारे इनिशिएटिव्स को हम लोग निश्चित रूप से हमारे पूरे गवर्नेंस में लाना चाहेंगे, ताकि लोगों को भी उसका फायदा हो। और साथ साथ हम लोग ये प्रयास करेंगे कि जिस प्रकार से गुड गवर्नेंस का एक इंडेक्स आज देश में तैयार हुआ है, जिसके तहत हम लोग अलग अलग राज्यों का एक इंडेक्स तैयार करते हैं, उनके ऑन वेरियस पैरामीटर्स उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस होता है गुड गवर्नेंस का, तो हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में प्रयास करेंगे कि हम उसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक ले जाए और डिस्ट्रिक्ट का गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स हम तैयार करें, ताकि एक बहुत हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में भी आए, उनको भी पैरामीटर तैयार हो, पैरामीटर पता चले, उन पैरामीटर्स पे वो भी काम कर पाए, तो उससे एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन ये निश्चित रूप से हम लोग कर पाएंगे। मैं आज के इस मौके पर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने महाराष्ट्र को ये जो कार्यक्रम है इस कार्यक्रम को होस्ट करने के लिए चुना। मैं आदरणीय जितेंद्र सिंह जी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र को इसमें अगुवाई दी, और उनको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि जो आउटकम्स इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से आने वाले हैं उन आउटकम्स को पूरी शिद्दत के साथ महाराष्ट्र में लागू करने का काम हम लोग करेंगे। मैं फिर एक बार आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हुए अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय भारत।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। सर, आपने कहा कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज द बिगेस्ट लेवलर। आज जब हम किसी से जानना चाहते हैं कि उसका स्टेटस क्या है, तो ये नहीं जानना चाहते कि जेंडर क्या है, कास्ट क्या है, क्लास क्या है, वेल्थ क्या है, पावर क्या है, पोजीशन क्या है। सिर्फ ये जानना चाहते हैं कि वो ऑनलाइन है या ऑफलाइन। हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन जुड़े हैं डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट पर्सनल पब्लिक ग्रीवांसेस एंड पेंशंस। मैं महाराष्ट्र सरकार के बिहाफ पर सर का स्वागत करना चाहूंगी, और सर के प्रतिनिधि के तौर पर मैं वी श्रीनिवास सर से विनंती करूंगी कि आप एक मेमेंटो डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर के लिए हमारे तरफ से रिसीव करें। मैं सुजाता सोनिक मैम से विनंती करती हूं कि आप प्लीज एक मेमेंटो एंड बुके मिनिस्टर सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू मैम। ऑनरेबल डीसीएम सर ने जैसे कहा कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ई गवर्नेंस पर बहुत ही ज्यादा फोकस रखते हैं। उन्होंने डिजिटल क्रांति के लिए, डिजिटल इंडिया के लिए बहुत सारे प्रयत्न किए हैं। उनका कहना है कि ई गवर्नेंस सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक गवर्नेंस नहीं है, ये ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस भी है, ये इफेक्टिव एफिशिएंट इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस भी है, और इको फ्रेंडली गवर्नेंस भी है। क्योंकि एक A4 साइज पेपर में पेड़ तो लगते ही हैं, लगभग 10 लीटर पानी भी लगता है। और जब हम पेपरलेस होंगे, महाराष्ट्र जैसे बहुत सारे देश के राज्य, केंद्र सरकार, जिला सरकारें और गांवों तक, तो निश्चित तौर पर क्लाइमेट एक्शन की दिशा में भी जो हमारे देश की सरकार काम करना चाह रही है, उस दिशा में भी हमारे टारगेट्स पूरे होने में, गुड गवर्नेंस के टारगेट्स पूरे होने में मदद मिलेगी। मैं अब विनंती करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह सर से, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट पर्सनल पब्लिक ग्रीवांसेस एंड पेंशंस, हु हैज जॉइंड अस थ्रू video conference, to kindly address the audience. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद। मंच पर आसीन महाराष्ट्र के लोकप्रिय उप मुख्यमंत्री और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हमारे मित्र श्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस जी, उनके साथ मंच पर एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी सुजाता सोनिक जी, संजय कुमार गुड गवर्नेंस कमेटी महाराष्ट्र के अध्यक्ष, क्षत्री जी जो हमारे एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी भी रहे हैं पूर्व में, और आज भी वो महाराष्ट्र सरकार में अपने अनुभव से और अपने तजुर्बे से हमें गाइड कर रहे हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त प्रशासनिक विभाग के सचिव श्रीनिवास जी और उसी विभाग के हमारे अन्य साथी अमरनाथ जी, राजपूत जी, केंद्र सरकार और महाराष्ट्र सरकार के उच्च अधिकारीगण, भिन्न भिन्न राज्यों एवं केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों से आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण, अधिकारीगण, सबसे पहले तो मुझे हाथ जोड़ करके क्षमा याचना करनी है देवेंद्र जी से भी, और महाराष्ट्र सरकार में हमारे अन्य मित्रों के साथ भी, क्योंकि मैंने ही आपको आमंत्रित किया, मैंने ही आपसे आग्रह किया, आपकी व्यस्तम दिनचर्या में से आपको कुछ पल चुराकर यहां लाया और स्वयं ही वहां उपस्थित नहीं रह पाया। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कोई ऐसी मजबूरी रही होगी इतनी गंभीर, क्योंकि मैं कल भी प्रवास पर था उत्तर भारत के, रात को पहुंचा, अभी रास्ते में हूं, उत्तर प्रदेश की ओर कूच करना है, कुछ इस प्रकार का दायित्व आन पड़ा था। तो इसलिए आई एम एक्चुअली वेरी ऑनेस्टली एम्बैरेस्ड। अब श्रीनिवास जी अपने आरंभिक वक्तव्य में ये कह रहे थे कि हमने महाराष्ट्र में इस प्रकार का आयोजन किया है और भिन्न भिन्न राज्यों में और क्षेत्रों में करने की योजना है। तो मैं इसमें ये बात भी जोड़ दूं कि बहुत कुछ एक वर्ष पहले जब हमने ये क्रम शुरू किया तो मन में ये विचार था कि क्या भारत सरकार को हम विज्ञान भवन से बाहर निकाल सकते हैं, क्योंकि अधिकतर इस प्रकार की गोष्ठियां, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, कन्वेंशंस केंद्रीय राजधानी में हुआ करती थी। और उसी क्रम में हम देश के भिन्न भिन्न भागों में पहुंचे। उत्तर में लद्दाख, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, दक्षिण में हैदराबाद, मध्य भारत में नागपुर, उत्तर प्रदेश में लखनऊ, पूर्वोत्तर में शिलांग, ईटानगर और अरुणाचल। और उसके जो परिणाम निकले वो न केवल सकारात्मक थे बल्कि बहुत ही प्रोत्साहित करने वाले थे, क्योंकि वो रचना कुछ और ही तरह की थी। और इसलिए मुझे इस बात का हर्ष भी है और संतोष भी महसूस हो रहा है कि हम इस वर्ष का सबसे पहला इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम महाराष्ट्र की राजधानी मुंबई में कर रहे हैं। सन 2023 का वर्ष भारतवर्ष के लिए महत्वपूर्ण वर्ष है। इसमें G20 की मेजबानी का भी वर्ष है और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के सुझाव पर इसको विश्व भर में इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स के तौर पर भी मनाया जा रहा है। अभी हाल ही में पहला रोजगार मेला हुआ जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बटन दबा करके 71,000 नियुक्ति पत्र जारी किए और आज हम सब मुंबई में इस कार्यक्रम के लिए एकत्रित हैं। अब जैसे देवेंद्र जी ठीक कह रहे थे कि सुशासन पर किस प्रकार से बल दिया जाए और गुड गवर्नेंस को किस तरह से आगे बढ़ाया जाए, उन्हीं की बात को जोड़ते हुए मैं ये कहूंगा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक मंत्र दिया, मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट। अब अक्सर जब सोचते हैं तो लगता है कि इसका अर्थ क्या निकलेगा। यदि आप सरल भाषा में सोचें तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि शायद एक ऐसी व्यवस्था जहां प्रशासन हो, सुशासन हो, परंतु सरकार का बहुत अधिक हस्तक्षेप ना हो, उतना ही हो जितना कि अनिवार्य है। यानी सरकार का अभाव भी नहीं और सरकार का अनुचित प्रभाव भी नहीं। और ये मंत्र हमें मोदी जी ने दिया, क्योंकि अंततः यदि मैक्सिमम गवर्नर मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट का लक्ष्य ये है कि ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस, और ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस का लक्ष्य है कि ईज ऑफ लिविंग फॉर अ कॉमन सिटीजन, तो उसके लिए अनिवार्य ये भी है कि प्रशासन की बाधाओं को दूर किया जाए, उसमें सरलता लाई जाए। और आपको ये बात कहते हुए मुझे विशेष संतोष महसूस हो रहा है कि ये एक ऐसी सरकार है जिसने पिछले 8-9 वर्षों में लगभग 1600 नियम कानून समाप्त कर दिए जो समय के साथ साथ अपना औचित्य खो बैठे थे, जो वक्त के तकाजे के मुताबिक अब रहने लायक नहीं थे। और ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि अक्सर सरकारें ये बात कह करके गर्व महसूस करती हैं, अधिकारीगण भी, मंत्रीगण भी, कि मेरे समय में ये हुआ, मैंने अपने समय ये कानून लाया, मैंने अपने समय में ये नियम लाया। ये एक ऐसी सरकार है जो ये कहने में संतोष महसूस करेगी कि हमारे समय में 1,500-2 हजार नियम हमने खत्म कर दिए। वो इसीलिए कि प्रशासन में सरलता है। सरकार बनने के 2-3 मास के बाद ही सन 2014 में लगभग सितंबर के महीने में बरसों से चली आ रही अंग्रेजों के समय की कुरीति थी कि हर युवा अपने सर्टिफिकेट दस्तावेज अटेस्ट करवाता था गेस्टेड अधिकारी के द्वारा, उसे समाप्त कर दिया गया। सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन का प्रावधान लाया गया और एक संदेश देश भर में गया कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ऐसी सरकार है जिसमें इतनी क्षमता है कि अपने देश के नौजवान पर विश्वास कर सके। उसके बाद इंटरव्यू की पद्धति को समाप्त किया। मोदी जी ने लाल किले से आह्वान किया था स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर कि क्या ऐसा संभव है कि इंटरव्यू के बारे में कुछ विचार किया जाए, और हमारे विभाग ने 2-3 महीने के अंदर उस प्रक्रिया को संपन्न किया। न केवल उसमें एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिला हर युवा को, चाहे उसकी पृष्ठभूमि कुछ भी रही हो, उन शिकायतों से भी मुक्ति प्राप्त हुई जो भेदभाव की, पक्षपात की आती थी, बल्कि स्टेट एक्सचेकर का खर्चा भी कम हुआ। और मुझे भली भांति याद है, अब शायद क्षत्रिय जी को याद होगा कि ना हो, नहीं होगा तो उन्हें भी अच्छा लगेगा याद करके, कि वो उस समय चीफ सेक्रेटरी थे महाराष्ट्र के, और सबसे पहले महाराष्ट्र राज्य से ही हमें फीडबैक आया जिसमें उन्होंने एक बहुत ही संतोषजनक हमें एक इनपुट दिया कि इतना अमाउंट, इतनी सारी राशि उन्होंने बचाई स्टेट एक्सचेकर के लिए केवल इस कारण से कि इंटरव्यू के लिए वो सारी व्यवस्था नहीं करनी पड़ी। क्योंकि जैसे आप जानते हैं कभी एक पद के लिए हजारों याचिकाएं आती हैं, फिर आप इंटरव्यू करेंगे तो 1 सप्ताह इंटरव्यू चलेगा, फिर आप एक्सपर्ट बुलाएंगे, फिर एक्सपर्ट के लिए रहने की व्यवस्था होगी, भोजन की व्यवस्था होगी, प्रोटोकॉल की व्यवस्था रहेगी। तो कहने का तात्पर्य ये कि इस सरकार ने पिछली सरकारों से हट करके एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन करके, प्रयोग करके कुछ ऐसे नए इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं जो शायद पिछली सरकारें स्टेटस को इसमें रहते हुए मुनासिब नहीं समझती थी, या उस प्रकार का ना उनका ध्यान था, ना प्राथमिकता थी। इसी तरह उप मुख्यमंत्री जी सही फरमा रहे थे कि डेटा का ये युग है, और ये जो हमने डिजिटलाइजेशन किया है, ये ई गवर्नेंस है, ये जैसे मैंने कहा सरलता भी लाएगा, सुविधा भी लाएगा, समय भी बचाएगा, राशि भी बचाएगा, साथ ही साथ हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण डेटा का एक सोर्स भी बनेगा। उदाहरण के तौर पर जो सीपी ग्राम्स है, श्रीनिवास जी के ही देखरेख में चल रहा है हमारा ग्रीवेंस का सेल, जिसके साथ अब धीरे धीरे अन्य राज्य भी जुड़ रहे हैं, उनको भी हमने सुझाव दिया और अब उन्होंने वो प्रक्रिया शुरू भी कर दी है। वो उसके मैनुअल्स निकाल रहे हैं, यानी सबसे अधिक शिकायतें कौन से मंत्रालय की आती हैं, शायद रेलवे की आती हैं, फिर उसके अतिरिक्त स्वास्थ्य विभाग के। तो एक हमारे पास जब डेटा रहेगा तो हम संबंधित विभाग और मंत्रालय तक भी पहुंचा सकेंगे, वो भी मंथन कर सकेंगे, उनको भी अवसर रहेगा सोचने का कि कहीं कोर्स करेक्शन की जा सकती है। क्योंकि मेरा व्यक्तिगत ये मानना है कि यदि एक विषय को लेकर के 3 बार शिकायत आ जाती है एक ही प्रकार की, इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि वो नियम संशोधित करने लायक है। पहली बार हो सकता है वो मोटिवेटेड हो, दूसरी बार हो सकता है किसी अपने स्वार्थ से किया हो, अगर तीसरी बार भिन्न भिन्न क्वार्टर से अगर एक ही शिकायत आती है तो उस पर विचार करना जरूरी है। लेकिन वो क्या ऐसा मुद्दा रहेगा या उसका क्या निवारण रहेगा, उसके लिए भी डाटा उपलब्ध करने के लिए ये मैनुअल्स रहेंगे। इसी तरह से हमने सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमीशन के साथ भी आग्रह किया, उन्होंने भी हमें मैनुअल्स तैयार करके देने शुरू किए कि किस तरह के विजिलेंस केसेस आते हैं। अब जहां तक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स का संबंध है, देखा जाए वैसे तो ये इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, और आजादी की मध्य रात्रि 15 अगस्त 1947 से ही प्रारंभ हो गया था, जब ये कलेक्टर रेवेन्यू कलेक्ट करने वाला, लगान कलेक्ट करने वाला रेवेन्यू ना रह करके डिस्ट्रिक्ट डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर बन गया। टू जनरेट रेवेन्यू फॉर द वेलफेयर स्टेट, और निरंतर ये क्रम जारी है। लेकिन मोदी जी ने इसमें वैल्यू एडिशन ये किया कि उन्होंने इसे एक डिजिटल आउटलुक दिया, इसे एक नया स्वरूप दिया, और डिजिटल इंडिया का उल्लेख उन्होंने अपने स्वतंत्रता दिवस के भाषण में भी किया और समय समय पर भी करते रहे। और जैसा अभी इससे पूर्व कहा जा रहा था, जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की जैम इटर्निटी, आपको स्मरण होगा शुरू में ही जनधन योजना के अंतर्गत सबके खाते खोलने का एक क्रम शुरू हुआ। लोगों ने प्रश्न किया कि ऐसा क्यों अनिवार्य है, आधार पर बल दिया गया, और आज उसके परिणाम हमें कोविड के दौरान देखने को आए। किस प्रकार राशि जिसके खाते में जमा करवानी थी पहुंच जाती थी, सही पहुंची कि नहीं पहुंची उसकी तस्दीक भी हो जाती थी। और इतना ही नहीं, कोविड के दौरान लगभग भारत सरकार में 80% कामकाज उसी तरह से सामान्य रूप से चलता रहा जैसे पहले चलता था। वो इसलिए कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड आने से पहले, क्योंकि कोविड की किसी ने भविष्यवाणी नहीं की थी, लेकिन हम पूरी तरह से लगभग ऑनलाइन चले गए थे। और उसका यह प्रमाण है कि हमारे बहुत से ऐसे एजेंसी, जैसे हमारा कैट है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल, एक दिन भी उसमें विलंब नहीं हुआ। हमारा CIC, सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी को जानकर के ये हैरत भी होगी और अच्छा भी लगेगा कि हमने एक आंकड़े इकट्ठे किए, तो जून मास 2020 और जून मास 2019 कि कितना डिस्पोजल हुआ सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन से RTIs का और अन्य याचिकाओं का। और आपको बड़ा अचंभा होगा जब मैं ये कहूंगा कि जून 2020 डिस्पोजल रेट हायर था, अधिक था, तुलना में 19 जून, जबकि कोविड अभी नहीं आया था। क्योंकि कोविड के दौरान हमारा ऑनलाइन काम लगातार चलता रहा, कई बार अवकाश के समय भी काम होता था और डिस्पोजल रेट बढ़ गया। और एक अधिकारी ने मुझे कहा कि अब नया मंत्र यह होना चाहिए कि मिनिमम अटेंडेंस, मैक्सिमम आउटपुट। 50% हमारी हाजिरी रहती थी दफ्तरों पे, लेकिन हमारे अधिकारी छुट्टी के दिन भी काम करते थे, शनिवार रविवार को भी करते थे। तो ये सारा इसलिए संभव हुआ कि एक व्यवस्था मोदी जी ने पहले से ही स्थापित कर दी थी, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप कोविड का हमारे ऊपर कोई प्रतिकूल प्रभाव नहीं पड़ सका। ई-गवर्नेंस का जब उल्लेख किया जाता है तो कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं, इसके जो भिन्न भिन्न लाभ है, तो इंक्रीज ट्रांसपेरेंसी, इंक्रीज अकाउंटेबिलिटी, इंक्रीज ऑब्जेक्टिविटी, इंक्रीज सिटीजन पार्टिसिपेशन, जिसको बार बार हम बल देते हैं कि नागरिक की भागीदारी। और मुझे लगता है आने वाले समय में इसके और परिणाम हमारे अनुभव में आएंगे, क्योंकि अभी हम नए नए इस दिशा में निकले हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर जैसे हमारे अधिकारियों के APRs होते हैं, अक्सर ये शिकायत आती है कि साहब वो APR गलत लिखा गया या सही नहीं लिखा गया। कई बार कोई अधिकारी हमारे पास ये भी आता है कि एक दूसरे के पास जाना मुश्किल होता है, तो जो जनप्रतिनिधि है उसके पास कोई भी जा सकता है। तो कोई अधिकारी ये भी आके कहते हैं कि साहब वो फलां अधिकारी थोड़ा सा मेरे से नाराज था इसलिए उसने लिख दिया ऐसे, फलां को कुछ अपनी परेशानी थी उसने मेरे लिए ऐसे लिख दिया, मेरा घटा के 9 नंबर होना चाहिए था कर दिया 6 नंबर। अब जब आपके पास आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस होगा, जब आपके पास ऑनलाइन होगा, तो जो आपका कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी है या कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी है या आपका जो बॉस है, ना उसके मूड का कोई फर्क पड़ेगा, ना वो घर से नाराज आया कि खुश आया उसका फर्क पड़ेगा, ना वो आप पर मेहरबान है कि नहीं है उसका असर पड़ेगा। तो इस प्रकार की ऑब्जेक्टिविटी लाने का काम भी हमारे अनुभव में धीरे धीरे आने लगेगा। हमें राइट ऑफिसर फॉर द राइट जॉब, क्योंकि ऐसा हमने अब एक व्यवस्था तैयार कर ली है कि सिंपली बाय द क्लिक ऑफ माउस आपको हर अधिकारी का प्रोफाइल आपके सामने आ जाएगा और कंप्यूटर ही उसको मैच कर देगा AI के जरिए, ताकि कोई बायस पर्सनल ना आए, ह्यूमन बायस, कि किस काम के लिए वो किस तरह से कितनी तरह से उपयुक्त रहेगा। सेविंग ऑन स्टेट एक्सचेकर होगा, जैसे मैंने अभी उदाहरण दिया, महाराष्ट्र से ही उसकी रिपोर्ट आई थी। साइंटिफिक एवेल्युएशन, एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट का अनुभव हुआ, पहले ऐसा हुआ करता था कि बैकवर्ड डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आते थे, जो मंत्री का अपना जिला होता था उसको बैकवर्ड में डाल देते, लेकिन एस्पिरेशन में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। अब चूंकि मैं उस टोली के साथ जुड़ा था, जिस दिन वो लिस्ट छाया हुई तो सबसे पहले मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में फोन आने शुरू हो गए, साहब आप दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, इतना भी नहीं कर सके, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी कम से कम एक जिला डाल देते इसमें। लेकिन उनको बताना पड़ा, तो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में वो जमाना जाता रहा कि अगर रेल के मंत्री बन जाओ तो सबसे पहले अपने गांव में रेल का स्टेशन बनाओ, भले मुसाफिर हो के ना हो। तो अब ये टोटल ऑब्जेक्टिविटी है, वहां 40-42 मापदंड है, पैरामीटर हैं, उसके आधार पर शिक्षा का पैरामीटर, स्वास्थ्य का पैरामीटर, सैनिटेशन का, और उसके आधार पर यह निर्णय किया जाता है कौन सा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एस्पिरेशन है, स्टेट के लेवल पे क्या है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उसका क्या दर्जा है। इसी प्रकार स्वामित्व का कार्यक्रम हमारा एक सफल स्टोरी है, जिसमें लगभग सारी पंचायतों का इस प्रकार से मैपिंग कर दिया गया है कि अब बहुत से हमारे पटवारी मित्र भी सोचने लगे कि उनके लिए क्या काम रह गया करने को, क्योंकि नागरिक स्वयं एक्सेस कर सकता है अपनी जमीन की निशानदेही इत्यादि। प्रिवेंशन करप्शन एक्ट में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल धीरे धीरे आने लगा है। जो कोई याचिका देता है तो उसमें कितना सत्य है कितना नहीं है, और जो अनस्पोकन है वो भी क्या बात है। पेंशन के लिए बहुत सुधार हुए, डिजिटल प्रमाण पत्र तो था ही था। पिछले 7-8 महीनों से सबसे पहली बार मुझे लगता है कि सरकार में आर्टिफिशियल फेस रिकग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग किया गया है कि बहुत बुजुर्ग पेंशनर है तो उसकी हाथ की लकीरों में फर्क आ जाता है, बायोमेट्रिक को केवल मोबाइल में उसने देखना है और कैमरे के माध्यम से वो आधार से वेरिफिकेशन हो जाता है, तो 60 सेकंड में वो डिजिटल या फेस टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड, फेस रिकग्निशन टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड प्रमाण पत्र उस बैंक तक उपलब्ध हो जाता है जहां उसकी पेंशन है। आरटीआई अब 24 घंटे कर दिया गया, पहले मजबूरी थी 10 से 4, अब उसको हमने मोबाइल ऐप पे डाल दिया है। कई ऐसे सज्जन होते हैं जिनको रात मध्यरात्रि के बाद ज्ञानोदय होता है, वो समय भी आरटीआई डाल सकते हैं। ये सारी क्रांतिकारी जो इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव लिए गए हैं पिछले कुछ एक वर्षों में, इसलिए गए कि पूरी तरह से हमने टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन गवर्नेंस की तरफ जाने का काम प्रारंभ कर दिया है। और अब ठीक कह रहे थे देवेंद्र जी कि जिला स्तर तक जाना, मुझे खुशी है कहते हुए गुड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स 2021 में हमने 10 सेक्टर कवर कर लिए और 58 उसमें इंडिकेटर हैं। डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नर इंडेक्स हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में लागू हो चुका है, जम्मू कश्मीर में लागू हो चुका है, अब मध्य प्रदेश में काम जारी है। धीरे धीरे डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म्स, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के सौजन्य से हर प्रदेश में इसको, और मैं चाहूंगा कि इसके बाद हम ब्लॉक के तरफ जाए, पंचायत की तरफ जाए। हमने एक अभियान भी शुरू किया है प्रशासन गांव की ओर, और इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करने के लिए नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस सर्वे डिलीवरी असेसमेंट नाम का एक व्यवस्था भी स्थापित की है सन 2019 में। और बात करने से ये मैं कह लूंगा पहले कि हम पहले तो आगे हम जब इस प्रकार की घोषणा होती है कि ये कर सकते हैं कि हम एक तो जैसे हम गुड प्रैक्टिसेस अपने में एक्सचेंज करें, जैसे उप मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि कुछ राज्य ने कौन सी सक्सेस स्टोरी है वो दूसरे राज्य में लाई जैसे, उसका सबसे एक अच्छा तरीका ये है कि कपलिंग ऑफ स्टेट्स, ये भी एक प्रयोग करने का प्रयास किया है थोड़ा बहुत, बीच में कोविड आ गया था। यानी जिन प्रदेशों की सामान्य परिस्थितियां या सामान्य उनकी प्राथमिकताएं या समस्याएं, उनको किस तरह से जोड़ दिया जाए एक निरंतर परामर्श के लिए, कंटिन्यूअस इंटेग्रेशन, सो दैट उनका डे टू डे बेसिस पर अनुभवों का एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान है। अब छोटा सा उदाहरण मान लीजिए, जैसे झील का सफाई का एक बहुत बड़ा विषय रहता है कुछ एक प्रदेशों में, तो 2-3 प्रदेश ऐसे हैं जहां पर अक्सर ये शिकायत आती है। जम्मू कश्मीर में डल की झील है श्रीनगर में, मध्य प्रदेश में भोपाल की झील का काम है, मणिपुर में एक दूसरी झील है जिसको लेकर के सफाई को लेकर के पीछे कोई घोटाला भी हुआ, सीबीआई के पास भी चला गया। तो किस प्रकार से ये अपने आप को इंटेग्रेट कर ले। इसी प्रकार एग्रीकल्चर के क्षेत्र में, और अब उनका काम और सुचारू हो सके उसके लिए हमने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कमीशन जो भी हाल ही में गठित हुआ है उसकी सेवाएं लेने का भी प्रयास शुरू कर दिया है। और अब आने वाले समय में जैसे कि अमृतकाल कहा जाता है कि 25 वर्ष सन 2047 में, मैंने श्रीनिवास जी से भी उस दिन मशवरा किया था कि मुझे लगता है कि हमें बल देना पड़ेगा उन अधिकारियों के शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण पर जिनके पास अगले 25 वर्ष अभी अपनी सेवा को समर्पित करने के लिए है, ताकि जब शताब्दी भारत का निर्माण हो तो उसका चित्र कैसा हो, उसकी तस्वीर कैसी हो, उसके लिए हम उनकी क्षमता निर्माण, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कर सकें। उस समय का दृश्य कैसा होगा, उसके लिए हमने एक विजन 2047 डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना शुरू किया, बिकॉज इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू विजुअलाइज 2047 थ्रू द प्रिज्म ऑफ 2023। जैसे आज स्वामित्व के कारण सारे रेवेन्यू अधिकारी कामकाज से हट गए हैं, सारा काम नागरिक ने अपने जिम्मे ले लिया। इसी तरह 2047 में ना मालूम सिविल सर्वेंट का काम होगा भी कि नहीं होगा, कितना रहेगा कि प्रशासन का काम भी अधिकतर नागरिक ही अपने हाथ में ले लेगा। तो इन सब चीजों पर मंथन करके उस प्रकार का हम एक कल्पना चित्र बनाएं और अपने युवा अधिकारियों को उसके लिए तैयार करें। और आखिर में धन्यवाद करते हुए मैं ये कहूंगा कि हालांकि मुंबई इज नोन टू बी द कमर्शियल कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया, बट वेरी फ्यू पीपल वुड नो दैट इट इज वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट सीट्स ऑफ गवर्नेंस। जो पहली प्रेसिडेंसी बनी कलकत्ता में, फिर दूसरी बनी मद्रास और मुंबई में। So even though popularly Mumbai is known as commercial capital, but it is one of the oldest governance capitals of India, right from the British Raj times. And I'm sure, therefore, the message emanating from this conference from the city of Mumbai would be emanating and percolating to every nook and corner of this country. Thank you very much. और एक बार पुनः बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुक्रिया।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Namaskar everyone. We'll be starting the next session immediately. Next session is session number 6, Startups in eGovernance. Next session is Startups in eGovernance. And the session will be jointly chaired by Shri Sandeep Singhalji, co-founder Nexus Venture Partners. Please welcome sir and please have a seat sir. मैं सभी से निवेदन करूंगी कृपया आप सभी बैठ जाएं और हम नेक्स्ट सेशन इमीडिएटली शुरू कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट सेशन के चेयरपर्सन श्री संदीप सिंघल जी मंच पर पधारे हैं। कैन वी हैव अ गुड राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम प्लीज? थैंक यू. And this session is co-chaired by Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji, co-founder of Pupil First. Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji, co-founder of Pupil First. I invite him on stage. Session number 6, Startups in eGovernance. And this session is jointly chaired by Shri Sandeep Singhal ji and Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar ji. And the panelists are Mr. Rudraditya Bhattacharya. Welcome, sir. Mr. Rudraditya Bhattacharya ji, Regional Sales Director of Darwin Box. Darwin Box is the leading provider of cloud-based human resource management software. Their SAS platform engages and empowers employees across the entire life cycle, that is hire to retire. Welcome, sir. We have Madam Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of TrueCopy. Welcome, ma'am. Madam Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of True Copy. Hearty welcome, ma'am. True Copy provides enterprise digital signature solution for companies looking to automate digital signature on electronic documents. I kindly request Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumarji, co-founder of Pupil First. Can we have you on the stage, sir? Okay, fine. So shall we start with the session? Okay. Thank you so much. And I hand over the session to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. So I wanted to thank the organizers, the Department of Administrative Reforms, Government of India, the General Administration Department, Maharashtra, and our host, Sujata Sonik ma'am, for giving me the opportunity to chair this session and introduce you to 4 initiatives that are having a significant impact on governance in both the public and the private sectors. I'm here actually representing ACT Grants. It's a non-profit venture philanthropy platform that was founded in 2020 in response to COVID by a group of startup founders and venture capitalists. During the crisis, we worked very closely with governments across 24 states and 500 districts, including with the Maharashtra National Health Mission and the State Innovation Society to support COVID relief efforts with innovations from startups. At ACT, we give grants as seed capital to incubate and accelerate innovations that have demonstrated ability to address social needs at scale. And COVID relief taught us how to do that in close partnership with the government, as we supported 55 initiatives ranging from patient testing, masking, surveillance, to oxygenation and mental health helplines, and touched over 30 million citizens. In the session today, Shri Sanjay Vijay Kumar will highlight Corona Safe, that started as an initiative in the Ernakulam district in Kerala to help with patient and facilities management, and was adopted in 6 districts in Maharashtra. And today is a digital public good called CARE, and is being used for ICU bed management across 100 districts across northeastern states. Rudratir Bhattacharya from Darwin Box, India's leading HR management platform, will share how they have eliminated paper at their clients and created employee delight, and translate that to how the same could be done with the government. Shipra Dawar will speak about how her work with various state and municipal governments to set up mental health helplines during COVID gave her the insight to build iWell, a cognitive behavioral therapy platform that the Maharashtra government is planning to use for screening and mental health care in the Gadchiroli district. And finally, we have Sonia Soman, who will hold a fireside chat with Mr. Khusru, the CIO of Eureka Forbes, to speak about how they have used the e-signing framework and True Copy solution to streamline their operations. Through these discussions, I hope our attendees will get ideas for your states and various departments on how to leverage technology in making government service delivery more efficient and provide citizen delight. With that, Sanjay, are you ready? Okay. So Sanjay will actually take you through a live demo of what they are doing with their platform. He's going to present from there? Okay.
Okay, hello everybody. Can you guys hear me? There's a small systemic glitch, but we're used to that, so it doesn't matter. So my name is Sanjay Vijay Kumar, and I'll quickly present you in a few minutes a story that I lived through during the pandemic. And you can just focus on the screen. We'll just run the story there. Right? So you must have, if you jog your memory back 3 years, you would remember that the first case of COVID in India was reported in Kerala. A student came from Wuhan, a medical student, and that is the first official case of COVID in the country. And when that happened, we called the Chief Minister's office and we asked him, Sir, आपको मालूम है हमारी राज्य में कितने beds और ICU beds है? And they're like, we have no idea. And then we asked them, Sir, आपको मालूम है राज्य का पूरी 3.5 करोड़ लोग को फीवर होने वाली है? And they're like, नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होने वाली है, ये अप्रैल तक खत्म हो जाएगी. And then we told the CM, see, you will need to have 2-3 plans, right? Your best case plan is this gets finished by April and life goes back to normal. But your worst case plan is this is going to last for the next 6 to 18 months and we are going through a topsy-turvy turn. And if you are going to hit a situation where 3 crore people are going to get fever at some point or the other, you will need to prioritize who gets the bed and who is the critically ill patient. And for that, you will need to load all the hospitals in the state into one single network, all the ICUs, all the ventilators, all the ambulances, and then run a war room with that. And then the CM says, nobody's done it. Right? And then we create, with around 200 of the brightest software engineers in the country, a very untold story of Corona Safe. A system which ran the war rooms in Kerala, which would give you live access to ventilators, oxygen, visualizations of capacity, facility management, telemedicines, ambulance, patient management, clinical data, tele-ICU, discharge summaries, the whole jing-bang, right? The whole jing-bang was completely built by 200 software engineers in 40 days. And this ran the COVID-controlled war rooms in Kerala. And what happened next was, after the first 40 days, when the engineers built this under Mekin Maheshwari, you must have heard of Mekin Maheshwari. Mekin was the ex-CTO of Flipkart. And Mekin led the team which sort of like came distributed from across the country and did this, right? But after the first 45 days of lockdown, the engineers started remote work. And then once software is created, you have to maintain it. You must use an iPhone or an Android. The first version of iPhone and Android is so different from the version you use now, right? And software is the same. It needs constant updates. And to build the software, ACT started an innovative project. And it was to find 30 of the brightest software engineers in our country who are students and train them in 12 weeks to become full stack developers. For non-engineers, this means learning like German and French in like 12 weeks and being an extremely fluent speaker at it. Right? So AICTE, the national regulator, announced a program called the Global Developership Program. And what we did was, we ran a test. And this was funded by the ex-Google chairman Eric Schmidt's foundation as well, along with Michael and Susan Dill Foundation and ACT. Right? And to build the software which ran the National Health Mission's war rooms, we ran a test. 50,000 students took part in this test in December of 2020 to find the 30 brightest. From 35 states, all corners of the country, from 2,400 institutions. Can you take a guess how many people passed? 24. That was the first structural shock for the chairman at the All India Council for Technical Education. We've constantly said there is a gap between academy and industry, but nobody has ever run a standardized test to figure out how large the gap was. Out of 50,000 students, we could find 24. And these 24 students then built the software. They built a software which was further recognized by United Nations as India's 50th public digital good in the world. So during COVID crisis, 2 goods were recognized by United Nations. One is a software most of you have used. It's called CoWIN. It's where you store your vaccine certificate. The second was the untold story behind the scenes. This was the software that ran the war rooms. And when the oxygen crisis came next, and it came, definitely it came in May, These 18 smart engineering students from all across the country built the oxygen modules that gave the government officials a real-time idea, where is your oxygen capacity, where is the demand, where is utilization. And if you've seen the oxygen crisis, Kerala never had an oxygen crisis. So these tools were built, and these tools lasted, and these tools saved life. And somebody was watching this, a man called Srikant Nadamuni. If you've not heard of Srikant Nadamuni, he was the CTO of Aadhaar. He built Aadhaar for Nandan Nilekani. And during one of the sessions which ACT hosted during that time, which every week there was weekly sessions where the best practices like this event was shown, every week it was shown. And Srikant saw this and he realized, jahan pe oxygen tha, wahan hi oxygen khatam ho gaya. In 766 districts in our country, there are 300 districts which doesn't even have an ICU bed. Right? So 300 districts in rural and remote India where the entire district doesn't have an ICU bed. And they started a project called the 10-bed ICU project. The project designs to create 10 ICU beds, each costing 4 lakhs at a cost of 40 lakhs to deploy it across the country. And these ICU beds were started to get deployed in Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland, Sikkim, right, in different parts of the country. And then you realize one thing very quickly, right? There is no doctor. 130 crore people, we don't have doctors, we don't have specialists, we don't have nurses, right? That's the reality we live in. And then the engineering students came up with another innovative solution, which I'll quickly just show you, right? So in all these hospitals, so this what you're seeing is Manipur, this is Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Science, and all these hospitals are district hospitals where the students build a solution where in the cloud, you can see all the beds and ventilators, and all the 5-para monitors. So if you go inside an ICU, and I didn't know any of this, right? I was not from the healthcare domain. In all the ICUs, there are these 5-para monitors which plugs into you and takes your oxygen, your heart rate, your BP. You know, this is what is monitored continuously. This entire thing was built on the cloud by these students. And then to enable like a remote doctor who's sitting in the medical college and help a doctor sitting somewhere in a remote district, they hooked up a dome camera, very high resolution dome camera. You know, the ones you can see that cricket, that ball hit the stumps from like the way in the boundary, like super high resolution cameras, which can then give the doctor in the field a very good idea of what the patient is going live, and then compare it along with the vital monitors that's there, and then start a telemedicine call with a remote doctor on the ground, and then help deliver care. So this is what the students did, and this is now live running in 100 districts in our country. Right? So maybe let me show you like some quick glance of this. It's just to give you like a short idea, right? This is somewhere in... You guys hear a sound?
My granny is 96 years old. She fell down and some pelvic bones broke. And she was bedridden already since before. But recently, she was infected with a typhoid. And it was a bit severe. On the first day we came to the ICU, she was unconscious already.
Condition the hospital pomkamli sri sala khawda kai va ukna la ko mani mushkura ba yin chang kula sha lo ba ji ka ukna ngai sani
ICU mali sani ja shin phali ku dare ka in phali ku ta sala la ari ka si oxygen ba da u de shongfuli on the way la shiman khai le so pa.
The absence of ICU facilities in district hospitals was a significant gap in healthcare services. Patients in remote districts suffers immensely due to a lack of critical care facilities and specialists. This often leads to the loss of precious lives on the way to the higher order tertiary facilities in the state capital. On the 3rd of May 2022, the government of Manipur launched the 10-bed ICU project setting up ICU units across all district hospitals. Under the project, Manipur also became the first state to set up a tele-ICU hub and spoke IT infrastructure, connecting all the district ICU units to a centralized hub at JNIMS, that is, Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences in Imphal.
Most of the serious patients that we encounter in our hospital, we usually refer to Imphal.
The road ICU project at the district hospitals.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so this is to just give you like a quick idea that, this thing sort of like worked. And then, obviously, the students who did this, landed amazing jobs. So you had multinational companies come and pick them up, Google and Microsoft and Atlassian, and you name them, right? And then, the Ministry of Education, which was super excited by what the students did, converted this curriculum as India's national model curriculum. And then they said, let's train 1 lakh teachers and 24 million students to do this, right? And then we launched another program called Leadership in Teaching Excellence to find the brightest teachers in our country to then skill them up and do this. And here came the next shock. So the national competition was run. 495 institutions from 27 states participated. The best of our faculty applied. From 695 faculty, the top 100 were selected. And guess how many people passed? 2. So we had another shock when we had 2 faculty passing this whole test, which then led to the next result. This is sort of weird, but yeah. But I think you can see this, right? So the report sums up like this. Yada Guru Tada Shishya. And this exposed a very critical structural crisis in our country, right? Which we can't just, afford to like ignore. We have 2 regulators, 1,100 universities, 50,000 colleges, 15 lakh schools, 1 crore teachers, educating 25 crore students. And you now know where the structural crisis is. We have a structural crisis, right? And if you have a structural crisis in education, it's pretty much like having a structural crisis in the foundation of your building. If the foundation of building is struck and it has a crisis, it has a structural failure, no matter how many times you paint on it or how many times you renovate it, the building is still structurally damaged. And if you want to build a foundation for a new country, a new India, you need to start from the classrooms. And this is the final part of the whole presentation, right? So I want to show you like a vision of what the next generation classrooms will look like, right? Pretty much a quick summary of this. Okay, so all of us are familiar with this part, right? We're familiar with the classroom. Like the cell to a body, classroom to a nation's educational system, right? And our teachers didn't have the best tools. It was designed in 1986 with textbooks. The best we've seen so far is to put computers in the hands of students and teachers. But it doesn't matter, you just give computers. Just like a processor, right, to a computer, and how the processor powers up a computer's capabilities, a digital backend is required for the classroom. And in this digital backend, the teacher is now connected to the industry experts, researchers, and other teaching assistants, these smart 40 students who learn the curriculum, to clear doubts. And the industry experts in this model are the ones who create the curriculum to ensure that our teachers and our students are never learning an outdated curriculum. The curriculum goes always dynamically updated. And then the quizzes and those things are set up by these teachers. Students can log into these curriculums and start learning them. And when they have doubts, they can ask senior students who previously learned this same curriculum. So the students that the first program trained, those students now across the country act as teaching assistants and help other students learn this knowledge. And then the teachers are able to see continuous assessments. So in a regular assessment system, what happens is, if you've been to a college, you do a final year, you do a project in your end semester exam, and then you have 2 assessments. But in the new education policy, you're doing more than 10 assessments continuously per student. So in a class of 60, you're now doing more than 600 assessments. And this is where new technological infrastructure comes up and automates the assessment to help the teacher reduce the load. And then the teachers now are able to manually see where different students in the class are lying. So she is able to then figure out who is the student who is learning fast, and that students in the orange, who are the students who are slow in the class. And this sort of model is then enabled by researchers. And the researcher in this particular case is a lady called Dr. Leena Chandran Vadia. She is the one committee member who wrote the national education policy for Dr. Kasturi Rangan. So now you've mixed the best of industry, the best of research, and the best of Indian students into one digital backend that will power analytics and that will power education for the whole country. So this is just a quick idea of what happened, and just to summarize, right? The thought I want to leave you with this one. Just 40 students were able to build a tele-ICU and a war room which saved hundreds and thousands of lives. And the biggest challenge in e-governance today is, one of the biggest challenges in e-governance is that you need to build software. And to build software, you need really good engineers. And these engineers are extremely expensive. And one model we want to propose along with the ACT is that if we can collaborate and work together in all the states, in all these departments, we can find the brightest students in your states, train them up, and give them to you on one-year internships, dramatically accelerating your capabilities to build and deliver software for your e-governance projects. And the model that you saw in the war room, the models that you saw in the tele-ICU, and what we are doing with the ministry to scale this up is an example and a proof of concept that this can be done in our country. Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to highlight what Sanjay said. I think the key thing here was that we use the tele-ICU as a product example for those students to work on. And that's what the students need, right? So it was a win-win for everyone. The students learned by using the tele-ICU sort of product roadmap to build. The tele-ICU founders and the team actually benefited because they got effectively free labor. We paid for it. It was just a small stipend. And at the end of it, they have a solution that's being used in Manipur and other states for provisioning tele-ICUs. Next, Rudatib, we talk about HR.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Sujata ma'am, for providing us this platform. I think we've probably not touched as many lives as the previous presentation has, but I think ours is a very, very different sort of platform, which we want to showcase to the larger audience here, and give a bit of background about who we are as an organization and what have we been doing. I'm joined here by Agam. Agam and we will take you through a quick presentation and a bit of an overview of our product and what can we do for the e-governance in general. So overall, I think for us, what we have seen when we were growing up all the time, any large IT infrastructure that any Indian company or any government company has bought has always been either made or being bought from a foreign company. And namely, it has been either an SAP or an Oracle. These are the typical names that come to your minds. And these are large infrastructure, software infrastructure, which is required to make things go on in every organization, right? It is from the employee standpoint or the organization standpoint, the backbone for everything. And this is a platform which touches every person. If I just take an example of the Maharashtra state government, it will touch every person who is working in the public works department. It is going to touch every person who is working in the Mantralaya. It is going to touch every person who is working in, say, a BEST. And that's how wide the net can be cast, actually, with a platform like this. And everyone needs this. It needs them to look at their own data. It needs them to get their own attendance or leaves module in. It needs them to apply for a pass with which they can go out and work, because during the COVID period, everyone needed a pass because of which, and for which they were allowed to go out. So everything that we do today via paper, all of this can be eliminated, at least from an employee and an organization standpoint for an employee. So when we started off, I think one of the challenges that we took is, can we build a product from India which will be used by a 4 lakh employee, 5 lakh employee organization today? Because they, for example, a State Bank of India, or for example, anything that we look at scale, is not using an Indian product. So our idea is, India has done great in terms of IT services and has built brilliant companies like Infosys and Wipro, which take on the leaders of the world. But we haven't done extremely good when it comes to a product company. So that's what we started off with. We are backed by a lot of global investors, and these are the guys who have actually done a lot of investment in terms of building enterprise-grade products. And some of the leading investors have actually also given us not only their money, but also given them their advice. And one of the things that we were very proud of, which happened last year, is these announcements were actually announced on NASDAQ, wherein they congratulated the Darwinbox team for making it to the Unicorn Club. And I think there are a lot of things in which we are being touted as the David and Goliath battle of the entire enterprise technology space. So some of our recent wins, I think Microsoft had decided to partner with us, and so has the State Bank of India. So the State Bank of India is also someone that is recently come on board as one of our partners, and I think we keep on going and doing this. We work with the National Stock Exchange, we work with the NSDL, we work with a bunch of SBI entities, we work with the RBI subsidiaries. So I think we work a decent amount in the government space already, and I think the problem that we are trying to solve for is the entire suite of applications which an employee is going to use. So basically what we are doing is, we are creating the backbone of the employee organization structure. And along with that, everything that an employee and an organization is going to do is going to come and fit in this particular piece. People have the option of choosing what they want to do, and people have the option of choosing how much they want to digitize, because every organization has a journey. So today, if we are on paper for, say, most of the things that we do, say any approval that we want, we still take a paper and get that signed by 2 or 3 folks in the entire ecosystem. Tomorrow, can we automate this approval system by all of that being digitally signed off and that particular paper being available for everyone to consume and everyone to view? So that is what our model is. So once you do this, all of the employee transactions can come in here. And sitting here, everyone is going to talk about data, and everyone is going to talk about how important insights are. So our end game is essentially to empower the organizations with enough and more data as to what is happening in their organization. Who is moving from which role to which role. So I'm pretty sure in the government, every 1.5 to 3 years, people have to move from one department to the other because of how the entire government machinery is structured. So how do you make those transfer processes? How many transfer processes have you done? In those transfer processes, what are the kind of skills that you have, in each of the roles, what are the kind of skills that you have learned? How can you use a particular person, say there is a problem in Nagpur, and you want someone with a specialized skill to fix it, and it is not available in Nagpur. How quickly can you search for that person being, say, available in Pune and can fix that same problem? So skilling is very, very important. We have a lot of pieces on from NSDC, which are currently being used by have the skill infrastructure, but the skilling infrastructure is currently disparate for a particular organization. You can't go to an NSDC website and find out who from my organization is skilled in a certain type of problem solving. So that is where I think a single platform where you have people coming in, joining you from right from the start, getting their information, understanding what kind of people are they, what kind of skills do they have, what kind of competencies do they have, what is their career path, and what are they going to do eventually at the end of their career. And all of this is going to come in with Darwinbox. So what is our offering here for the eGovernance? Our offering for eGovernance is basically paperless with Darwinbox. I think Everyone knows that paper is not only just an environmental hazard, paper is also a big cost that every organization currently is incurring. That's the kind of cost that we are talking about. 1 to 3% of the annual revenue is just on printing. We can simply eliminate all of these things if we just follow workflows. At the end of the day, an enterprise system is nothing but a set of workflows. It is a set of approvals. It is a set of forms. All of it, if you can build it seamlessly on the system, a lot of these things can possibly go ahead. So take an example of a whistleblower policy. A whistleblower policy is something that is supposed to be raised by someone. It is supposed to be read by someone, but no one else is supposed to know that. It's all driven by a permission framework. So if I want to create a whistleblower policy today, it is very difficult for, I think, anyone to go and talk to or find out who is the person that I need to reach out to in the vigilance team to actually talk about this. Maybe all of this can be created as part of a workflow which people can just go to and go there. And trust me, I think when I talk about data being very important, security is as important as data. So all of this, while it is on the cloud, we take care of security at a very, very large level. We all know that India today is going into a data privacy draft bill has already been tabled. This is nothing new for the world because such data privacy draft bills already exist in the Europe, in the Americas. And I think some of these are required for us to be already incorporated in our system because our product is right now being used across 90 countries. So we are already geared towards, we've seen the draft PDP bill, we've seen the security policies, and already we are ready for any of those things. So we've talked about, say, the whistleblower, we've talked about complaints, we can talk about digital sign-off, we can talk about acknowledgement, we can talk about automated process flows. All of these things at the end of the day are basically configured to each organization's processes, and those processes ultimately translate into a lot of steps that you can take. And another piece that I can actually talk about is going mobile. So processes are on one side, but today, increasingly, we see that with a distributed setup like a Maharashtra government, right? If people are present in very, very hinterlands where I don't think they have access to a desktop or a laptop at all, but they do have a mobile phone. And that mobile phone may work in 3G environments, may work in 4G environments, depending on the network presence. But for them, work still needs to be done. If I need to raise an approval for a particular document, can I take a photograph from my mobile phone, send it via a workflow, and someone else can actually use that instead of resorting to India Post where I need to physically use that particular document, send it to a larger setup in the district, and then finally come to the central teams. All of these workflows can actually be set up so that people can do it from the mobile phone. Today, from the mobile applications, we see someone who's coming in to, say, clean our houses from an urban club or urban company, and they take a photo and they say that, hey, I have cleaned your sofa and things like that. Why can't that be done for the attendance as well, right? If I am at my office location, which is, say, in a tehsil somewhere in Latur, why can't I actually go and mark my attendance from there without even the need for a laptop or a desktop? Right, today, all the attendances that are getting marked are basically paper-based. Someone has to tell us that this is the attendance of this person, and thereby policies and processes are applied on this. So we do have a quick minute to actually show you how easy this system is, how easy the navigation is, and this is a live demo of our system. There are a host of modules that are available. Each module is essentially one kind of a workflow or the other. But if you show the org view, Agam, I think that org view is something that really would help. If I have to look at the organization structure of anyone, today I think starting from the chairman, chief minister's office all the way down, how does the entire organization structure looks like? I'm pretty sure it's very difficult for any one of us to do this. But if data exists for the Maharashtra state government on this particular platform, organization structure, transparency, as well as flexibility of looking at information in various different ways is going to be one of the key outcomes that you can drive from there. If you want to see how many departments exist in the organization, in the Maharashtra government today, all departments are in various shapes and sizes, are present in different ways. How many employees are there in the organization? All of these things are going to be at the click of a button. It's very easy for me to say that these things are going to get done It will be a long project, of course. Getting and collecting data of this nature is perhaps maybe an endeavor that will happen for the first time and put it on the same platform. We've done this before. So I think we are pretty confident that this is something that organizations are looking forward to. And I think going paperless is, I think today, not an option anymore. It's a mandate. So I think a lot of these things that we have done are actually way forwards for organizations to turn themselves completely paperless.
Thank you, Rudatya. I think as the Honorable DCM said earlier, the move to the public cloud was a big shift that the Maharashtra government did. And as you saw over here, the demo was actually all on the cloud. So it was literally a website that Rudatya just took you to and then went in there. So it's very easy to deploy, and that's great. Thank you. We'll now move to Sonia and Sonia Soman from TrueCopy. She's going to do a fireside chat with Mr. Khusru from Eureka Forbes. Sir, would you like to come forward? And I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Sir, please. I'll just go through a few slides. Hello, sir. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Sonia Soman, founder and CEO of TrueCopy Credentials. We are based in Pune, and we serve clients all across India. So what do? We are a document authentication company. We've built a comprehensive digital signature platform which can be used as a means to authenticate documents, to secure documents, and to automate signatures and streamline business processes. So as you know, there are lots of problems with paper-based documents and physical signatures on them, tampering, forgery being one of the primary ones. With digital signatures, you can not only verify the identity of the signer, but you can also ensure that the data integrity is maintained. Till date, we have over 1,600 large companies across India that trust TrueCopy with their signing requirements. Over 1 billion signatures have been done using our platform, and basically use our platform to eliminate paper completely, in the process save trees, protect the environment. Moving on. So we launched our mission to build a digital signature platform of choice for organizations to issue and exchange authenticated documents in a secure way globally. So this could be exchange of documents between educational institutions in India and overseas. It could be within an organization, within departments, or it could be from an employer to a prospective employee, and so on. We work with a number of verticals, companies in a number of verticals. They are enlisted here. We do work with a number of government organizations also, to name some, UPSC, RCF, they are some of the institutions that are using our solutions, and then a whole bunch of companies in all of these areas. And typically the use cases that are covered are, they use the platform for signing finance documents, for signing invoices, purchase orders, for signing HR letters, employee letters, for doing and executing agreements with vendors and partners, and so on. So amongst the 1,600 customers, Eureka Forbes Limited is one of our esteemed customers based in Bombay, and they're using TrueCopy to a great extent for a number of their use cases. And I'm very happy to have Mr. Khusru Mistry. He's the CIO and SVP of Eureka Forbes here today, and for a little chat. So welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, so to begin at the very beginning, what were really the pain points that you were facing at Eureka Forbes that made you evaluate, and go digital with signatures?
The most important point is the compliance, and second is non-wastage of paper. We were signing about 4 lakh invoices a month, sending it and posting it to the customer. And there's always a chance of misuse
Right.
of the invoice documents. So when you compound it over a year, it's a huge amount of paper which is getting lost, a huge amount of issues which may come up because of compliance, and because of the government regulations that when we sell a product, our invoices must go with the product.
Right.
So this was one of the pain points, the two pain points which we had. And the third pain point was basically the number of signatures which a divisional CEO has to do every single year while giving incentives to the people. And for us, it's an incentive-based business. So every month, they have to sign reams of paper,
Wow.
which have to be sent out to our franchisees, our business partners, our staff.
That's a lot, a lot of paper. And I hope that the signature platform that you've now started using, and you've been using it for a few years now, and gradually you added more and more use cases to it. So how has that journey been for you? How has it helped you?
It has eliminated one predominant issue, which is how do you do e-governance correctly? How do you do compliance? And how do you reduce your risk? With digital signatures, one thing which we identified is that the customer who is actually receiving the product gets a proper invoice digitally signed
Right.
by the company, and that gives credence to the fact that they are getting the right product
Right.
from the company from which they bought.
Right.
There's also some misuse which happens, definitely, where spare parts, for example,
Right.
can be misused in this country, okay, and we've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Utilizing the digital platforms, now we are able to ensure that the product is delivered at the right time, it is countersigned, and it provides what we call as a genuine service to the customer, which ultimately gives delight to the customer in terms of customer experience.
Wonderful.
I think going forward, we want to make water purifiers more accessible to everybody in this country. So how do you get from India to Bharat is what we're trying to do, and I think this platform is going to help us significantly in our journey to give purified water to the masses across the country.
Wow, that's great to hear. And recently, I mean, a few months back, probably almost a year back perhaps, you started utilizing digital signatures even for HR letters and so on. So I'm curious, how did that work out for you, as in the decision to go in for digital signatures? Because I do know traditionally HR departments are a little reluctant to let go of paper-based documents. So how did you accomplish that at Eureka Forbes?
One thing is for certain, that the company believes in saving paper. All the CEOs of the different verticals would refuse, or to a certain extent make excuses of why they could not sign the paper. And it's not just about the HR, it's also incentives.
Okay.
When we got to more of the gig economy worker strategy after COVID, we found that signing those letters as incentives, okay, it takes a significant amount of resource of the senior management.
Right.
Here they're able to do it in bulk. They're able to understand what they're sending, to whom they're sending, and it's all digitally delivered.
Right.
So mobile proliferation in this country has been so widespread, which has absolutely helped this country. We are just riding the wave to make sure that that technology is utilized for the betterment of the citizens of the country and our people.
Wow, great. The transition from paper to electronic signatures for end users, not just senior management, but staff that's uploading documents and initiating workflows for signing and things like that. So was the adoption easy for them, or did it map to your existing processes, or was there like some change? And obviously some change is always involved, and there is some resistance to it, but how did you navigate that?
Our demographics of our user is more Gen Y and Gen Z. Instantaneous acceptance.
Great.
Right? It's only the management who have more of gray hair had a little bit of sense that I bought an expensive pen, I wouldn't be able to sign it. But frankly, they adopted it much better when they found that they could communicate with the Gen Z and Gen Y much better.
Right.
Because they are born in the cloud. They are born on the mobile.
Very well said, yeah.
So, and Instagram and of course not Facebook so much, but Twitter is what they live on.
Right.
So having it done digitally, having it on the mobile, having it in the cloud, accessible anytime that they want, the adoption was very, very quick.
Oh, wow. Excellent. So you've gone through this whole journey of setting up, digital signatures for your organization, setting up various solutions that map onto several use cases. Now, what would be some tips or maybe advice for organizations that are setting out on this journey or, want to do something like this?
Choose the right partner. Adopt it immediately. Drive the change management through your, I would say, Gen Z and Gen Y staff, because they will formulate and they will force even the people who are the baby boomers who do not wish to accept it. It will transcend to the company quickly.
Right.
Implement it quick, implement it fast. Think about the world, think about India, save paper, because if we don't do it today, our next generation is not going to have it. So I think doing it quickly, doing it precisely, bringing in the compliance, they are all positives for every company to get this thing done quickly, because ultimately even the government regulations stipulate that when we provide a service, we have to provide a genuine service for the person who's buying it.
Right.
This thing dictates it and enforces it, that part.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kishore. Thank you, Sonia. The last person on our dais right now is Shipra Dawar, who will talk a bit about what we did with mental health.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be talking about the work that the government is doing with startups in the space of mental health. I think it goes beyond me, the fact that as startups, we today have a stake and a place to work and bring an impact with the government was unheard for startups like us. So thank you so much for this initiative and all the work that the government has done, not just for mental health, but across fields, to bring in startups innovation to make the difference. I run one of the India's first in leading mental health startup. During 2020, when the pandemic was in its throes, the government and the ACT, it was because of ACT that the government reached out to startups like us to create mental health interventions and reach the last mile. Through the pandemic and with our work with more than 12 district and state governments, we were able to provide mental health solutions to more than 5 lakh individuals in this country, and these included people like migrant laborers, ASHA workers who were completely despondent with the crisis that had been unfolded onto them, the COVID patients, the families, the people who were struggling because of the economic slowdown that had hit them out of the blue. During the pandemic, we saw what WHO always said, that more than 300 million people in India are suffering from mental health issues, and mental health is actually one of the top crises in the healthcare sector that the world faces today. The government actually recognized it, and in the 2022 was visionary enough to bring the tele-mental health policy. I must say that I'm doing a course in Harvard of leadership for mental health champions, and they globally recognize that India's policy for mental health is the best in the country, and the US is only emulating this now. So that stands for the testament of what the government is doing to enable mental health solutions like ours, and this was the policy that enabled the formation of I Will Care, which is a digital screening tool completely based on AI, which not just understands what a person may be dealing with clinically, but also the social determinants behind it. It could be a farmer struggling with a loan who's a single bread earner in the family. That could be triggering the mental health condition, and those screening points go very, very important, because you then not just solve the clinical problem, but the government has the data to bring in more solutions that solve the root of the crisis that there is. We also build in completely AI conversational based tools to actually help people with therapies. Mental health is an expensive service, and AI enables you to cut down the costs of that service to 1/8. The good thing is that ACT supported us with the funds for that. Microsoft has recently supported us with the funds for that, but also the technical know-how for that. And we've already started to build this in Marathi. We are doing a small pilot in the district of Yavatmal with bringing in screening tool for the farmers who are destitute because of the issues that they have faced, but specifically mental health concerns, and then bring in interventions which are already existing in the state through the digital platform I Will Care to the people who most need it. The reason why a startup like mine is working in the heart of Maharashtra is because of the e-governance, because of the regional governance of the government of Maharashtra and the national government. Our startup aims to bring mental health care access to everyone, and I would say that it enables because of the good policies that this government has, both at the center and the state. And Shaunik ma'am was very instrumental in our journey for scaling eSci Clinic's solution through MSINS at the time in 2020. So special thanks to her and to Sandeep. And I hope that we, after this session that we had, we stop taking mental health care less seriously. Is the foundation of our health, and it's as important as the physical health. The government is doing everything necessary to make it the equal sister of healthcare so that our citizens are healthy, and can live their life to the fullest potential. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Shipra. I think one point that Shipra made, I think it's true for all the other startups as well, is that language usage, making sure that we can support these solutions in local language is a big thing. And this is one thing that I have to give a lot of credit to our Indian entrepreneurs, right? So the Indian entrepreneurs, I think Rudra mentioned this, that, they are building solutions for India. And part of that is the requirement that they have to be done in our local languages. And that's what, is very important when the government is involved, right? It has to be local language. So I think partnering with local entrepreneurs who are building solutions, that's a big advantage as well. So thank you once again for all your time. I know we have the next session and we're running a little behind, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. I request all of you to be here for some time for a photo, and I request Srimati Radhika Rastogi ji, Joint Director, NBSNNA, Masuri Uttarakhand, and I request her to felicitate the chairperson and the panelist. Srimati Radhika Rastogi ji. Sonia Soman ma'am. Rudraditya Bhattacharya. Sanjay Vijay Kumar. Shipra Davar. Thank you very much. And ma'am, please be here for a photo. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a wonderful session, very insightful session from you all. It is said that life is like a bicycle. You have to keep moving to maintain the balance. So we are moving ahead. We are starting with session 7, e-services delivery in states. Session 7, e-services delivery in states. And I invite on stage the chairperson, Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD, 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 Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD I invite Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NAGD, for session number 7, E-Services Delivery in States. Welcome, sir. I invite Shri Amit Arora ji, Municipal Commissioner, Rajkot, Gujarat. Yes, we can have a good round of applause. I'm just hearing few bits here from here and there. Also, Shri Ramdas Jagtap, Deputy Collector, Government of Maharashtra. Shri Ramdas Jagtap. Welcome, sir. Also, I would like to invite Srimati Rachna Patil, Special Secretary, GAD, Government of Bihar. Madam Rachna Patil ji, can we have you on stage? We are starting with session number 7, E-Services Delivery in States. Srimati Rachna Patil, Special Secretary, GAD, Government of Bihar. Welcome, ma'am. And now I hand over the session to the chairperson, Shri Abhishek Singh ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First and foremost, I know that we are the last session before lunch and we are a bit behind schedule, so we'll try to expedite the session as much as possible. And I would like to start with thanking the Government of Maharashtra for convening this. I've been attending the session since morning and they have been really, really insightful. And the presentations in the last session with regard to what Darwin Box is doing or what Sanjay has done in Kerala with Corona Safe and now he's taking it to the education sector with People First is really, really so much to take back from there. And I'm sure the session that we have now, e-service delivery of in states, will have similar examples for us to see. And ultimately, whenever we look at Digital India, or Honorable DCM also mentioned, our MOS also mentioned, like the initiatives that have been taken in the Digital India initiative in the last 8 to 10 years has really transformed the way citizens interact with the government, the way citizens access public services. We have always been talking about the India Stack projects, whether it's the Aadhaar project or the UPI project or the DigiLocker project, or when we look at the stacks that have been built up, the health stack, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, or the Agri Stack, about which Agri Stack, or the education, the Diksha project, or the Swayam project, or the in healthcare e-Sanjeevani. All these projects are like bringing technology closer to citizens. And the way citizens are accessing it is making life simpler for everyone. And it's what leads to ease of living. So I would also like to just mention, this morning there was a mention by the former Chief Secretary with regard to the article which Srivastava wrote on Bhashini and Chat GPT integration, and how, and this solution was developed by our team, and we did do a demo of the same solution to Mr. Satya Nadella of Microsoft when he was in Delhi in last 10 days back. And I would say that that is something that's really, really helped people. Like it's in a beta stage right now, but for the convenience of everyone, I would just like to give a small demo of how it works. What has been done is the Bhashini is the language translation tool that we have built in, which allows seamless translation between all Indian languages, both speech to speech, text to text, speech to text, and text to speech. So, but using that, those APIs, we integrated it with WhatsApp and built a bot, and also integrated it with Chat GPT to get answers to real life questions. And we have been training this bot on especially government schemes, so that citizens who are not able to navigate a website or an app, they are very comfortable in using a WhatsApp interface. So they can ask any question in 6 Indian languages we have enabled, and this will answer. So this is the Bhashini bot on WhatsApp. So on the voice note, one can ask about any question. So if there is a volunteer who would like to ask anything, would you like to volunteer? So just record a voice note and you can ask about in Hindi. Right now it's the language is set in Hindi, about anything that you want to know. Just record it here. Press this. One second. The Bhashini bot. Just press this icon and do a voice note just like you record on WhatsApp. Ask any question. No, you have to keep on pressing on WhatsApp.
महाराष्ट्र के
मुख्यमंत्री कौन है?
Not this kind of question. It can do that also, but ideally you could ask about any public scheme. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana kya hota hai? This will also, it will tell something. Like what it has done is that it has transcribed his question, the voice note into Hindi. Maharashtra ke Mukhyamantri kaun hai? But since ChatGPT relies on former information, ChatGPT is updated only till 2021, so it will give you the wrong answer. It will give, so it's giving the former chief minister as the new, as the present CM. So we need to, so we are training it for public schemes. तो उज्ज्वला scheme, scholarship scheme, या फिर e-office, या किसी भी चीज के बारे में, ऐसे बारे में पूछिए.
पार्टी जब भी PMFBY प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना क्या है?
It has recorded the first one also. So it heard what he asked as PM कौन है? तो it says कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री सरकार के प्रमुख हैं. When he mentioned about PMFBY, because he spoke very fast, it heard about Prime Minister कौन होते हैं. And उसका answer also it gives a voice.
सरकार के प्रमुख हैं और देश में कार्यकारी शक्ति रखते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री का चुनाव संसद के निचले सदन लोकसभा के सदस्यों द्वारा किया जाता है और आमतौर पर वह उस पार्टी या गठबंधन का नेता होता है.
And suppose, yes please, record आराम से.
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में बताइए.
So she has asked about Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So it has transcribed in Hindi Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana के बारे में बताएं. And now it will give the answer. It is given the answer in text and it will also translate to voice. Yeah, the voice has come.
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना PMFBY 2016 में शुरू की गई एक सरकारी योजना है जिसका उद्देश्य किसानों को फसल उत्पादन से जुड़े जोखिमों का प्रबंधन करने में मदद करना है. यह योजना किसानों को फसल कटाई से पहले और कटाई के बाद दोनों तरह के जोखिमों के लिए फसल बीमा कवरेज प्रदान करती है और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के कारण फसल के नुकसान की स्थिति में वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करती है. यह योजना किसानों को बेहतर कृषि पद्धतियों को अपनाने और फसल पैदावार में सुधार के लिए आधुनिक प्रौद्योगिकियों में निवेश करने के लिए प्रोत्साहन भी प्रदान करती है.
So what it does is that like you can follow on. इसके बाद अगर हम पूछे कि प्रधानमंत्री फसल योजना का लाभ हमें कैसे मिल सकता है तो ये उसका पोर्टल बता देगा, CSC बता देगा कहाँ जाके करना है. एंड इट कैन ऑल्सो आंसर इन मराठी और मलयालम और Kannada, Gujarati, 6 languages have been integrated and it keeps on giving answers. So, Marathi ka diya? Okay, let me try. I will just change the language to Marathi. Who will volunteer for Marathi? I don't know Marathi. Okay. So, ma'am, you can ask in Marathi about any public scheme. Record a voice note. You should record a voice note. You ask the question in what it should do is that even though the question is in mix of Hindi and English, it says महाराष्ट्र में गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए क्या काम किया जा रहा है ना नहीं बट इसने दे दिया मला माफ करा मला प्रश्न समझाते हैं
कृपया याचा अर्थ बदलू शकाल का.
It has heard. हो मला घरकुल पाहिजे काय केला पाहिजे. Is this hopefully. Yeah, it has given something. जवाब लंबा सा दिया, but I can't read. But इसको voice में आ जाएगा. Let's check in voice. Voice कर रहा हूँ. Let me know whether it is correct or not. Let it be whatever.
तुम्हाला हे जाणून घ्यायचे आहे की तुम्हाला कोणत्या प्रकारचे घर हवे आहे आणि तुमचे बजेट काय आहे. मग तुम्हाला तुमच्यासाठी आदर्श ठिकाण शोधण्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या शेजारी आणि समुदायांवर संशोधन करायला आवडेल. त्यानंतर तुम्हाला तुमच्या निकषांनुसार घर शोधावे लागेल आणि रिअल इस्टेट एजंट शोधून काढावा लागेल. अखेरीस तुम्हाला कर्जासाठी पूर्व मान्यता घ्यावी लागेल आणि ऑफर करण्याची प्रक्रिया सुरू करावी लागेल.
I don't know whether what you asked. Huh? So the idea is that we have been training it, and we have been training it on various schemes. And one pre-recorded, if we have time, I will just show about how we have trained it on PM Kisan scheme. So.
Hi, this is the demo of the Bhashini bot, which has been built combining the open source AI models on Indian languages, built as part of the Bhashini project, with the surprisingly capable GPT models coming from OpenAI. And this is meant more as a demonstration of what is possible when you have people communicating in their native tongue and also getting back responses in that, but calling a highly capable general intelligence model. In this case, this model has been fine-tuned to be highly accurate on the PM Kisan Yojana, which is the Prime Minister's scheme for farmers. Right? So let's get started and I'll say more about it. क्या मैं PM Kisan के लिए eligible हूँ? So I just recorded some audio with speaking in Hindi, and of course using code mixing, I said eligible and so on. And then I'm uploading this to WhatsApp. This is being picked up from there, and then you run the Bhashini models, which transcribe it into Hindi text that you see here. Then they are being translated, sent to the GPT model, which has given this response, right? यह देखने के लिए कि क्या आप PM किसान के लिए योग्य हैं, मुझे आपकी श्रेणी, आय की स्थिति और भूमि के प्रकार की जांच करने की आवश्यकता होगी. So basically it is saying, I need more details on certain things, and you can, of course, for those who don't read or find it more convenient to listen, they can play.
यह देखने के लिए कि क्या आप PM किसान के लिए योग्य हैं, मुझे आपकी श्रेणी, आय की स्थिति और भूमि के प्रकार की जांच करने की आवश्यकता होगी.
Right. So this is highly convenient, so you can read it as well. So I'm going to go and respond to this. मैं एक 2 एकड़ की जमीन पे खेती करता हूँ और लगभग 10,000 रुपए महीने का बनाता हूँ. So as part of the persona, I say that I'm a farmer who farms in a 2-acre field and make about 10,000 rupees per month. Now the GPT model in this case has been specialized to factually answer questions on eligibility based on the actual eligibility that the government has laid out. Right? So it says आपने जो जानकारी दी है उसके आधार पर आप PM किसान के लिए योग्य प्रतीत होते हैं. You appear to be eligible based on the details you have said. हालांकि मैं आपको PM किसान पोर्टल के साथ डबल चेक करने की सलाह देता हूँ. I would recommend you to double check with the portal. So it's being conservative, not authoritative currently, right? And so that's good. So it seems like I'm eligible. I can say मुझे कितना पैसा मिलेगा? How much money would I get as part of the scheme? Right? So यदि आप PM किसान के लिए पात्र हैं तो आप रुपए प्राप्त करने की उम्मीद कर सकते हैं 3 समान किस्तों में 6,000 रुपए प्रति वर्ष, प्रत्येक 4 महीने में 2,000 रुपए. So it firstly retains the conversation context where it is.
So the idea is that what it does, and especially the way it has been trained in PM Kisan, कि like in the next question when you ask, you are not mentioning PM Kisan. You are just saying हमको कितना पैसा मिलेगा. But it remembers the context and then it refers to the PM Kisan scheme. So for every public scheme, because we feel that while apps and portals are very useful, but the Aam Aadmi, the 500 million people in India who might not have the capability or the ability to go and navigate a portal or download an app and register and get that information. But people are conveniently use WhatsApp, recording voice notes in their own language is very easy, and getting a voice information is very, very intuitive and very useful. So we are training it for getting prices of crops, from the e-नाम portal, getting scheme eligibility कि मैं इतने वर्ष का हूँ, मैं इस जगह रहता हूँ, मैं इतनी income है, मैं इस community को belong करता हूँ, मुझे सरकार से क्या-क्या मिल सकता है. So then it pulls the information from myscheme.gov.in and says that कि आपको फलाने department से ये scheme मिल सकती है. So this really empowers the citizen. And in the next phase, what we are trying to do is that since it's working on voice, and voice is converted to text, and text information is being pulled and being answered into voice only, we have done a pilot in which we can offer the same service or a feature phone user, those people who don't have a smartphone or don't have internet or don't even have WhatsApp, they can call a toll-free number and give the question on voice, and the backend processes it and answers it in voice. So that would be truly empowering the citizens. So I would conclude, we have got distinguished presenters for this session. They'll say that whenever we design an e-service delivery, we always have to keep the citizen in the mind, and citizens who are of the other side of digital divide, how will they access a service? How when we take anything online, are we like disenfranchising anyone? Are we creating the digital divides? So whenever we think of this, the first thing that will come is that how do we bring in assisted access, like common service centers? How do we bring in language inclusion? How do we bring in voice-enabled services? And there is no reason that if we can access services on, if we can use Alexa and Siri to listen to music, why can't we use voice command to get access and information about public services and transactional services? So with this, I would like to call upon our first presenter, Amit Arora, Municipal Commissioner, who has built a beautiful OTP-based feedback system. I saw the presentation in one of the awards that was there in Delhi in the National eGovernance Awards, if I'm right. And I saw the presentation. Over to Amit for sharing about what you have done with the OTP-based feedback and public grievance management system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. I think at the cutting edge, the maximum services that are provided are by any ULB. And grievance redressal for time immemorial has been the focus of most of the organizations that are giving public service delivery. To just give an idea, Rajkot is a city that has a population of about 20 lakhs. We have around close to 30-35 departments rolling out various services. Next, please. And to give an idea of the complaint load, RMC handles close to 30 to 35,000 complaints every month. Now that generates a lot of data. There are multiple modes of registration. So the idea behind developing this system was to somehow create a robust mechanism to get all these complaints on a single platform, to track them, to efficiently manage them, and to somehow build a robust database of the data that is generated through these grievances. With the advent of social media, new modes of registration were also coming up. And traditionally, somehow, we felt that a sort of mistrust existed between citizens and our governance structure. So citizens feel कि RMC कुछ नहीं करती है, हम complain करते हैं, कुछ होता नहीं है. The staff feels कि हम कुछ भी कर लें, public को कभी संतोष नहीं होता. And it's true. I mean, our governance levels have been increasing, but side by side, the expectation levels of citizens have also increased rapidly. So the idea was to build a system that is robust, that creates a faith in the citizens, that somehow allows the citizens and the governance machinery to engage with each other. Next, please. No, previous. Yeah. So, I mean, just giving up the features. The first idea was that we need all the registration mechanisms to be brought onto a single platform. So we had different drainage complaint lines running. We had street light registration counters running. We had our own website. We had a grievance redressal app. We had a call center 24/7 running. So the first idea was to get all these complaints onto a single platform. Different formats were in use in the different parts of the corporation. Each department was running its own small grievance cell. So the first part was to get all these grievances on a single platform. Second, to somehow create more engagement, we started an OTP-based system. So in an OTP-based system, so whenever a consumer registers a complaint, and the service provider or our employee, when he goes to the place, he solves it, an OTP is generated, and that OTP goes to the person who registered the complaint. And the complaint is marked as solved only when the our employee enters that OTP along with the solution while marking the complaint as solved. Now that created a dialogue. Of course, there were issues, there were complaints ki, public OTP deti nahi, all sort, but somehow we have been running this system for about a year now, and somehow it has settled. Secondly, we tried to very concretely define the service level parameters. We defined the service level agreement ki agar drainage hai to 24 hours mein solve hona chahiye, agar street light hai to 72 hours mein solve hona chahiye, agar koi construction related complaint hai to again 48 hours mein solve hona chahiye. Service level parameters were designed. We incorporated auto escalation, तो अगर कोई complaint है जिसको open किया जाता है, if the person is not satisfied, that automatically escalates to the higher up authority. So now that complaint can be closed only once that is entered. We started geo-referencing our complaints because एक complaint आती थी कि ऑफिस में बैठे बैठे वो लोग complaint mark कर देते हैं solve. तो some of the departments, suppose solid waste है, street light है. So now that complaint can only be marked solved when the redressal authority goes into a radius of 20 meters from the place where a geo-reference photograph was uploaded. We started in the initial phase a lot of random assessment by the officials in which complaints were cross-checked, in which especially complaints that were closed without OTP. Now we came across cases, suppose कोई जा रहा है सड़क से, उसने एक garbage dump का photo upload कर दिया कि भाई यहाँ पे garbage clean होना चाहिए. Now when the complainant goes, he's not able to locate it. So we gave option ki you can, force close it. So we started random verification of force closed complaints. We started a feedback mechanism ki after every complaint redressal, the complainant would be asked for a feedback on some of the parameters as to ki what was the quality of redressal, what was the behavior of the staff. We started a star rating system based on it कि हमारे कौन से departments हैं अभी 5-star rating पे काम कर रहे हैं, कौन से 4-star rating पे काम कर रहे हैं, कौन से हमारे employees हैं who are known for their good behavior with the public. We started recognizing them. We started a star employee system in our corporation. So somehow all that data that was being generated, so all those public management stories, X theory, Y theory, we started somehow, implementing it. And I think in the course of 1 year, the results, I think we'll just go through the results. But somehow the system that was expected has sunk in. Next. Next, please. So this just shows a flowchart. You can reopen the complaint. You can escalate the complaint. You can, express displeasure through the feedback mechanism. Next. These are just of the features that I talked about. So, there is multiple modes of registration, OTP required, auto escalation. I think I've spoken about most of these features. Next. So, I mean, it was talked about in the inaugural session also. Now, all these complaints, so consider about 4 lakh complaints being generated in a year. So, a lot of data was generated. So, we started about 6 months back, we started really analyzing the data. We started कि कहाँ से कंप्लेन आ रही है, किस टाइप की कंप्लेन आ रही है, किस डिपार्टमेंट से कंप्लेन ज्यादा आ रही है, किस डिपार्टमेंट की किस एरिया में से कंप्लेन ज्यादा आ रही है, कहाँ पर स्टाफ का फीडबैक नेगेटिव है, कहाँ से रिपीटेड कंप्लेन्स आ रही हैं. So now this, although these interventions are very simple, but this really helped us to plan. And I think in my 2-year tenure, this is one of the initiatives in which we saw some sort of public satisfaction being generated because of it. We started, pulling up officers जिनकी complaints बार-बार reopen हो रही थी. We started, sort of pre-planning कि अब हमें पता है कि suppose monsoon आता है, तो 3 इंच अगर rainfall, 3 इंच, 4 इंच से ज़्यादा rainfall हो रही है, तो हमें किस-किस areas से water logging की complaints आ रही हैं. So, for example, last monsoon we started keeping emergency teams for water logging in areas from where complaints were being generated, and all these complaints were geo-reference. So we had a GIS database कि कल को बारिश ज्यादा होगी, 4 इंच से ज्यादा बारिश होगी, तो कहां से मुझे पानी भरने की कंप्लेन आनी है. We started, posting our teams in advance. So, and as I told, we started felicitating and penalizing our employees जिनका feedback आ रहा था positive या negative. So the idea was कि एक complete mechanism came up कि कोई भी complaint आए, वो हमें WhatsApp पे मिले, वो हमें कोई application देके जाए, चाहे मुझे कोई phone करता है. Once the complaints enter the system, it follows a very well-defined path. Next. So this is some of the data. तो एक जो पहले लोगों को लगता था कि हमारे स्टाफ में एक लगता था कि हम लोग कुछ भी कर ले, पब्लिक नाराज ही रहती है. Somehow the feedback that we started getting, so somehow 86%, and right now it stands as 90%, this needs to be updated. 90% of the people started giving positive feedback in the due course of time. Initially जो 72% था, that reached to 90%. The number of complaints that were being registered increased, which showed that somehow the trust that the public showed in our system was increasing. The number of complaints, the percentage of complaints that were being solved within 48 hours, that was one of our KPIs. Department-wise, ward-wise, the number of complaints that were being solved in 48 hours, they increased over a period of time. Next. So this just shows the feedback mechanism. I think I've already said this. Next. I'll quickly wind it up because I'm told that we have to rush through to the session. Next, please. So this just shows a comparative analysis where we were earlier and right now where we are. So as we can see, the 48 hours complaints that were about 60% of the complaints that were being solved within 48 hours. Right now that stands at 76%. Next. So just a slide on the future path. So right now we are working on an incentive mechanism कि can we incentivize our staff based on their performance. So अगर एक एजेंसी है जो हमारे ड्रेनेज कंप्लेंट्स के सॉल्यूशन के लिए है, so based on their performance in the grievance redressal as to number of complaints it is solving in 48 hours, the number of complaints that are not being reopened, can we incentivize, can we create an incentive structure for the agencies that are working with us and the staff that is working with us. We want to increase citizen engagement. Can we actively have them participating with us as far as feedback is concerned onto some of the problems that are concerned? Can we have a good data analytics structure as to we can plan more effectively and in advance, especially with repetitive problems that we are facing year after year, every year. So for example, in the month of say June, Rajkot normally is a very water scarce city. So we have a lot of complaints as far as water supply is concerned. So those jahan pe normally the reason for a delay in water supply is usually some sort of leakage, some sort of delay in operation of water valves by the staff. So can we somehow plan effectively and in advance that this robust data that we are having available with us can actually help us deliver better, especially for repetitive areas. We are already developing a social media module also for this, and by the way, this software was entirely developed in-house with absolutely zero cost. A number of corporations have approached us, like the power utility Jamnagar Corporation, who wants to use this software from us for software as a service. We are in talks with them also. So, and social media API integration we are pursuing, and I think it should be done in 2 to 3 months. So I think it's a very basic issue, grievance redressal, but I think it forms the core of governance of any organization that has a public interface or is dealing with the day-to-day lives of the citizen. I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Myself Ramdas Jagtap, Deputy Collector, formerly working as a State Coordinator for Computerization of Land Record at Settlement Commissioner Office, Government of Maharashtra at Pune. I am here to present e-service portal of record of rights in the state of Maharashtra. Next please. In Maharashtra, Revenue Department has a 3 vertical working in the field: core revenue headed by collector, IJR and stamps headed by the IJR, and Land Record Department headed by Settlement Commissioner and Director Land Record. IGR and Settlement Commissioners are working from the Pune for the state. And Settlement Commissioner in the state of Maharashtra as appointed as a Chief Coordinator or the Coordinating Officer for Computerization of Land Record in the state of Maharashtra. With the help of NLRMP project, thereafter called as a Digital India Land Record Modernization Program, DILRMP, digitization of computerization of land record in the state of Maharashtra has been completed. Being a huge state, more than near about 35 districts, 356 tehsils, and more than 44,000 villages, we have two types of record of rights in the state of Maharashtra. Rural, this is the 712 extract, village form number 712, that is Sadbara, called in Marathi. That is the record of right for the rural, and urban record of right also there in the city areas or where the city survey has been taken place. That is the property card. In rural area, there are more than 2.5 crores of 712 extracts. And in the urban area, there is more than 60 lakhs of property cards. 99% of both the record of rights has been computerized, digitized, and digitally signed and available in the public domain. To download a digital signed copy, for that, government developed a portal called Mahabhumi portal. Mahabhumi is the name of the project which implement the computation of land record in the state of Maharashtra under NLRMP or DLRMP. This is the portal where the free services and the paid premium services both are catered for. Digitally signed documents are available in public domain with the cost of 15 rupees per copy from the portal itself. Anyone in the country, outside the country can apply, any citizen can register through a regular registration system or OTP based registration system and can download the digitally signed document. Main features we'll discuss about later. But along with the record of rights in rural area, that is Sadbara or Civil Extract, all the property cards in the urban areas also digitized and available now. Along with this, Mahabhunaksha is a portal where the village maps are digitized and village maps are integrated with the ownership, that is the record of right. Exact location of any land parcel in the state can be identified along with the extent of ownership and the name, the person, the owning the land record. Along with this, we have a e-record subportal. E-record is the old records of record of rights, which is in the scanned format. आपको पता होगी कि हर एक तहसील में, हर एक सिटी सर्वे ऑफिस में रिकॉर्ड रूम होता है और उसमें पुराने जो रिकॉर्ड्स है, स्कैन कॉपीज, उसको स्कैन करके अभी पोर्टल पे लाया गया है और दैट कैन बी डाउनलोडेड फ्रॉम एनीवेयर इन द कंट्री ऑन योर, इट इज अवेलेबल इन पब्लिक डोमेन. दीज आर द 3 premium services, but only the digitally signed document available is paid now. All other services are free till now. This portal has been developed since last 3 years, and crores of the documents has been downloaded by the citizens. These are some free services also. eHacker is a online application, is a portal to apply online for the mutation, that is the change on the record of right. Online application can be submitted by the citizen from anywhere, attaching the required documents, scanned documents or photograph documents. दूसरी एक सुविधा है इसके अलावा एक अपली चावड़ी it's a digital notice board of that village particular. This is the portal where each and every village has a separate portal or has a separate digital notice board where the day-to-day happenings in the Talati office, that is Patwari office, can be seen, whether our application submitted, the mutation taken or not, whether the notices has been served, whether any objection raised against that mutation, whether the mutations are certified, any measurement being done at village levels, the notices of the measurement survey, and the procedure relating to the measurement, status of measurement application. All these applications can be seen or monitored through the Apli Chaudi portal. Along with this, the Bholek is the document where view only Satbara or view only record of rights can be assessed. This is the free of cost, free service. Each and every citizen can see the exact ownership or exact extent of ownership on the record of rights. नहीं सर, फ्री में प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड नहीं है अभी. Only rural record of rights can be seen. Satbara can be seen freely. ATA can be seen freely. But property cards are only available in paid service. Digitally signed copy that can be downloaded. Along with the civil service court cases status can be seen from this portal. Maharashtra is the only state where the E-Committee of Supreme Court of India approved the mechanism to show the status on our portal. We have shared our 70 extract with the e-courts, and while e-filing of e-courts, registering a case in e-courts, Satbara is being linked, and according to that, each and every Satbara where the civil litigation is pending, that status can be shown here. This is the only service available in India. Maharashtra state, this service has been started before 2 years back, and till now not less than 8 lakhs properties has been attached to the civil court cases, and that is available in public domain also. Mutation application status is another free service, e-service, where the any application submitted to the Talati or the city survey officer can be monitored, can be seen, whether the application received, where the mutation taken, whether the notices has been served, whether any objection or objection has been raised, or the mutation status mutation is certified or not. That can be seen by a document, registered document number wise or application number wise. Nowadays, registration department is fully in sync with the e-mutation module, and every application, every registered document which is to be registered on the record of right is being sent online to concerned Talati on the same instant, on the same time, on the same date, instantly, and the mutation, online mutation is happening, and the status of online mutation is being seen through this portal. Another one e-service is also available freely, that is the find city survey number of our survey number or gut number. This is the new service developed and provided where the city survey has been taken place and the properties are notified under section 122 of MLRC. There the rural record of rights will be closed down and new property cards will be generated, will be digitally signed and made available to the public. लेकिन पब्लिक को पता नहीं होता है कि मेरे सर्वे नंबर का कौन सा सिटी सर्वे नंबर मिला है, तो इसके कारण इसकी सर्विस दी है. अभी रिसेंटली सर्विस हैज बीन गिवन. चलो नेक्स्ट. These are the list of services. Next. These are the links available for each and every service. This is the portal where the all links are available. मैंने अभी बताया. Next. फ्री सर्विसेज की भी जो भी स्टेटस है वो भी अवेलेबल है. मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन में आपको पता चलेगा. नेक्स्ट. दिस इज द डिजिटली साइंड रिकॉर्ड ऑफ राइट रूरल, दैट इज सातबारा और सिविल ड्यूल एक्सट्रैक्ट. दिस डॉक्यूमेंट is digitally signed, does not require any special signature. This is legally valid document, can be accepted in every office or in the court of law. Every document is identified by a QR code along with the document ID that can be verified online. समझो आपने पास एक डिजिटली साइंड पेपर पे एक सातबारा आया है, तो that can be re-verified through the portal by verification ID. इसके नीचे से दिया है डॉक्यूमेंट आईडी, वो डाल के दैट डॉक्यूमेंट इज टू कैन बी वेरीफाइड. नेक्स्ट. दिस इज व्यू ओनली सातबारा with the watermark that it is not for legal purpose. This is free of cost service. More than 2 to 3 lakhs citizens using this service daily to view Satbara and can be accessed. Next. Digital sign. This is the property card, digitally signed property card, same as with the Satbara extract. It is also digitally signed, and 99% of property cards and 99.67% of Satbara or village rural record of rights is available in public domain. Next. Next. These are the scanned documents, old documents. Not less than 30 crores of documents are scanned all over the state, and it is available on a public portal, public domain. Till date, 24 district data is available in public domain. बाकी का काम चल रहा है, लेकिन 24 available है. Next. Next. हाँ सर. Next. ये तो what are the main features of the e-service delivery mechanism? अब मैंने आपको बताया that can be document can be verified, legally valid, available at 99% document. Next. It is monetization of the service is done through PLA account. 1/3 share is given to the state government consolidated fund of account, and 2/3 is used for the computation of land records. Next. This is the statistics. So how the service is being used in the state in last some 2 to 3 years. It is proven that the e-service delivery in the state of Maharashtra for the record of right proves to be the best, and the fruits are being taken by citizens of Maharashtra. This is from my side. Thank you.
Respected session chair and all delegates, a very warm good afternoon to all. Patil, Special Secretary, General Administration Department, Government of Bihar. Before presenting on NESDA 21, I want to thank Secretary DRPG Srinivas sir, who has given me this opportunity to represent my state on this forum. First, we will see the objective of NESDA 21 with respect to Bihar, where we stand. So, next slide, please. Next. To give transparency, accountability, and time-bound public delivery system to our citizens, In Bihar, we are following 3 acts. That is Bihar Right to Public Service Act 2011, Bihar Right to Public Grievance Redressal Act 2015, and Bihar Government Servant Redressal Act System 2019, and the objectives is way forward. Now come to the next slide, please. Come to this background. We, the 80s and the 90s kids, we can easily correlate our childhood memories to that era, that is manual era. I clearly remember my father has applied for my residential certificate in the circle office, and after many visits and almost 2-month delay, he received my certificate. So I can say, which example I have given, that was a public service delaying system, not delivery system. So in 2010, Government of Bihar in its Sushashan, good governance agenda, incorporate transparency, accountability, and time-bound service delivery system as a legal right on its priority basis. Next page. Initially, we opted 53 services from the 10 departments, and currently we are running with the 153 services of the 14 department. And day by day, we are trying to maximize these services. As the NESDA recommendation also has given that there are 56 services we have to cover. So we are trying for that. And out of the total number of about 33 crores application received last dates, so the system has ensured that about 32.9 crores application was disposed. That is the total 99% of the success rate. Application can be filled online or digitized at the Lok Seva Kendras at the 38 districts, subdivision 101, blocks 543, and the panchayat level 8,471. Next. These are the department-wise notified public services. In GAD, we are giving 23 services, transport department like 25. Next. These are the department-wise services, especially from the GAD. It covers 74%, that is the 24.7 crores application we have disposed. Next. And these are the services we are giving, like caste, income and residential certificate, registration, social security pensions, we are also covering. Next. So in order to ensure transparency and accountability in the public delivery system, in GAD that is made totally online, and the services of the certificate has now exceeded more than 94%. And from the submission of application and verification of the application, approval, rejection of the application, everything is online. The citizen can avail these services anytime through any network, from anywhere and by any other means. Next. Next is implementation of, please. Next is implementation of Bihar Right to Public Grievances Redressal Act 2015. As I said earlier, next page please. As I said earlier that in Bihar, this is also a legal right. So the next. So there is a working time for this disposal of grievances, that is 60 days. And we have sorted out the nature of complaint that are considered to be 514 types, and this is the free of cost. Anyone can file a grievances, and there is so they can fill their grievances like telephone, postcard, email, web portals, and mobile apps also. Next page. This act covers entire state and all 44 departments. The administrative structure has 3 tiers. At the subdivisional level, presided officer at the rank of SDM. At the district level, presided by the officer rank of ADM, and the department level rank of deputy secretary. There is an independent administrative structure of the Public Grievance Redressal Officer, that is PGRO, with the quasi-judicial powers. Next. Here, every complaint is acknowledged and all data are digitized, and the complainants are given chance to personally appear before the PGRO and can argument with the public authority also. The attendance of the public authority is made compulsory, and if he fails, so collection of fine is also there, and the disciplinary action is also we can take. So till now, for more than 24 lakh rupees fine has been collected, and against 812 officers, disciplinary action has been taken. So there are provision of 2 levels of appeal also. At the subdivision PGRO, that goes appeal to the ADM level PGRO, and after that it goes to DM level. And second layer of appeal is also the ADM level PGROs, and after that it goes to commissioner, and after that it goes to principal secretary of the department. Feedback and satisfaction can also be recorded through lokshikayat.bihar.gov.in. Next page. So this is about achievement. Till now we have received 12.87 lakh grievances, and we have disposed 12.51 lakhs till now. That is 92% of disposal, and we have made PPT please. That is, I'm seeing from that side. Okay. So here we can see the year-wise received and disposal grievances. Next. Here are the top grievances related to encroachment and complaint related to electricity bill. Next is land dispute and breach of peace. Next. Here are the top 10 departments from where we are receiving the grievances, that is the Revenue and Land Reform Department, Home Department. Next. And the last we are working here is Bihar government servant, because grievance redressal system, because as we know in High Court also there are many cases related to retirement benefits and the regular service servant also. Next page. So this system has been launched by Honorable CM on 2019. There is one service grievance redressal officer, SGRO, at the district level and in the department level also. Next. Till now we have received 7,610 complaints, and we have disposed 6,963, and rest is in process. Next. So these are the government servant complaint related to department, that is health department, education department, water resources department. Next. These are the district, Gaya, Patna, Siwan. Next. This is a few number, the pension related, gratuity related, group insurance related. Next. NESTA 21 has given many recommendations, and now we are trying to, already we have done so far, but we are also creating digital ecosystem. Now we are providing sector-specific services. We are improving the accessibility, focusing more on the security of the public data, and we are providing multiple benefits, that is reducing the friction between the system and the citizen, and we are trying to increase trust in the system, so that the citizen can get high level of satisfaction and experience. That is from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Before we leave for lunch, before we disperse for lunch, I have some important announcements. One is about the feedback form. So you must be having feedback forms in your folders. So please submit it on the registration counter. If you need a feedback form, that also you can get it at the registration counter. I invite Shri Dilip Shinde Commissioner, Maharashtra Right to Service Commission, to felicitate the dignitaries. Also, today we'll come back in half an hour after lunch because today is the last day and many people want to go. They have their flights booked. So please be here in half an hour. The chairperson. Amit Arora ji, thank you so much. Shri Ramdas Jagtap ji. Madam Rachna Patil ji. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, please, we'll have a group photo. These are the beautiful memories to be cherished. One group photo. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will be back at 2:50. Thank you so much.
State governments are making once they are online. And the ranking of the state governments, different services. So in order to explain it further, I'll request my colleague, Mr. Rajput, to explain it.
So as mentioned, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra, he mentioned that Maharashtra is trying to get on top in e-service delivery. In fact, every time, and today morning I also discussing this point with Kshatriya ji, that we should add more and more services. Utility services, environment and tourism. Next, please. So as of now, we assess the portal of the state 56 services, all these mandatory services were covered in 35 states in UT and 25 services across the 11 central ministries and the departments. Over 1 lakh response covering 1,400 services across India analyzed. This process was conducted 100% online. Next, please. So now we can see the ranking of different states and UT as per NESDA 2021 report. So in the northeast and hill states, Nagaland was on top. You can see the list. That Meghalaya, Assam, Sikkim, Tripura. Similarly, in UT category, J&K topped the list. In fact, regarding J&K, they have very few services. But in a year, if you compare 19 and 21, they got listed 420 services online now. And now we have divided other states in 2 categories, Group A and Group B. In the Group A, Kerala is the number 1, providing more than 800 services. In the Group B category, Odisha is on top. My colleague Malik is here. We see in the Kerala is number 1 Group A state, Tamil Nadu is 2, and we see Maharashtra is on the 9th position. Even though Maharashtra has done very good job, Aple Sarkar portal, entire app is very good, appreciated everywhere in the country. In fact, we have invited Maharashtra to present their case at many forums. But maybe because of less number of services, this could be the one reason. It is for the state to analyze. But I am sure in the next report, which will be published to the 2023 this year, I think Maharashtra will be certainly on top. In the second Group B category, Odisha is first, Uttar Pradesh is second, Bihar and so on we can see. And Madhya Pradesh, because my colleague Avijit is here, so this is on 6th position, maybe because they have less number of services. Another reason could be, in fact, when we visited Madhya Pradesh recently, this point was mentioned, ki, no, we are providing more services. I don't know how come this number 415 is coming. So recently we are setting up one PMU, where we will be comparing the services which are being provided by different states. I have seen in a state, suppose we providing 400 services, another state is providing 300 services, both could be altogether different. Maybe few services could be common. And when one state could provide a particular service, why not the other? That means exercise has already been done. The framework is already ready. It is the matter of time when you include all those services which are being provided by different states. Next, please. So, next, please. Just a quick summary. In 2019 NESDA, we covered 872 services, and in 21, we covered 1400 services. If you see the UT and state category, the comparison, like Northeast, 121 services were there. Now they have 316 services in 2021. UT, 115 services originally they covered in the first survey, now 206. In the revenue state, now they are covering 878 maximum services. If you see sector-wise, the detail is given here. Next, please. Oh, go back. First slide. So now we should discuss takeaways out of this NESDA. Many good example of different states are listed here, like Ease of Doing Business portal of Assam, E-District portal of Delhi, Antyodaya Saral portal of Haryana, Sindhu Seva portal of Karnataka, Digital Punjab portal of Punjab, E-Mitra portal of Rajasthan, E-Sevai portal of Tamil Nadu, Mi Seva portal of Telangana, Swagat portal of Tripura, Nivesh Mitra of Uttar Pradesh. Many good portals are available providing e-services throughout the country. Next, please. We have seen the improvement over the sectors, like ministry, state UT and ministry portal. We have seen North Hill state. There is the overall improvement from 4.9, a score of 0.49 to 0.69. UT category it is 0.32 to 0.61. There is an overall improvement in the scores of different state and UTs. Next, please. So this is just to show that out of 58 mandatory services covered under NESDA, how many services are being provided by different states and UT. Like we have seen Andhra Pradesh, they are covering 50. Still 8 more services which are compulsory, which are mandatory, are to be covered by the state. Similarly, for Maharashtra, it is the 48. 10 more services are to be covered. In the remaining state Group B category, the highest is 55, that is Rajasthan. Next, please. In case of Northeast state, it is 47 highest for Assam, 48 for Tripura and 48 for Uttarakhand. In the second UT category, Jammu Kashmir highest 54. Next, please. So there is a comparison how many total e-services are being provided by a state vis-a-vis mandatory services. For example, Kerala 850 e-services they are providing, almost at the level of saturation. So roughly in a district or in a state, normally around 850 plus, maybe around 900 services we provide. So 850, they are quite close to saturation. Next is Karnataka 798, Andhra Pradesh 540, Haryana 529, Telangana 418, Maharashtra 389. I think you have more. I think 389 is the correct figure. Online 389. Few they have taken for the assessment. So we have out of whatever number is there, they have listed out 58 mandatory services. The list is available. In fact, which 10 services you are not covering, that list we can provide to you. Yeah. So Tamil Nadu 327 and Goa 240, Punjab 238, Gujarat 110 services. Group B category, next please. Odisha 512 services they are providing. They have very good portal, integrated portal, that is Odisha 1. Odisha 1. They have Odisha 1 portal. Then MP 479, Jharkhand 312, like this we have given. Similarly, we go to the UT category. Next, please. So JNK 230 services and out of mandatory 54. Similarly, we can see for different UTs. Next, please. Further go to next slide. So this is just a chart to show that how many services we are covering out of 58 mandatory services. And next, please. Here we can see the total services being offered online. Next, please. So as I mentioned, the saturation of e-services is the first takeaway of NESDA 2021. We should provide all the 56 mandatory services, and we should try to reach the saturation in providing the e-services online. Second takeaway is the adoption of integrated service portal. Instead of having different portal, department-wise, sector-wise, we should have unified integrated portal for the district or for the state. Third takeaway is the suo motu entitlement-based delivery of services. We have seen Andhra Pradesh, they have started, they will assess the socio-economic status of the family and what are the benefits they should get. So on based on entitlement, they have started offering those services. That is Then, as mentioned by Honorable Deputy CM today in his address, he mentioned it's on e-services delivery is not that just uploading the documents. Entire process should be online, should be faceless. Nobody should be required to visit any office or to contact anybody. Once you apply, automatic delivery should be there. So next is the rise in number of services provided facelessly. Then, of course, last is because we are just assessing NESDA again for 2023. Improvement in scores of all seven assessment parameters for the NESDA report. Okay, next please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajput. This was a brief introduction about the process of NESDA. And as you have seen, this is just a framework which DARPG has prepared to measure the assessment of the services which are being provided. Now this is a framework and a lot of changes need to be made. And as you have seen, the delivery of e-services, or rather I'll say services through digital medium, there are endless possibilities. As today morning Mr. Kshatriya mentioned about that article based on artificial intelligence, and Mr. Rajput said the services have to be end-to-end. Now some places, some departments, what they did, entire process will be online, but they will ask the citizen to go somewhere and collect the document, or give his password, or certify himself, or so somewhere some link is left as a weak link, and then again is a trouble for the citizen. So how do you do a process-based, seamless, end-to-end service delivery? Now there is also a focus on faceless services. Why an individual citizen need to be identified? If that citizen has given all the information online, why not deliver the services online itself? So some of the states have done very good job on this, and Odisha is one of these states which have done very good. And Mr. Malik is with us. I'll request him to give the brief about the state efforts.
Thank you, sir. Respected Additional Secretary, DRPG. I feel very thankful to DRPG for providing me opportunity to give a talk about the NESDA 2021 as per the Odisha perspective. Actually, Odisha started e-governance project much back in 2006-7 right now. And AR's administrative reforms, actually we have created a cell under General Administration and Public Demands Department in 2002. After that, we have started some e-governance projects which carries a long way. For that purpose, we have added more and more services online till that. Next slide. So basically, we have started processing by what are the processes to study, identify innovations in the best practices in the public service delivery, and different systems and services which can improve the well-being of the common people. And we have also made some macro changes and innovations in the policies and practices. Basically, the most important part of the e-governance project as a practitioner, the capacity building of all the stakeholders. Basically, we have conducted large number of trainings of all the employees across the state at the district level, the regional level, and divisional level, as well as the state level also. And we have created a database of different databases, like all types of services, like G2E, G2B, G2C, and G2G. So these are the different portals where we have delivered more and more services. And these databases are now being integrated so that more services can be delivered to the common people. Next. So this is actually the 5T initiative we have started in 2019. This 5T basically the teamwork, transparency, and technology, and which transfer within a time frame. And we have also this 5T charter for all departments. Every department has to make a 5T charter so that what transformation can be made at the department level. Also, all the employees, officers, actually, they have also made a target, and accordingly, they have to submit their PAR, where the 20% weightage is given to the 5T initiative for each officers. Next. Basically, the flagship e-governance projects we have started. HRMS, Human Resource Management System, Litigation Management System, Odisha Right to Public Services Act in 2012, and later on actually we have made a unified citizen-centric portal where all the e-services are delivered. There is Odisha One portal, and Odisha State Workflow Automation System. Initially actually we have automated the secretariat. Now it is upscaled to the directorates as well as the districts. This OSWAS is very much helpful for e-filing system in the entire state. Next. So HRMS actually the flagship project where all the G2E services are delivered, basically employee based. we have started with basically four-pronged approach. All HR activities should be transacted electronically. There should not be any paper transaction. And HRMS can accurately project what is the revenue expenditure towards salary. Now the entire budgetary provision made online. So all the concerned drawing and disbursing officers, they are submitting their budget online, and HRMS is integrated with the IFMS so that the budget is prepared online now. And the decision makers can have a scope for effective planning of the utilization of HR resources. Basically, we are providing all centralized HR data to every organization. Like your election office, anytime the election is being conducted, they are collecting the data from each and every office to randomly deploy the manpower in the electoral booth. We are providing the data to the election chief electoral officer, basically for random deployment of manpower. Who are the group A, group B officers, who can be the, and what is the native district, as well as what is the pay scale. Accordingly, they can feed the data so that they can randomly deploy the manpower in the electoral booth. Basically, who will be the presiding officer, who will be the polling officer, there are certain criteria. So that in each and every time, we are not collecting the data from the each and every office. There is a centralized database of around 6.5 lakh employees, and we are taking the centralized data to each and every office at the any time of need. Basically, the time and energy has been saved by the each and every office. These key issues, basically, we have 40 administrative departments and 110 directorates, and we are around 7,000 DDO, drawing and disbursing officers across 30 districts. And each month, we are processing around 80,000 bills, and we are having a 6.5 lakh employees database. And basically, there are different types of officers, all India service officers, as well as the state government officers. All these business logic which are affecting the basically HRMS. So we have taken into care and developing this logic. Basically, I am telling this HRMS is indigenously developed by the government of Odisha. We have set up a Center for Modernizing Government Initiative. We have our own IT team. They are developing this software. We have not outsourced to any private vendor to develop this software. They have conducted the domain study and they have developed this own application. Next. So in the phase one, actually we have developed a data model for how to capture the legacy data. Because we don't have the legacy data, we have taken the service book data, manual service book data, where the profile data as well as the transactional data of each employee were available. We have taken the legacy data from the service book. And in the phase two, actually we have developed this e-service book. Now at the time of retirement, any employee is going to submit the pension paper, and as well as we are also sending the e-service book to the AG, so that accordingly it can be processed and the pension can be sanctioned immediately. This payroll automation, because of this payroll automation, this database is also dynamically updated in each and every month. And we have also introduced a single page pay bill. Because of that, we are also saved around 15 crores of rupees for the paper cost, which are submitting to the treasury. Because of this integration, only the abstract of the bill is sending to the treasury, and entire the pay bill is sent through PDF copy to the treasury. So there is no paperwork. Basically, we are sending the abstract of the pay bill. And online PAR submission, basically we have started in 2014. So each and every employee, they are submitting the performance appraisal report online. And as per that basis, we are now giving the promotion in time to all the employees. And we have also made the mandatory for property statement, so that every employee has to submit the property statement online. And training management also, leave, loan, advance, pay fixation, pay revision, that has been already made online. And at the time of transfer also, the last pay certificate was essential. Now it is auto-generated. And now we are integrating the pension as well as the quarter management system. So every employee who is taking quarter, and the data automatically populated with the quarter e-quarter application. And whenever he is also leaving the quarter, he can also generate the no due certificate immediately. Next. These are basically the employee life cycle. We are starting from recruitment till retirement. We have identified each and every employee is having a 78 types of transactions with the government. Accordingly, this HR model has been developed. Next. So we have another application, LMS, Litigation Management System. This is actually the very beautiful part. Sometime back in 2017, Maharashtra government has also invited to us to implement this LMS. And we have also made the presentation in 2017 back. This LMS actually, it's a link between the Honorable High Court as well as the AG office and as well as the state government. On the real-time basis, we are getting the plain copies as well as the PWC and counter affidavit, interim orders as well as the judgments. They are seamlessly flow with the different offices to the court. So it is now integrated. So entire real-time data we are collecting from the High Court as well as the AG office. Next. Also, recently we have implemented the Deputy Solicitor General in the High Court of Odisha. This is the entire workflow, how this LMS is being operated. Next. So this is basically, initially we are facing more and more contempt cases. Now we have the SMS facility for the contempt cases as well as the interim order and judgment, so that we can implement all the judgments within the time frame. And single sign-on facility, basically HRMS and LMS has been integrated. So there is single sign-on facility for both the applications. And we have included all the police stations, all the corporations basically. Now we are also reflecting the daily cause list of the High Court. And all these MIS reports are being generated, and all the law officers, they are also accessing the LMS. Next. This is basically the Odisha Right to Public Services Act. Like most of the states, they have also made this right to public services. We have started in 2012. These three basically transparency, accountability, and timeless. Before that, we are not accountable to the services. There was no fixed time limit, and there was no transparency in the delivery of public services. Now, entire 417 services of 31 departments have been already notified under this act. Next. So this is the basically structure of this Right to Public Services Act. Next. So we have covered around 417 services of 31 departments. Next. Next. This is actually the Odisha One portal. Now around 37 departments and 571 services are being delivered online through this Odisha One portal. Around 59,21,000 services have been applied, and out of that 55 lakh applications have been delivered, services have been delivered. Because of this, actually all this background, actually we could able to develop more and more services on this portal. This is a unified portal, and all the citizen-centric G2B, G2C services are being delivered through this portal only. Next. This is the transaction, right side, how many transactions have been, e-transactions have been made. Around 1 crore 30 lakhs transactions have been made. Next. This is actually the backbone HRMS, which has been integrated with different portals. We have started with HRMS, now this is integrated with IFMS, because of their pay bill automation have been made. And also HRMS is integrated with the CCTNS, and all the police database we have also synced with CCTNS, and e-quarters, e-municipality, AG Odisha, pensions portal, LMS and ORTPS, all have been integrated. So anywhere HR data is required, we have integrated with HRMS all other services. So it is now helpful for each and every service to deliver. And all these portals have been integrated with HRMS. Next. This is actually the way forward. We are now developing ecosystem for cost-effective, innovative ideas. Any encouragement. Also, we have introduced the CM's Award for innovations and best practices. Development of policies. Any new ideas for transformation in public service delivery. Recognition of talent. Designing relevant programs. Preparation of knowledge database, basically. There's comparative analysis of the innovations and experience. Basic thing is that during eGovernance project, we have identified the infrastructure, basically. Most of the offices, they don't have computer. Most of the offices, they don't have the internet. Initially, only the BSNL was the service provider. Later, more and more service providers have come into picture. So ICT education at the school and use of satellite data for public service. Now we have introduced the BLUIS, Bhubaneswar Land Use Intelligence System, using the satellite data to monitor the encroachments in the urban land. So more and more satellite data can be used for the public services. Next. This is the journey towards e-services. We can add more and more e-services during the next course of period. Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malik. You know, these are just the glimpses of what the state governments are doing. And in a short span of time, we are actually not able to do full justice to the projects. But it's an opportunity for you to get interested into this. And the officers are present here, so you can take their numbers, you can contact them. Maybe online you can request them to make a further presentation, maybe with your officers. Or maybe your teams can visit the state governments and learn more about the projects which are being implemented, and you can take it forward. Now, e-service delivery has actually endless possibilities, and some of the initiatives are being taken by state governments, and you can see what could be the potential of these. And I think I'll not preempt Mr. Abhijit in explaining to you what is being done by Madhya Pradesh. And some of the things are, I personally find very exciting. They can completely transform the way the governance has been done in this country. So I'll request Abhijit to take over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for giving an opportunity to speak in this August gathering. Can we have the presentation, please? So majorly what I'll talk about is there is a faceless system of mutation that we have done. Next, please. Next slide, please. I'll talk about CM Helpline dashboard and machine learning based Girdavri, that is crop survey, and faceless mutation, land use permission and disaster warning in a very short span. Next slide. Next slide, please. 181 we started in 2014. Next. And it's like I think we were one of the first state to start CM Helpline Grievance Redressal Portal, and we have almost 55 plus departments with 18,000 officers being mapped here on complete workflow. And there are like 400 plus executives which are working. And we have also now, detailed it to now district level command and control center, and which are linked with CM Helpline. So even if there are situations of flood or any disaster kind of a thing, then that call center can even work for delegation. And now district collectors are using this call center as a survey method for scheme delivery, implementation, and their effectiveness. Next, please. This is an integrated, and we also have a mobile application, web application, and this is an integrated system. Next. Workflow, there is an escalation mechanism from L1 to L4. And recently we did a very nice tweaking that L4 used to be the secretarial level officers, wherein HODs and secretaries used to be the L4. So what we realized that all the problems majorly citizen facing are being addressed by the district or the divisions. So why it should get escalated to L4? So we introduced a concept of drop down, wherein if the officer at L3 says that this problem pertains to government, or there is a budget process, or the permission lies with the government, then only it will be rising to L4. Otherwise it will get stuck to L3. So they can even de-escalate it to rather than escalation. So because most of the problem are being redressed at the L1 to L3 level. Next, please. We also have an outbound, and we make a single call to everybody, which are the schemes which are partly grievance which are partly closed, so as to know the citizen satisfaction. And we rank our officers and the districts and the department based on the satisfaction level of the citizen. And till the time if the citizen is satisfied by our agent giving him a call, then only we close the complaint. Otherwise we'll escalate to the next level. Next. This is a workflow for feedback, and citizen can even give a call to 181 and register their satisfaction, and they can even register their satisfaction on WhatsApp bot as well. Next. We also take the response of the executive, whether you are happy with the call center executive's response and the way they have handled the call. Next, please. These are the stats. We have almost 2 crore plus complaints which have been registered, and you can see the resolution is 98%, and satisfaction of citizen is very good. I believe 70% is a very good number in terms of, and every day we handle 80,000 calls, wherein we register almost 25 to 30,000 new complaints every day. Next, please. We also have WhatsApp CM helpline bot, wherein we not only give the complaint, and we also give the scheme details as well. Next. This is a unique thing that has started in 2006, and CM takes every month picks up certain complaints, 10 complaints out of CM helpline, and then the citizen also come and explain their problems, and severe actions are being taken if the citizens, if the officers are found guilty. And we also give a lot of problem statement for district to or the department to resolve, and we also facilitate the officers on this particular program. Next, please. This is a very new concept that we started, CM Jan Seva, where these 7 services now citizens are getting on call to 181. So they are getting the registered, digitally signed copy of B1, Khasra, at 10 rupees, and the payment link is sent to the citizen on their phone. They can make a payment right on the phone, and they don't have to go to any kendras, or they don't have to go to any portal. Just give a call to 181, and services which are free, they are also delivered, disposed online, and they get these services right away on their mobile, on their WhatsApp. So this has been a game changer, and we are trying to popularize it. Recently we started. So we are trying to make it more, popular to the citizen. Next, please. We have also integrated. We have also started a women helpline, wherein there are 7 women executives which are sitting, and there is a counselor also. So if there is a distress situation to a woman, then the call gets transferred to the district collector and the SP, and the women that counselor also give the counseling to the women in distress. And so now we have taken a call that no department will make their own call center. We will give them the support. Now we are also starting a disabled helpline, wherein disabled people will be running that helpline within the CM helpline ambit with the same number. And they will be more responsive, I believe, to their disabled cause and their issues. Next. So we have a very good analytics dashboards which are there, and the district ranking are generated on the live dashboard. Next, please. These are certain text mining we also do, and we dig out now we are trying to do the major root cause analysis, like what now IIT Kanpur has tied up with CP Grams. So we are also working on certain kind of root cause analysis for why the problems are getting generated. Is the problem the process or the people? Next. I'll just shortly talk about the CM dashboard. Next, please. We have a very good dashboard wherein we have different schemes, integrated dashboard. All the application, e-governance application dashboards are also blended in this. So we have almost, next slide please. These are the types: flagship scheme, projects, public service delivery, conclave, even Atmanirbhar project that our state has taken a vision statement. Even department review meetings are also there in the dashboard, and the current affairs. So it's a comprehensive dashboard wherein, next slide please. So we have almost 33 departments which have been covered, and we have 75 plus application dashboard, and there are 16 flagship schemes of state government, 11 flagship projects. And ranking dashboard have also been developed for the district as well as for the departments. Next. We have also started now integrating it with GIS so that the heat maps can also be generated with the data set that is available with there. So for example, you can see the dashboard for Jal Jeevan Mission wherein the data is populated on the heat map. Next, please. This is a very unique project that we started using satellite data, whether the data is, next please. whether data is satellite image or the backscattered, because in Kharif we don't get the satellite data, which is because it's being the cloudy one. So what we did is for the last 3 years, whatever the ground data we had, we tested it and we used the algorithms which are available online using cloud services. And now we are predicting every crop-wise prediction using satellite data. For Kharif, we predicted for almost for the whole state, and Rabi also we are doing. So now we, on the MP Kisan app, we are showing what is the satellite data according to us, our prediction to the farmer. And the Patwaris are also entering their data. If the Kisan is satisfied by both of the data, then he can just consent to that data. If the farmer is not satisfied with this data, they can make an objection to that. Then again the Patwari or the higher field formation will go to the particular field. And this has been, now we have started this for the crop prediction. Now we will also use this for the crop loss. And we are also doing a project with the State Agriculture Department in coordination with NRSE to do the crop insurance on this satellite image. Next slide, please. I'll just show the how we are trying to do this. So we ingest the satellite data and we do the analytics part of it using machine learning. And then we are able to predict is now even land parcel wise. Because on the geographical expanse, it is easier to do, but to do it on the land parcel wise is a very tricky and a difficult one. We have even escalated this to Government of India for Agri-Stack also, and we are engaging with certain states also to give them the handholding on this. Next, please. So this has been our match and mismatch, and we have output validation. Recently we have done for Kharif. So our accuracy level for Kharif, we have reached almost 70 to 75%. Rabi, we are still evaluating because the exercise is going on. Next, please. Next, this is one of the faceless that Rajput sir was talking about. We have made the mutation of the land as faceless, wherein the, next slide please, the person doesn't have to go to any tehsildar for getting the mutation done. If the person A is selling the land to person B, then the person B will not have to go to the tehsildar. The data will case will get registered to our revenue case management system. SMS will trigger to the land, place and the village, the mobile numbers that we have, that if any person is having any complaint, then they can register the complaint online in 10 days. And the same chaspa will be done in the tehsil of that relevant particular geography. And after 10 days, if there is no objection or the objection online is frivolous or something which is not tenable, then there are cyber tehsildar who have been given the power of tehsildars who are sitting at the state headquarters, and the cases are given to them on the round robin kind of a system. So they will do the mutation on the behalf of the territorial tehsildar. And if the objection is found tenable, then the case will be transferred to that revenue tehsildar, territorial tehsildar. So we have implemented this to 10 districts, and this after 1st of April we'll be implementing to 100% of the districts of this state of Madhya Pradesh. Currently we are doing it only for single land parcel, complete land parcel being sold. Now we are trying to do a pre-mutation sketch kind of a concept, wherein even you have to sell a part of a land, then that pre-mutation sketch, that drawing, carving out of the land parcel will be done. And that also will be done through cyber tehsil. So this has really, given, आज जो सुबह morning session में कह रहे थे, तहसीलदार के भी अब काम खत्म होने वाले. So now we are also trying for Sampada, for registry of faceless registry. Almost from next year, we'll be doing the faceless registry where the people will be able to make the registry from their homes using the video KYC. We are almost, we have done the process. I think Maharashtra has also done most of it. So so this is one of the very interesting project that we found people to be very, and we entail to do almost 2.5 lakh mutation using this cyber tehsil for next year. Next, please. Next. So this is a workflow that will be there. Next. This is also an automatic layout process approval system, Whenever you have to get a layout of a particular, say, mall or a larger format of building, or a planning wherein the town and country planning used to take 3 to 4 months, there are around 2,200 rules which are there for one city, like Bhumi Vikas Niyam and so many boundary conditions. So we ingested them all into a business logic. So just 2 minutes, sir. And then we, now the citizen, once they upload their GIS file, they will be able to know, next slide please. They will be able to know what is the boundary condition and what is the area that will be permissible. So this layout permission, otherwise on an offline process, used to take at least 3 to 4 months. Now we have reduced it to 3 weeks. And the citizen or the user can itself see whether his layout will get approved using the boundary conditions or not. And I think this is the first project in the country for layout approval in this. So this is completely on GIS and the user can itself see that. Next. So next slide please. Next. So land use certificate also we have now, the user can see that. Next, the last project. This is a disaster warning and response system. We have completely made a GIS based framework wherein the data of dam levels and field level information are being collated. Next slide please. And we also predict the river basin submergence and the district submergence based on the rainfall. What is the likely submergence of the river? And we have integrated this with 181, with Janni and everything, and with the relief centers also. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. I think this presentation requires full half-day session because there are a lot of good, interesting things. Imagine cyber Tahsildar. Somebody is giving online information about his land. The application is being facelessly marked to anybody, and by evening you can get your mutation done. That will completely transform the governance. In the interest of time, we will not be able to have any Q&A session, but officers are here. So those who are interested, I'll request them to meet individually with the officers. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Please be here for some time for a photo and felicitation. I request Shri Dilip Shinde sir on dais and request him to felicitate the chair and the panelist. Shri Dilip Shinde sir. Shri Amar Nath ji, Additional Secretary, DARPG. Shri NBS Rajput, Joint Secretary, DRPG. Shri D. Malik, Additional Secretary, Government of Odisha. Shri Abhijit Agarwal, Managing Director, MP State Electronic Development Corporation. And Shri Parthasarthi Bhaskar, Deputy Secretary, DRPG. So please be here for a photo. Thank you very much, everyone. ये सारे जो सेशंस हो रहे हैं उनसे हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिल रहा है. एज अ कॉम्प्यूटर ऑल्सो आई एम गेटिंग टू नो सो मेनी ऑफ थिंग्स. एंड नाउ वी आर मूविंग टूवर्ड्स द लास्ट सेशन ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस, which is data-driven governance, jointly chaired by Shri S. Chokalingam, DG Yashoda Pune. Shri S. Chokalingam, DG Yashoda Pune. Can we have a good round of applause for him? Thank you, sir. Also, I invite Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, NEGD DIC. Welcome, sir. And I invite all the panelists, Shri Satish Agnihotri, Professor, Center for Technology Alternatives for Rural Areas, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Shri Satish Agnihotri, sir. May I call upon stage Shri Kamal Das ji, Dean, Wadhwani Institute of Technology and Policy. Shri Kamal Das ji, Dean, WITP. Also, I invite Dr. Anurag Aswa, Associate Dean, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, and Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, Department of CSE, IIT Bombay. Thank you very much, sir. I request the chairperson to proceed. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you and the entire line of speakers spoke extremely well and put a lot of pressure on us on time also. So I request our panelists to be very crisp. Data-driven governance. We may think that it is new, but imagine an empire run through shipping lines which took 6 months to reach from England to India or to America for that matter, and managing the whole empire where sun never set. Was it possible without data? There was a huge amount of data generated, much more than we are generating today. We are generating today is in a different thing. But Macaulay's education plan entirely focused on creation of data. In the scheme of things, clerks were more important. Creation of data to be sent to London, to be processed, and to be governed worldwide. So data is not new, but we are looking at different data today to look into the type of new data emerging and how to handle it for governance. We have esteemed panelists. I'll request Professor Satish Agnihotri of Professor Sitara IIT, who has a privilege of both being an Indian Architecture Service officer as well as Professor of IIT Bombay. Give a big hand to him.
Do you have the presentation, please? Yeah. Just a small anecdote. When I joined IIT as a professor, one of my bosses, who was earlier Secretary Shipping, his first question was what only a bureaucrat can ask. He says, IIT Bombay join kar rahe ho? I said, professor. He says, full time? I said, full time. Is there a precedent? I said, only a bureaucrat can ask that question. Yeah, be that as it may. Yeah, next slide, please. I'm flagging certain issues, sounding a note of caution. If I appear like a pessimist, please pardon me, because I think optimists are needed in a society. They make aeroplanes. Pessimists are needed because they make parachutes. So I'm giving some glimpse on the parachute side rather than the aeroplane side. अभी तक जितना उड़ लिए हवा में हम लोग ठीक था, but थोड़ा सा sobering करने की जरूरत है. Now, governance has been data-driven. I mean, he was kind enough to stick to British Empire. Even Todermal's time, the whole Malguzari was data-based. Okay, so question is, has good governance been data-driven? And with all our experience, we put our hand on our heart. Fits and starts, yes. Systematically, no. So the question that you are asking is, today, there is a scope. When we talk of data here, we are really talking in terms of digital data, the analytics, and so on and so forth. So good governance can be scaled up through better utilization with support of IT. And some of the examples you heard in the previous session. Therefore, the importance of digital data. However, we need to discuss some quality issues and some new ways of analysis. Next slide, please. Yeah, in these new ways of analysis, the colleague from Madhya Pradesh did mention about the heat maps. Heat maps is just one part of it. The geospatial analysis is extremely important because data tells you whether the shoe pinches. Maps tell you where does the shoe pinch. और कई बार होता यह है कि चुभता जूता अंगूठे में है, मरहम लगाते हैं एड़ी पे, क्योंकि एड़ी is politically powerful. So that is something we have to keep in mind. Then we also have to be worried about buzzwords. Thank God we only heard AI/ML today. The other day there was a complete non-science student who was saying, time India moves to quantum computing. I said, मैंने physics पढ़ा है, अब मेरी ये कहने की औकात नहीं है. So we also need to be a little worried about the buzzwords. Not that I have anything against quantum computing, but all I am saying is AI/ML, pre-AI/ML, there are number of techniques which can be very useful and very insightful. So one may say कि और भी गम है ज़माने में AI/ML के सिवा. So let's look at some of those. And that is where the quality of the digitalized data comes in, because if the quality is not good, then you may run into the problem of what I call GI/GO, garbage in and garbage out. That will get hugely magnified if we get into automated systems. Okay? Dashboards, and this data needs a quality check which is concurrent. There is no point in doing a post-mortem after 2 years. And I'll give you some hilarious examples from Maharashtra itself. And ground truthing is needed, because when you go to ground truthing, you suddenly realize that the ANM is saying loose motion cases are not to be reported as diarrhea. Diarrhea is to be reported as diarrhea. फिर आप सर पे हाथ रख के बैठ जाते हो कि अरे loose motion has been misclassified. Okay? And then user-friendly dashboards have a usefulness, not just for citizen. I think there's a huge need for in-house capacity in government today, so that we don't surrender to consultants. कई जगह पे मैंने देखा है कि हमारा analysis and therefore हमारा decision making system कई बार consultants के पास हम गिरवी रख देते हैं. I think within the government there is a huge need for learning it, and it's not a rocket science. Chokkalingam will bear me out. We are teaching now some of the medical officers in the field, not even the professors in the medical colleges, and we see there not just hunger, their grasp. So I think there's a need for government system being strengthened with these tools of analysis. I'll just give you a glimpse. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now what does this simple map show, heat map? It shows you what was the situation during NFHS 4, what is the situation during NFHS 5. And I personally feel that political executive appreciates maps far better than you and me. हम लोग graph आप करते रहते हैं. They appreciate, they have an innate understanding of the geographical situation. Yeah, next please. Yeah. Now, I'm showing this because we talk of birth doses. Now what happens is, just go to the next one. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now this is a very telling map. आजकल हेल्थ में हर जगह 0 बर्थ डोज का गुणगान हो रहा है. What you suddenly realize, the same mother, the same Asha, the same Anganwadi worker, the same efficient or corrupt system, the child gets BCG, the child gets OPV, the child doesn't get vitamin A and hepatitis. Same child. Is it a supply chain problem? Is it a governance problem? We haven't looked at it. And when I showed it to someone, he says, sir, 36 साल हो गए सर्विस के, ऐसे कोई बताता नहीं कि ऐसे कर सकते हैं. This is no AI/ML. Okay? Next, please. So we in IIT, courtesy Health Department, Government of Maharashtra, did some extremely insightful analysis. Birth seasonality, ANC coverage. In ANC coverage, we realized everybody talks of the need for deworming because of the helminth problem. And albendazole turns out to be the stepchild of the ANC services. Do we need AI/ML? We don't look at the data and analyze it seriously. We looked at preterm birth patterns. I will show you some cases. We analyze stillbirth patterns in India, and you may say, अब IIT वाले stillbirth का क्या जानते हैं? So just 1 month ago, me and some of my students, our paper was published in Lancet Regional. So I think we must be talking some sense. I jokingly told the kids, इतना मत उछलो, Lancet Regional है. So one of them told me, sir, पंजाबी में कहते हैं Lancet होता है, regional हो तो क्या हुआ? Okay. Even snake bite data in HMIS has not been analyzed. Maharashtra and West Bengal has interesting things to learn from it. Okay. We have also developed a user-friendly dashboard which told us that you have these creatures called nil report, which we ignore, zero report, which we ignore, outliers, which we completely ignore, implausible data, we don't look at it. So I'll go in actual examples. And what happens is when you do concurrent detection, instead of post-mortem, you can do mid-course correction. This can happen at the level of state, Delhi. It can happen at the level of Rashtrachi, Kutli Rajdhani, Arthik Rajdhani, Mumbai. And it can also happen in Ahmednagar. Ahmednagar, it happens, it's a ground reality, because deliveries happen in urban areas. In some other places, it could be data fudging. And finally, I am asking one question, that rural, we can still understand infrastructural constraints. Why in urban, these things don't get automated? Next slide. I'll skip this because it will take a little more time. Just go to next one, please. Next. Yeah, here we just did a simple analysis of preterm births and low birth weight. And we suddenly found that there are peaks of low birth weight which will automatically relate to wasting among the children. We haven't made that connection. Next, please. Yeah, now this is interesting. I'm not naming the districts on purpose because I asked this question to the medical officer कि ये अगर सच्चा होगा डेटा तो कम से कम एक अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जिला परिषद में तो आना चाहिए, विधानसभा में ना भी आए तो सब हंसने लगे, कहते हैं हाँ सर लेकिन ये डेटा गलत है, वेरी कॉन्फिडेंटली, लेकिन ये डेटा गलत है. ऐसे यार फिर जब अगस्त में गलत था तो जनवरी तक करेक्ट क्यों नहीं हुआ? मग ते आम्ही करत नाही, आम्ही वर्ष संपलं की करतो. So you do post-mortem. Next. Yeah, I was mentioning about this preterm birth and wasting. We did ground truthing and we did cross-check, not ground truthing, using NFHS data. And we see certain sense in looking at this. Now the Sindhudurg and Ratnagiri says, अच्छा आमच्याकडे असा problem है का? It's a simple data. One must get into analysis. Next, please. Now, maps are not the only way. Even our simple humble pie chart will be able to show you who accounts for a disproportionate part of the problem, who is proportionately contributing less. So this is something which any of us can do for any state. This is just for Maharashtra pneumonia, HMIs is just a sample. Next. Yeah. Can you believe a district, and don't laugh at Maharashtra, there are other states where this thing happens. No pneumonia, no asthma, sepsis, tuberculosis, AFP, and measles and malaria for 3 years on a trot, month after month. So I said, phone करके पूछ लो, रामराज अगर आ गया हो तो हम लोग वहीं सब जाएं सीखने के लिए. Then the officer to whom I was showing it, he said, नहीं हे monthly व्हायला पाहिजे. So it must happen month after month. So therefore I am insisting that we should go for concurrent analysis. I'll just show you 2 more slides which you can have a hearty laugh at. Next. Again, not naming the district. Now, if in a particular district suddenly complicated pregnancies treated with blood transfusion rise from single digits suddenly to 67, is anybody waking up? Does AI wake up? My student put in ChatGPT information about me, asking कि मेरे प्रोफेसर पे एक कविता लिख दो. उसमें उसने लिखा था वो 1970 बैच के IAS ऑफिसर हैं. I am 1980. ChatGPT did not correct it. Next. Same thing. Deaths occurring at emergency department. और ये मैंने मेडिकल ऑफिसर्स को पूछा कि इसमें तो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव तो विधानसभा में आना चाहिए. आता नहीं है क्योंकि डेटा कोई चेक नहीं करता है, अगर सही भी हुआ तो, एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ये डेटा गलत है. सो द क्वेश्चन दैट आई एम गिविंग हियर इज, लेट्स लुक एट डिजिटल डेटा, लेट अस कंकरेंटली इवैल्यूएट इट, लेट अस करेक्ट इट. As corrections begin, we have seen data quality improving, and NBS, he's still sitting there, he will bear me out in Orissa. This was what we steadfastly did. And our data quality in a notorious area like ICDS child malnutrition had improved hugely. So, short point, yes, data, digital data, yes, it's the person who should control the machine and not the machine and the technique which should control the person. As a responsible government, we owe it to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you are not a pessimist, but you are someone who is warning us. Don't get carried away by tall talks of only data or AI, but be grounded. And as the traditional bureaucrats worked, you concentrate on the core data and the people. Thank you, sir. Now I will request Mr. Kamal Tas from Wadhwani Institute of Technology and Policy. By the way, Sitara IIT, Wadhwani, as well as Gokhale, they are partners with Yashada. Partners with Yashada in data-driven governance. We have signed MOUs with them, and we are cooperating with them in training our officers to use the data for governance. Over to you, Mr. Kamal Das.
Respected Chair and honorable dignitaries, thank you for the opportunity to be here. As a new organization, next slide please, I'll just take a minute to talk about Wadhwani Institute. We are a one-of-a-kind institute which has been in existence for less than 2 years. We have helped support government officials on enabling tech-centric policy, reviewing them and providing suggestions for them. Help them with strategic projects, how to do RFPs, SOW, MSAs on projects on emerging technologies. And we do technology academy training on emerging technologies. And all of this is free of cost, pro bono for the government. Next slide, please. We have 5 core courses that we do. We have Introduction to Emerging Technologies, Data-Driven Decision Making, which talks about dashboards and data analytics, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning for Good Governance, and a course on blockchain and drones. We have partnership with Capacity Building Commission. We are also partner with IPS in front. We have Mission Karmayogi, we are Karmayogi Bharat, as well as Yashta. And we are very proud to say that in the last year, we have been able to train more than 2,000 government officials across 11 states and 11 central ministries. With that, I'll move to the next slide, please. Today, we will cover 3 core themes that I want to discuss. We want to talk about breaking down data silos, proactive governance, and data technology, which can overcome some fault lines in the society. Next slide, please. So theme 1, as even the Deputy Chief Minister said today morning, and Sujata Madam said yesterday, we have a lot of data in the government. But one of the problems is that the data often is in different silos. And one of the key things that we need to do to enable what Agnihotri sir said, to prevent inconsistency in data, is to get different siloed data to talk to each other. That's the only way we can improve decision making, because unless all the data repositories talking to each other, there'll be a lot of inconsistency, inefficiencies in the system. It will lead to greater transparency and accountability, as well as enhanced citizen service. Next slide, please. I'll just take an example of the Finance Ministry. Our CEO, Prakash Kumarji, who's not there today, and he was the inaugural CEO of the GST network. It took 2 years for him to get the Income Tax Department and GST network to talk to each other, even though both were in the same ministry. And once it did get together, we realized there's so much revenue leakage that was captured. There are companies reporting crores and crores, thousands of crores of revenues for 10 plus years, but not reporting any profits. And there are companies reporting multiple profits, but not reporting any revenue in GST. All because the data was siloed till they both started to integrate the data. We are working with a few states on dropout rates in school. If you look at it in India, for every 100 children who are in class 1, only 50 reach class 12. We have 50% dropout in the class 12 years of school education. And our GR rate, which is for higher education, is less than 30%. So we obviously know the number is pretty poor, and there's a lot we can do to improve the demographic dividend that we have. But a lot of things, again, with siloed information only with school data, we cannot predict dropouts. Parents' details, such as their education and income, are very critical to assess who will stay on and who will drop off. And as we go ahead and add more data from different sources, the data will be richer and provide inconsistencies. We are working with the Women and Child Development Ministry and the Public Distribution System, and we obviously realize, as Agyodhya was saying, that there have been periods of time when young babies have had heights increased by 10 centimeter in a month. So maybe they had a lot of Boost and Horlicks in that month. But conversely, in a few months later, we find that height decreasing by 10 centimeter, which we thought was slightly difficult to digest. So those are areas that we can look at if we have proper data from the start and concurrent quality checks there. It also, if you look at areas where we have targeted population in the measures and outcomes, we want to have better health outcomes. From Anganwadi data and others, if we see there's huge wasting and stunting in certain districts, certain areas, can we just investigate and look at the PDS systems in those areas, make sure they are delivering accurately? Because the combination of Anganwadi plus PDS, given how much money the government is putting into it, should ensure there are no wastages and there are no stunting with our children. Moving on, please. So the next theme I'll talk about is proactive government. And this is something that can be done, is moving from more reactive to more proactive government, and data will enable that. Data can also be used to monitor which schemes are working and not. And a lot of us are working, many states I already know of, Karnataka, Punjab, Haryana, are working on the concept of one government, where if a citizen already enrolled for 3 government schemes, and the 4th government scheme has the same eligibility, why should the citizen, he or she, apply for that? Why can't we have proactive governance where they say, hey, you're already eligible for this, let me auto-enroll you unless there is any reason we should not? And that's a proactive government that we want to reach. We had Mr. Sanjay Vijay Kumar talk about Corona Safe and other health outbreaks. With data, we are able to sometimes predict, not always, but better than having no data, predict where there may be outbreak and take proactive action. At least we'll have some ICU beds and others ready to be able to prevent issues. One nation, one ration card happened in a lot of sense in a reactive way. But what I'm very happy to see, as Srimati Mithili Sethi said yesterday about the migration of some people in Maharashtra and others, just because people are migrating from one district to another, they don't get benefits of Anganwadi. And therefore the metrics for the children deteriorate after they come back. In some districts, we already started to pilot one nation, one Anganwadi. And that is a proactive step that we're taking, given the fact that we understand this is because people are losing out on health services, because the children are losing on health services because they don't have access to Anganwadis. So from one nation, one ration card, to one nation, one Anganwadi, to now we're also looking and trialing, I think, one nation, one school in certain places. And all of these are proactive steps to take to ensure that we have proactive government that is taking care of these issues. Next slide, please. We had IPS additional DG Sri Narasimha discuss about Trinetra yesterday. And traffic policing is areas where we can definitely use more data and can be used for proactive governance. As Dr. Srivatsa Krishnan yesterday had said, he wanted to use ChatGPT for an article that he's publishing today. So this slide is also created using ChatGPT 3. So all the text here, except for the text in brackets, is by ChatGPT 3. When I asked, what can government do to be proactive, this is the response I got. So obviously these are very common things that all of us are aware of. I'll not spend too much time here. We can go to the next slide, please. Again, talking about fault lines, both Professor Satish Agnihotri as well as Dr. Anurag Ashwa will talk about that, and they've worked a lot on these areas. And I'm sure Dr. Anurag will talk about it in the next few minutes, so I'll not take too much time. But going to the next slide, please. One of the things I just want to lay out, and again, because we understand graphs better, let us say we want to implement a policy, previous slide, please. Implement a policy benefiting agricultural laborers, and we want to focus on districts with more than 50% agricultural laborers. I hope you didn't notice the slide too well. Which states would you focus on? Any guesses, any names here? Well, I've done this in 11 states already, and the usual suspects are pretty common. Any name from you all? Which states would you focus on? 50% of the population, rural population, there are more than 50% of the rural population is agricultural laborers. Which districts, which states would they be in? Bihar, UP, Haryana, Punjab, those are the common names. Next slide, please. And when we look at the actual data, things that we realize is Maharashtra, Gujarat, AP, TN. We have Anand and Amravati coming on here alphabetically. We don't notice them. We forget that some of the common places that we are looking at are missed, which is where data will tell us that sometimes our biases and just the news we read biases us to a lot of the thoughts that we have. And while I'm not saying Bihar, UP don't have it, a lot of the common names possible. That's one. Okay. Okay, sir. So, sure, sir. So this is the impact of migration and other things. So obviously there are other reasons that lead to this, but this is what the data is showing us when we look at the analysis there. And obviously we can do a root cause analysis, why it is happening, how it is happening, and how to elevate this. Next slide, please. So Mr. Abhishek Singh had in the morning itself shown us how we can link Bhashini with GPT-3 and link it to WhatsApp or telephone to get citizen services and citizen response in the mother tongue. And that's a great service that can be done. Similarly, we are working with Higher Education Ministry and others. How do we have education outcomes by each district? Where do you set up the new institutions so that there is focus on making sure certain disenfranchised groups like SC/ST or ladies are focused on? Similarly, with analyzing data on income and employment, the government can analyze where you can have areas with high poverty and provide certain benefits there. There are a lot of areas where AI/ML can be used. So the option is there, and happy to work with all of you. We have people from 30 states here. Happy to work with all of you to enable more capacity building on those lines. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Kamal Das ji. Not only for the session, but as well as for helping the government across the country to use data for governance. Now I request Dr. Anurag Asava, Associate Dean of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. As you know, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics is very well known in economic as well as public policy. We are going to have a public policy course for bureaucrats of Maharashtra, which will be a joint course for bureaucrats as well as the students of the Gokhale Institute. And I invite him to share his thoughts on using data, especially economic data, for governance.
Thank you, sir. So when yesterday I was listening to him to IAS in the Shayari, and similarly data in the Shayari, I'm just starting with one line. तो सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, मैं चाहता हूं कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए. मेरे सीने में नहीं, तेरे सीने में सही, पर आग जरूर जलनी चाहिए. So since morning, yesterday, I am listening to all the bureaucrats and IAS officers talking about their dashboard, what they are putting their efforts, how the data being collected, how they are improving the system. Really kudos to all of them, because I have been working very closely with the different department of Maharashtra government, with the MERC, MWRA, as well as many, many more PMC. So when we talk about data and data governance, database governance, as Sir has already discussed about that, public policy does not come without any data. So today I could not prepare the presentation, but I will try to put my point more powerful so that the PowerPoint presentation may not be missing by you. So let's talk about that, the way we use the data. So we are currently working with Pune Municipal Corporation, and we try to understand those 11 villages who are part of the PMC. Then we try to understand how the development plan can be made. When we realize that the data which is not available with us, because the data of 2011 data cannot be used for the 2021, when you talk about progress of next 30 to 20 years, so we approach to PMC and try to understand, can we have some information about how the density of the population is those in 11 villages, and surprisingly we got the GIS data from that, and based on those GIS data, we could find out the sampling pattern where the density of the population is mentioned over there, and we use those information to get our sampling and collect the information. So one of the use we did for that, simply a second work which we did with the affordable housing, and those part, when we tried to understand, okay, again, that was the borderline of the 2009-10, and we did not have any information, okay, from where we can start data. So census was the very handy for us to understand how and where we can start. So those information which is already available with the public, and with the public domain from the government, we utilize it. And really thanks for all of you. Similarly, we use several data set from UDICE share, then we have a data on the Indira Awas Yojana. There's several data set we generally use. But yes, there are issues with the data availability and the type of data and the quality of data. I just want to talk about at least one set of data which is being discussed and which is being used on PLFS data. So we are working with the PLFS data, and when we started working on that, it was the most difficult for us to understand how the data has been collected and stored. So my first submission for the government officials and the system, the way we put the data, really it is so difficult to understand how to get that data and how to download it. Once the downloaded process is over, now it becomes in so many complex structure, 7, 8, 10, 15 folders, and then we have to understand which folder is talking about which particular type of data, and then the common IDs, which generally it is seen that it is available, but unfortunately those common IDs are very difficult to find out. And I was discussing with the people who really behind this, Professor Amitabh Kundu, who was visiting the Gokhale Institute. I asked about him, okay, if you have provided me data, and this is a basically very complex methodology they created, I will say very complex but very effective, which was basically on the data set they collect 4 times in a year. I hope you understand 4 times in a year to around 50 to 60,000 households, and already 60 variables they are collecting data. But when we try to differentiate the data from round 1 to round 2, round 2 to round 3, the common IDs were not available to us. And that's what the big difficulty we had. Okay, if I have to find out the impact of migration, somebody has been counted in particular one round, and second round he has been removed or he has been left out. The point has been given the questionnaire. Any household is not being touched again or not been visited again. That information is not available. And it was very difficult to find out, okay, what impact is happening over the period. The basis was collecting of data was that how over the period, the impact of labor, impact of migration, impact of employment and non-employment generation is happening or not, but we were a little bit of uncomfortable position to find out what the impact is happening over here. Similarly, I was collecting some data about the COVID impact in Maharashtra. So there also the same issue we had. There was 7, 8 different folders were there, and in each folder, one side household data was there, some side family data was there, some side impact of COVID was there. But when we tried to compact it, okay, somebody has been collected data from one household. If I have to find out how the impact of COVID has happened on their employability, their income, their we can say health structure, etc. But those relationship was really difficult to match it out. So this is where I have hundreds of examples where we benefited with the data available on the government side, the efforts put by the government official to do that. Another example, I'm working currently on the migration of Katkaris, like basically which is on 4 districts they are allowed. And I was amazed that in 2019 there was a census survey was done. It is so difficult to catch those migrants because they migrate 3-4 times in a year. But the data was collected. But I could not find the data in the raw format. I got the data about which is the report format, which I could not use it. So we are working on the data, and about the use of technology. I will be very happy to share with all of you. It is not now. In 2008-9 onwards, whatever data we are collecting, we are not collecting on pen and paper. We are collecting either on the PDs or we can say or software, etc. And those data we generally keep on the website available. If somebody would like to use it, they can use it, number one. And number two, about the e-governance and the benefits of the data. Like we're talking about the PLFS data, I would be very happy to share all of you. Majority of the people, they don't know how to download, the R software and the Python software, because this is where they can use it. What the Gokhale Institute has done, they have downloaded the data 4 years, 16 rounds, each state, each district, rural and urban, in Excel format, and kept on the website so that anybody who wish to use that PLFS data, please remember, there is no other data set available to find out the employability and non-employability in the country. So that data is very crucial for a government to take a decision. But with that data we have kept in the Excel format, so people can use it. So this is the one way we are trying to put information to have a better governance. And the second time, one very important survey got done by the NSSO, first time in the country, how Indians are using their time use survey. You will believe, you will not, 94 lakh observations are there. And for each state, each district, and different types of population, how they are spending their time from morning 4 to evening 9. That data is available. But unfortunately, because the data, again, is not in public domain, but easily usable, very few people are using that. So again, I will be sharing information with you. That data also we have kept in Excel format for each state-wise, each district-wise, and each event-wise. So this is where we are trying to put ourselves also to make a e-governance, to make a data available everyone, so that the information should be disseminated, people should be using that data, and they should be able to use the information to have a better governance on that. In the last, I just want to say again 2 lines, I hope you will allow me. तो जुस्तजू हो अगर तो सफर कहाँ खत्म होता है, जुस्तजू हो अगर तो सफर कहाँ खत्म होता है, यूं तो हर मोड़ पे मंजिल का गुमा होता है. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Anurag ji. Thanks for informing that even though we have data from chicken to chicken box, but we don't keep the data in a way which can be exchanged. We take note of that. Now I request Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan of IIT Bombay to come and speak on video analytics.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm heading a Center for Digital Health at IIT Bombay, and we are very happy to share that we are National Disease Modeling Consortium, and credit to Dr. Satish Agnihotri to get us the keyword national. It is meant to be data-driven, but as was rightly pointed out, it's very important to be ensuring that there's due diligence in the data. Thanks to this work on video analytics for security and compliance applications, we benefited on 2 fronts. If data is going to be actually fed towards building applications, the sanity check on the data is there by design. That's very important. A lot of academia work on research problems driven by data, but they just land up in publications. So thankfully, we had this National Center of Excellence in Technology for Internal Security at IIT Bombay. And thanks to also work with Ministry of Rural Development, we developed a bunch of products for video surveillance analytics, which got commercially licensed. Mr. Yogesh Ray from the company to whom the company the work got licensed is also here in the audience. Of course, this work has been deployed at several locations. This Ministry of Rural Development, Indian Navy, UP State Police, Indian Army, SPG, IB, and so on. Next slide. So there are 3 key products. One, real-time alerts from CCTV footages. Second is analytics on footages in an offline mode, which can be a lot more thorough. And the third is what you see in the middle, compliance and quality monitoring in classroom settings. Now, each of these actually required the models to be very much customized to the end user settings. And that led to the development of another open source software, open source platform called Decile, Data Efficient Machine Learning. There's lots of data. How do you weed out the noise from the signal? Dr. Agnihotri gave some beautiful examples. And this is all over, getting the signal and weeding out the noise. This is possible using machine learning itself, and that's what we made possible. In fact, all data is not necessarily required. Imagine having to fit light bulbs in this room, right? And now the room is well lit. Do you really need light bulbs in every square inch here? No. We all know that the light bulbs should be fit in order to maximize coverage, especially looking at the occupancy of the room, right? Now, data is like light bulbs, right? And you want to pick instances, label instances such that there's maximum coverage, there's representativeness in the feature space. And therefore, I feel while ChatGPT-like systems are welcome, they are certainly not the end of the road, because the localization solving the 10% of the errors can take up 90% of the time. And that's exactly what led us to the building the backbone engine of our work. Submodeler optimization, Submodular functions correspond to the number of light bulbs you want to fit in a room to illuminate it well. There is diminishing returns, like you have diminishing returns with rasgullas that you ate during your lunch. Next slide. So the capabilities, we have several capabilities: face recognition, human intrusion, crowd detection, and so on. This is a laundry list here. But again, localization, I'll give an example. Now, if you look at most of the publicly available crowd counting data sets, they're very good at detecting crowd counts in the range of 1 to 50. Right? The models that you build, you apply them for crowd counts with 100. The standard deviation is almost as high as the crowd that you're trying to detect. This is the problem, the fragility to bias in the data. ChatGPT is no exception to that, as was rightly pointed out. So the crowd counting, how do you make sure that the standard deviation for crowd count in Kumbh Mela or very high crowd counts is actually non-embarrassing? This is exactly the technology we have built. It's not just, off-the-shelf models being put together. We do research, which is very India-centric, Indian context-centric. So all of these are in that league. And the example of crowd counting, I had elaborated, but I could give similar stories about all the others. Next slide, please. The other key is, backed by our research, which is ongoing, published in top fora, we also have, with the company evolved, the entire engine so that we can deploy models as we build them. Now, we have gone through almost 3 iterations of this. The first we built at IIT Bombay, the second in collaboration with the company. And IITs cannot build software. We are not meant to do that. Right? So therefore, the third version, they built it themselves. It scales very well. It scales with the number of cameras. It kind of is seamless in terms of also in integration with end applications. It could be hooters, it could be alert walls, and so on. You see the snapshots below are actually from the very sensitive line of control regions. So this is the efficacy. The model is very sensitive in detecting people even in SNOCAD background. Next slide. This also is deployed at the Ministry of Development, Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Kaushal Yojana, the training centers. Now you can see the uniform detection for girls in green and boys in red. Again, very precise. It's only possible by localization, by data efficient learning. Data may appear to be very cheap, but honestly speaking, there's a big premium you pay and there's redundancy, as I pointed out earlier. So we want to be both data efficient and also compute efficient. We want to make sure that these models can be deployed on the edge. Imagine a rural area where you really can't afford to deploy even a PC. Can you use an edge device and deploy it there, aggregate the statistics, and have the more sophisticated computation done at your server? Yes, that's certainly possible. And you could configure each camera for different kind of analytics, as you see in the figure on the leftmost end. Next slide, please. And there's another project we've worked on, which is Rescue Night, locating missing people and being able to triage between the missing person photo information, biometric information, and going forward even speech verification. So in reality, data is not just unimodal, it's multimodal. It's not just about videos. There are many other modalities that you need to be able to triangulate with. Next slide. So summarily, a scalable and modular architecture, there's a hardware agnostic solution, real-time and configurable alerts, supporting being able to scale with thousands of cameras. All this is really, as you can understand, coming together of government forces, the academic research, and what companies are good at, building software, building products, building solutions. I think the time is really ripe for these three to come together, because I remember attending an organic farming farmers workshop almost 10 years back. That's another interest I have. I share that with Professor Agnihotri. And at the end of that organic farming workshop, there was a very one-line summary, right? The best organic farming is a farmer's feet on the ground. The techniques are secondary. You need to get immersed. I mean, the good thing is we developed this by actually making field trips. And when you work with companies and the government, the academia also wake up to realistic problems. Next slide. So, yeah, this is the evolution. 2017, we had the first prototype, and thankfully now we have lots of letters of appreciation, lots of usages, and obviously the company is itself making its own sales. The other point I wanted to highlight, again going back to Professor Agnihotri, who's a very good friend by now, he actually issued this warning, right? We want the user to be on the driver's wheel, right? So I remember writing a paper in 2017 for machine translation. We called it a machine-assisted human translation system. And thankfully, the same paradigm has actually launched us into this big project, Project Udan, which is being used extensively by the Ministry of Education for their tons of books, translating them using technical terminology. And it's really possible when you really put the human in the driver's wheel. We have tried to do the same thing. Video analytics, you can view it as a product, but we emphasize it's not just a product, it's a solution. Because that 10% customization through smart data efficient learning can actually add 100 times more value. Next slide. So, yeah, we are very grateful that we, thanks to this work, we won this National eGovernance Award, the gold category. Thank you very much. I'll conclude here.
Thank you, Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan. I am hopeful that the states which are present at this point of time will take it forward to use that. And now I request Sri Abhishek Singh to speak a few words on a topic of his interest.
Yeah, I know we are near to the end of the session and everybody is keen to conclude, but as requested by ma'am, I will just, do you have my slides? I will just quickly go through some concepts on data-driven decision making and how, in order to ensure that we are able to do what has been spoken today with regard to impact data has in governance, impact data can have for policy making, impact data can be used for rightful decision making, whether it's GIS or whether it's any kind of data analytics which gives us trends like the slides that were shown about portion track from the ICDS, how it can help us to make better decisions. So what else is being done and how we can leverage it by linking it up to the Karam Yogi Bharat platform that also we are building. So next please. This we are already aware of, data is regarded very often as the new oil. Our Honorable Prime Minister at several events have said that how we need to use data to empower the citizens, how we need to use data for better governance, how we need data for our better decision making. Next please. Next slide. So what is the potential of data in governance? Some of it is already highlighted, how data can be used for improving public service delivery, how it can be used for inclusive development, how we can ensure that we use it for development of the entire country. Because sometimes when we look at macro numbers, we might see that we are doing very well and we are growing very fast, but we break it down to state-wise data, district-wise data, village-wise data, block-wise data, like aspirational districts have done. And then we see that across various indicators, different districts, different blocks, different villages might be performing differently. And when we start focusing on the so-called districts which are not doing well, or so-called blocks or villages which are not doing well, by using data-driven approaches, then we are able to bring up the average and bring up the overall achievements level that we can have. So inclusive development, data plays a big role. Then improving policy making and program evaluation is very obvious based on what we have shared so far. Then empowering citizens, empowering digital nagriks, as we say, how we can give the citizens basic data which ensures that they are in control of their lives, they are able to decide which school to go to, which hospitals to go to. So this kind of things really empower citizens. And of course, when we use data and when we link it to the buzzwords like AI and ML, we can bring in efficiency in governance and public service delivery. Next. So how we have come to this level, especially with, if you look at the last, next please, if you look at the last few years of implementation of Digital India, so we have implemented several projects. In fact, more than 200 projects, 4,000 services. We have almost 33 crore transactions happening daily, digital transactions. And with a plethora of projects, both at the national level and the state level, there are a lot of digitization happens. And while digitization happens, we get a lot of data. And when you get that data, analyzing them and using them can help in achieving the objective that I mentioned earlier. And while we are we are building this, how do we use it to create data platforms which can integrate, which can build in, which can integrate government departments as a whole. And from silo-based public service delivery, now we are using this this approach to build in a whole of government approach. Because when we look at citizens, a citizen doesn't care whether a program is being implemented by agriculture department or cooperation department or rural development department. Citizen looks at a government as a whole. So using data and using common identifiers like Aadhaar that we have, we can interlink databases and we can ensure that citizens are able to access government as in a one organic whole, rather than going to different departments for different services. Next, please. These are a few examples that we always refer to as India Stack, the Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN. These are basic building blocks, the DigiLocker, Arogya Setu, Diksha, the e-learning platform, the Umang, the mobile app. So these projects, these initiatives which have been taken mostly in partnership with the state governments have constituted the basic building blocks of India Stack. And today as we kind of go to the G20 forum and all, more and more countries are looking at adopting many of these solutions. Several countries have approached Government of India for replicating Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker. CoWIN has been offered as a digital public good. So all these projects have become a part of the digital public goods, and they all rely on basic data-driven approach. Next. So Aadhaar, we all know that how it has done 1.3 billion numbers, 79 billion authorizations, 33 billion eKYCs, and today a lot of projects that we are implementing are relying on Aadhaar as a common identifier across databases for better public service delivery, and that becomes the core of our data-driven approach. Next. API Setu is again something which I would like to mention, is that while it's not a public facing project, but API Setu, the API Setu.gov.in, it has got almost 2,000 APIs published, and it basically integrates various applications together. The example that we showed in the morning with regard to integration of WhatsApp with Bhashini and with the ChatGPT was also with APIs. The APIs are nothing but application programming interfaces which connects various systems, various databases for better service delivery. And that's where the core of data-driven approach also lies. Like how can the data of, say, for example, Manrega beneficiaries and ration card beneficiaries be shared with, say, Ayushman Bharat? Because very often the eligibility conditions for Manrega or ration card or Ayushman Bharat is almost the same. So why should a citizen need to apply for all these separately? If one department, if rural development department has identified somebody to be a Manrega beneficiary and the food public distribution has identified somebody to be a ration card beneficiary, can the health ministry department, NHA, not give him a Ayushman Bharat without he applying for it? So linking various applications through APIs can actually help realize the dream of proactive service delivery without making the citizens run from pillar to post or from portal to portal or app to app. So that's what we need to aspire with this API Setu initiative. Next. CoWIN, we all are aware of it. I will not spend time on it. How it has led to kind of ensuring that 2 billion doses have been given in a country as big and as complex as India. Next. So one initiative which is again helping us link the dots is the DigiLocker initiative, which cuts across right from the birth of a child. When it goes to an Anganwadi center, his basic data with regard to his nutrition, with regard to his height and weight are captured on the Poshan tracker. Then that data is shared with the education system, because the same child goes to the education system, and if a child has been identified in the ICDS system to need to have learning disabilities or any other kind of disability, that data is transferred to the education system, and that helps him to get better education care as he goes forward. Then that data goes integrated with the education certificates, 10th and 12th, then to the academic bank of credits, to driving licenses, to voter cards. So entire horizontal profile of a citizen becomes available in the DigiLocker project, and it allows API-based verification of credentials, and that ensures that all systems within the government, even if being implemented by different departments, can be interlinked, can be connected with each other. Next. Then, of course, Umang is one common interface so that citizens can access multiple services through one common interface, which helps them to not need to download multiple apps. So one app which gives access to more than 1,600 public services. Next, please. Next. So when we look at data-based AI applications, the MyGov chatbot was implemented during COVID, which allowed citizens to access COVID-related information. Then in 2021, started allowing people to get access to vaccination services, to booking vaccination, to downloading vaccination certificates, and now it's even providing access to DigiLocker documents wherein you can download your PAN card, your Aadhaar card, your academic credentials on a WhatsApp number without having to go to any portal. Just go to 9013151515. This service is already live, and you see, if you say download COVID certificate, it will help you download this certificate. If you want to download your driving license, it can help you download the driving license. So all these services have been made available on the AI chatbot that was launched by MeitY. Next. Then, of course, another application of data-based AI application was with the DRDO did, wherein X-rays were used with an AI model. X-ray images were used to kind of diagnose COVID-related induced lung damage. So this was again an application where data that was captured, tagged, annotated, was used to kind of do diagnosis. And there have been similar applications wherein image recognition has been used to diagnose cataract, has been used to diagnose diabetic retinopathy, breast cancer, agriculture. These solutions are being used wherein data from the soil health card data, the moisture data that comes from sensors in agricultural fields is linked to the IMD weather data, and then it advises the farmers for how long he should run the submersible, whether he should irrigate his crops for 2 hours or 3 hours. The farmer gets alert on his mobile phone. So that data mapped with other sources of data helps in better decision making for the citizens, whether it's for diagnosis of healthcare or agriculture diseases or for irrigation. Next. See, the biggest thing that comes in, like when we know that there is so much of application of use of data, what are the key challenges that we have? And when we look at that, we find that though we have an open data portal called data.gov.in, which has got more than 500,000 data sets, but when we did a deep dive analysis of that, we find that there is a lot of challenges. Like most of this data that is published there, sometimes it's not geographically complete, or time series data is not there. There's no institutional framework for data sharing. Very often, if a department has got data and if it is shared to some other department, they don't even know whether it's okay for them to share, or whether or if something go wrong, and if they have to share, what are the safeguards they should take. They have no exposure to privacy preservation tools, anonymization tools. There is lack of adherence to metadata standards and data standards that makes data almost unusable. So a lot of cleaning up is required. So there is a need for having a mechanism that every department is able to identify high value data sets, and they are able to kind of make data available in a format so that it becomes usable for researchers, for industry, for startups, and for government in general. And the basic problem that comes in is that data management teams are not there, and wherever there are team members also, they are not trained in basic use of data analytics. So that's a challenge that we are trying to solve through the Karmyogi Bharat initiative. On the iGot Karmyogi platform, we have several data analysis courses, data science courses, use of case studies for use of data for various public applications. And what we are doing is that across the country, we have already 300,000 users on the iGot Karmyogi platform. We are working with state government, signing MOUs. We have already signed MOUs with Madhya Pradesh and with Andhra Pradesh with the Karmyogi Bharat, and trying to ensure that whatever content is available at the national level is made available to state government employees. And at the same time, any content that is available in a state, especially with institutions like Yashoda, with the Gokhale Institute, if there is content that is available within the state for state-specific issues, or content in the regional language, that content is also hosted on the iGot Karmyogi platform, and that is used to train the personnel in a particular state. So I would be following it up with the state, with MAM especially, and trying to see how quickly we can sign the MOU and try to move forward. We have also proposed to organize a regional conference of Karmyogi Bharat in Maharashtra, wherein we will be addressing these issues in greater detail. So that's with regard to the Karmyogi Bharat and the linkage with using data for better decision making and ensuring that we are able to address other gaps that exist in capacity building of government employees. Next, please. So the last slide I will come in is that we are coming up with a data governance framework policy to address the challenges that exist in data sharing across departments. There should be a policy. So we have come up with a draft policy. It has undergone public consultations. It's currently under the review of the cabinet for approval. And once the policy is approved, it will be notified. What it will do is that it will lay down the protocols, it will lay down the SOPs, it will lay down the procedures required for sharing of data within various government departments and with the central government and the state governments. So that process will be defined, and over and above, it will also require every government data department to classify their data sets that they have into 3 categories: open category, restricted category, and prohibited category. So every department will take a call depending on the sensitivity of the data, whether it can be published on the open data platform, whether there is licensing required or some cost required for accessing that data, or some data which is sensitive, which the department doesn't want to publish. So that also will be required. So that way classification will be there, and any data that's put in the open data basket will be available for G2G sharing and G2B sharing, and APIs will be made available so that you don't have to follow up with a particular government department to access that data. There will be APIs that will help you consume that data and use it for the purposes that is required. It will also lead to setting up a data management office at the national level, which will work with the data management units at the state governments and various state government departments, ensure capacity building of the data management units so that a department is empowered to look at data, to do data analysis, use data for better decision making. Then we are also setting up, we are identifying 258 ITIs across the country for capacity building and ensuring that we have data capacity across the nation. And the idea is to set up data labs in each of the identified 250 ITIs, and that will train the tier 2, tier 3 youth in becoming data analysts and becoming data scientists to learn how data annotation is done, and that will help them find jobs in the new economy, because most of the ITIs and polytechnics, they train people to become mechanics and fitters, and with EV and other technologies coming in, those jobs will become obsolete. So we need to kind of reimagine that. We have got an approval for that. We'll be reaching out to the concerned department in the states also for identifying these polytechnics. And then the India Datasets platform is also being launched, which will be the universal platform for enabling easy access, data access and sharing. And then there will be a lot of guidelines that will be set up. The toolkit for anonymization, privacy preservation will also be developed and shared. So this is something which is work in progress, which is the plan, and we hope that with the capacity building initiatives and with the data governance framework policy being notified, we will be able to move forward and help realize the potential that data has in improving governance in this country. So thank you for giving this opportunity, for sharing this.
Thank you so much, everyone. This was the last session, and I invite Srimati Sujata Sonik ma'am to felicitate the chair and the panelists. Shri S. Chokalingam sir, DG Yashoda.
All of you for being with us for this final session. I cannot thank you enough, sir. Thank you for always opening our eyes to what we can do.
Shri Agnihotri ji.
Out of some laziness. Thank you so much.
Chokalingam sir.
Abhishek and I hope.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Asawa. Thank you for coming. Millets here. And thank you so much.
This goodie bag consists millets. और सिर्फ मिलेट्स नहीं है, धान नहीं है, बट मिलेट्स के कुछ रेसिपीज है, सो इट इज इंटरेस्टिंग. प्लीज मेक श्योर दैट यू टेक इट विथ यू. थैंक यू सो मच. Once again, a reminder for the feedback forms to be submitted at the registration counter. और भी अगर किसी को feedback forms चाहिए तो registration counter पे मिल जाएंगे. Thank you.
Sir, just so you know, all the presentations are being shared. This session was live streamed. Other officers of the state have seen it, and hopefully, so you will be contacted by our officers. Please give them the guidance they are seeking and help us to actually translate all these ideas into positive action. Thank you once again for having us.
मैम सर से बात कीजिए. कहते हैं हर समापन जो होता है, हर समापन के साथ एक नई शुरुआत होती है. At the end of this 2-day conference, we have been enriched with a lot of valuable inputs. It was a pleasure and privilege for me to compare this 2 days conference. I thank everyone. I thank Sonik ma'am especially, and thank everyone over here. And I request S. Chokalingam sir to propose a vote of thanks. I, Dr. Mrinmay, take a leave here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that wonderful comparing. On behalf of the organizers, both Government of Maharashtra, Department of Administrative Reforms, DRPG, I thank every participant who came and attended this conference and made it valuable. I thank Honorable CM as well as Deputy CM and Honorable Minister of State for Personnel and PG and Pension for sparing time and attending. Honorable Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, Honorable Secretary DRPG, Sri Amarnath Ji, Additional Secretary, Sri Rajput Sahib, Joint Secretary, and the entire team from DRPG. Thanks for being here and making it successful. I really thank Honorable Additional Chief Secretary Madam, Saunik Madam, and the entire GAD team along with Collector Pune for making this possible. I thank the entire team of Committee on Good Governance, chaired by Suresh Kumar sir, Bakshi sir, Kshatriya sir, and the entire team for being present for both days. Maybe you were more attentive than what we were doing, and thanks sir for taking this knowledge for the use of Maharashtra. I especially thank IIT Bombay for appointing specialist rapporteurs instead of having a regular reporting. Agnihotri sir made arrangements to have people who are specializing in e-governance to take proceedings for us. Sir, thanks to you and to your team. And special thanks to National Sports Council of India for making this available, as well as the event management company and people who provided good food, and in spite of many hiccups, for providing better audio and video. And really thanks to all of you for being here. Wish you a safe travel and welcome back to Maharashtra. Thanks to all of you. With the permission of Madam, I declare this event as closed. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.